Check. Requesting everyone to kindly put their mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode. Respected dignitaries, a warm welcome and a very good morning to you all. My name is Sahib Jeet Kaur, and for this fine day, I will be your host. BW People, a 4+ years old exclusive HR community of BW Business World and Ask Insights, the pioneer in bringing the concept of D&I to India, are pleased to welcome you all to the BW People Ask Insights Disability Positive Summit and Awards 2023, where we will witness India's top experts in their respective fields sharing valuable perspectives and ideas on building a more inclusive work environment. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in India, with a network spanning across 23 niche business communities and 8 magazines. BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create conducive environment for collaboration. Now, if I may request everyone's kind attention towards this big, beautiful screen, I would like to share the BW People Community AV with you all. Ask Insights are the pioneers in bringing the concept of D&I to India and carries more than 50 years of rich experience across various verticals and cultures. They provide end-to-end solutions covering organizational strategy, audits, data analytics and research, benchmarking assessments, gender, disability, generational, cultural, LGBTQ+, unconscious biases and inclusion, women leadership in the field of diversity and inclusion. Ask Insights are consultants to leading global organizations that have facilitated workshops, trainings, and consultations of around 40,000 employees, and the highest in India and amongst the largest in the world. Ask Insight has designed the inclusive leadership curriculum for the officers being trained at the Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration. This curriculum is now a course that all officer trainees go through and is also a refresher course of senior officers. Ask Insights also facilitated the Train the Trainer for the faculty of LBSNAA for them to teach these courses to the OTs as a part of their core leadership course. They have also facilitated training for the officers at the Haryana Institute of Public Administration on the theme of inclusive leadership. Ask Insights have recently been involved with several projects of the UN, including Geneva headquarters. Dr. Neeru Kumar, the founder and CEO of Ask Insights, was honored the Padma Shri for her dedicated and tireless work in the field of diversity and inclusion. She is also the national icon of the Election Commission of India. She was also invited to the Parliament to spread awareness about the theme to the parliamentaries. Ask Insights annually hold the largest global DEI summits, being one of the expert consultants of the core group of Global Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Benchmarks for the Center of Global Inclusion USA. Ask Insights is committed towards creating an equitable world where there is fairness, justice, and respect for all, where each person can contribute to their best without fear of judgment or discrimination, where differences are celebrated and authentic inclusion leads to good health and well-being. Dr. Neeru is personally committed to passionate work towards this cause from all her being. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may ask everyone's attention one more time towards the screen, I'd like to share the Ask Insights audiovisual with you all.
Mostly, I just want to congratulate you on the extraordinary work that you've done over 15 years. I know that it hasn't been easy to really expand this conversation within India, just like it isn't anywhere else. But you've done an amazing job of doing this, not just in the work you've done with your clients, but also bringing together people from across the globe to inquire more deeply in this issue.
I'm delighted that I've been a small part of the journey for Ask Insights, and wishing you the very, very best in the years to come.
Your infectious energy and powerful content has inspired many, including myself, over these years. Ask Insights and Dr. Neeru have also helped customize many sessions for us, focusing on a diverse set of topics for many different audiences and different formats, and helping us deliver the same across as well.
I think we started in Hindalco 6 years ago on this journey, and Dr. Neeru has been an integral part of that journey. Right at the beginning, she took a a course for all our senior managers where I was present. We then covered about 1,500 managers in Hindalco, going through lots of case studies, using our own examples, tried to get people to understand the importance and what diversity and inclusivity really means.
Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwpeople.in. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everyone to join in the conversations and share their learnings from the day by using the hashtag BWAI Disability Positive. I repeat, hashtag BWAI Disability Positive. With this, I'd like to showcase today's event audiovisual. Respected dignitaries, I would like to inform some important pointers regarding accessibility hygiene. Sign language interpreters will be available throughout the day. If you require assistance for yourself, kindly notify the registration desk or any member of the organizing team. Our volunteers are ready to provide you with any help you may need. Our aim is to make your summit experience comfortable and productive. Before I move forward with today's proceedings, I would like to thank our partners for the day. Co-partner, Uber. Inclusive community partner, Keshav Suri Foundation. Event partners, Max Life Insurance Company Limited, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandom, Beanley Coffee, Just Bath AI, The Thick Shake Factory, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Weekly Magazine, Pitch. Gifting partners, Chronocare Cosmetics, Ford Family of Disabled, and Mother's Kitchen. Ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly take a look at the partner AB.
What Uber means to me is hustle. Uber is my safe haven. What Uber means to me is rap.
Cheerful vibe.
Uber, flower అనుకుంటివా fire.
Every morning I wake up with an Uber value in my mind, which is go get it, because every day we have different situations, which is challenging, and this keeps me stay focused and give my 100%.
It's amazing to witness how Uber has a barrier-free culture for people with disabilities. Totally received a warm welcome and everyone made me comfortable in no time.
I don't just work at Uber, I would say I love working at Uber. So my corporate journey started in the year of 2016, but however, I would say my career began in 2018, because that's when I joined Uber. When I joined Uber, it's not just work and earn, but then it was growing and then learning with Uber to grow more.
What is really close to my heart with Uber is how we navigate different problems or challenges that we come across. I do vividly remember the entire COVID situation when everyone was going into a lockdown. The entire world was basically going into a lockdown. And we as a company who want to reimagine the way the world moves for better, we had to ask the world to stay put. Additionally, as employees, even we had to switch to a work from home approach, which was technically a lot different for us. So what really warms me up is how Uber ensured to provide us all the resources that we would need to actually navigate through this huge change.
Uber is a very value-oriented company, and one of the values that I most resonate with is great minds don't think alike. I have a one-year-old baby, and this company provides me to have a flexible work-life balance. I feel privileged to be a part of this company, which is growing in the right direction and takes care of its employees.
So I'm here to talk about the journey that I had with Uber. So it's been a week when I happened to call this colleague of mine, and the moment I called him, he's like, "Haan, Shalini, boliye." And I'm like, "How do you have my number? It's been such a long time." He was like, "You've trained me like 5 years back." And that reminds me the journey that I had with Uber, from being a trainer to a senior trainer and now a program manager. One culture value that I really, really feel close to my heart is build with heart, because Uber has actually built my culture.
Here at Uber, I think the ideas that you have and the ideas that you live up to.
Respected dignitaries, now, without any further ado, let's welcome to deliver the inaugural address, Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World.
Good morning. It's my honor and privilege to be here. I just want to express my gratitude to Dr. Neeru Kumar and Dr. Kumar, Akshay, and the Ask Insights team for partnering with BW people on this very sensitive, important, and sometimes I may say neglected issue of disability. So thank you, Dr. Neeru Kumar. You're a Padma Award winner, but more importantly, you're making an impact on the lives of people who need more sensitization and more opportunities. So kudos to you. We are in it because of you. Thank you for sensitizing us on how we can be a catalyst along with you and Ask Insights in this journey of disability positive. So big round of applause for Dr. Neeru Kumar and her team of Ask Insight. I stand here because of her. I also want to acknowledge my team, Mr. Talis Rizvi and the complete BW people team for working with Ask Insights to do this. I am standing here but the work has been done by the BW people team and the Ask Insights team. As I believe in serendipity, yesterday I ended up meeting Mr. Som Mittal, who was at NASCOM for many years. He just became part of a new organization, Patients for Patients. And then I ended up telling him that we are doing the Disability Summit. And he said he was the chairperson of an organization which has the same motto as you, Dr. Neeru Kumar, in terms of how to sensitize all of us about disability. And he then went on to educate me, and then I did my research. It has been 2 decades in a long journey with the passing of 2 crucial legislations with the passing of the Right of Persons with Disabilities Act in 2016, 6 years ago. It came into effect with notable measures introduced by the Government of India, like inclusion of spectrum or disabilities, widening of reservation in education and employment opportunities, inclusion of persons with disabilities in census, Accessible India campaign, inclusive guidelines prepared for built environment, railways, tourism, introduction of UDID, addition of sign language in academic curriculum, the recent promise of having a G20 agenda, as well as to create an inclusive, ambitious, action-oriented and decisive action in this domain. The disability sector has worked together towards each one of them to see disability conversations becoming part of every government discourse However, the needs of disability require affirmative measures. While the law was passed 7 years back, I think much needs to still be done. Today, we have the good pleasure of having our chief guest, Shri Rajiv Kumarji, and also the Secretary Disability here. I'm sure they'll be able to share what are the deep measures and actions the government is taking to make sure the act that was passed in the parliament is being implemented in its depth and its spirit. However, as I said, this government has done a lot in the last 7 years and continues to do a lot, but there is a need for a lot more. We have to go beyond tokenism. The needs of disability require affirmative measures to equally percolate the efforts to grassroots, which hasn't happened, and ensure implementation of policies, failing which tokenism will not result in the desired outcomes that all of you and all of us want. The challenges of implementation must be curbed to realize the impact on the last person living in rural hinterlands of India who in some way needs attention, support, and livelihood. The present legislation, the Right of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016, came into effect with notable measures introduced by the Government of India. As I've and this included the inclusion of spectrum of disabilities, widening of reservation, also including disabled professionals and people in the census, also disability inclusiveness in disaster risk reduction, and all the campaigns. One of the biggest things to empower disabled people is to give them livelihoods, give them jobs in the private sector as well as the government sector, create disabled friendly civilization. Of course, the National Building Code has come about, and the new buildings that are being designed are sensitive to the needs of this segment and this very important part of the society, but still we have a long way. Now, inclusive guidelines prepared for built environment, railways, tourism, introduction of UDID, very importantly, addition of sign language in academic curriculum and disability inclusive national education policy are also very important measures. Now, the G20 agenda, as I said, includes a very ambitious, action-oriented, decisive, inclusive, detailed agenda. Through the commendable support of the disability groups, our government has worked towards each one of them to witness disability becoming part of every government disclosure and every action that the government takes. We are doing this summit 3 years after the pandemic. The pandemic has shown us that the needs of persons with disabilities require affirmative measures to equally percolate to the grassroots, and the efforts should be visible on the grassroots and ensure implementation of policies which need to be implemented with more vigor. Otherwise, they're, as I've said for the third time, they're tokenism and they will not result into desired outcomes. Today's initiative by Ask Insights and BW People is in some way an initiative to be able to bring disability at the heart of conversations in the business world. The need of the hour is to advocate and work in collaboration with all stakeholders. Some of you are present, and hopefully when we do it next year, we'll be able to do it a 2-day or a 3-day event, and you bring even more business leaders, more CHROs, more entrepreneurs, and more disabled professionals together to be able to create a movement. In addition to that, we need to pave ways for equal participation of the disability sector in all domains, like accessibility, employment, education, healthcare, access to justice, and many other sectors that you all are aware of. The challenges of implementation must be curbed and acted upon to realize the impact of the last person living in rural hinterlands of India. The Unified Direction of Disabled People's Organization across India will help in achieving planned objectives in a systematic and strategic manner. All the organizations working in this sector, including Ask Insights, are doing a great job in sensitizing all of us on the needs of this sector. Today's event will also help in guiding agenda for consultation meetings and checking progress or challenges as they engage in due course of time. In addition, the advocacy efforts will be supplemented by our efforts at BW Business World and BW People and Ask Insights efforts to make the implementation happen. Otherwise, proportional utilization of resources will be high on reactive actions than on preventive measures. The needs and issues are dynamic and they need a vision uh, and they are to be dealt with in a way that is planned and can deal with unforeseen circumstances. These are the lessons we've learned during the pandemic. First, we have to prioritize the present issues of the disabled people. We have to chalk out emerging issues not being discussed in these years, like the impact of climate change, exploitation on natural resources causing disability. We also have to identify actors and institutions and catalysts responsible for looking at present and emerging issues. Today's BW People and Ask Insights Disability Positive Initiative is a step and an affirmative action in that area. I just want to say, when you see the awardees today, they have been selected by our jury chair, Mr. Ajit Pai, and a very high-powered jury who understands these issues, who are active in the business world, who are leaders in their own rights. Today's day-long agenda covers various sectors of the disability domain, and I'm sure it is a start. We have lots of ground to cover, and with Dr. Neeru Kumar and Ask Insights leadership and contributions, I'm sure we will be able to do that. I applaud you for being here, and I hope you have a meaningful day of conversations, connections, collaborations, and creating more consciousness in this domain. We at BW Business World and BW People are delighted to partner Ask Insights for today. Thank you for giving us an opportunity. God bless you. Our chief guest, Shri Rajiv Kumar ji, there. He doesn't really need an introduction to any gathering in India, especially not a educated and business gathering like you. He's the Chief Election Commissioner of India. As Dr. Neeru Kumar shared with me, he's very, very passionate about this sector. And when she met him to invite him for this, he said, I will definitely come and tell me what we can do for this sector. So for that, for being so open, proactive for a sector that is not in mainstream conversations, please give Mr. Rajiv Kumar a big round of applause. I mean, he works with the highest officers in the country, and if a celebrated civil servant like him, who's had a distinguished career in the Ministry of Finance, and I can go on, so I have followed your career. If somebody like him becomes a champion for disability, I think what we can do in partnership with Ask Insights for this sector will be great. We are grateful to you for your presence, and we look forward to your address, Shri Rajiv Kumar ji. Thank you for being here. Please give Mr. Rajiv Kumar a big round of applause.
Respected dignitaries, now to deliver the welcome address, please welcome Dr. Neeru Kumar.
Honorable Chief Guest Shri Rajiv Kumar ji, Dr. Anurag Badra, Business World team, Ask Insights teams, leaders and representatives of Uber, esteemed speakers and delegates. I want to thank you all for being here today on this very meaningful day. The Disability Positive Summit is perhaps the first of its kind in India, where able-bodied people, people of disabilities, the government sector, nonprofits, corporates, and students have come together as one community to share and learn, so that as a country, we can rise up to include our people with disabilities in every sector of life through accessibility, technology, and mindset change. As a country, we have been lagging behind in this critical area of inclusion, but it has now begun. I have been waiting my whole life for this change. As many of you know, I got polio when I was 3 years of age, and life felt like one hard solo battle. There were hardly any PWDs in my school and college for me to relate to or for the institution to pay attention to this aspect. In my fight to exist and progress, I did not become bitter, but wanted to help in whatever small way I could. Where others were struggling in finding their place due to the several injuries to my own dignity, I wanted to help those who were vulnerable. Their respect became my agenda. I, along with my team and my son Akshay, have worked with heart and soul on the agenda of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We were perhaps among the first to start the formal conversation of D&I in India. But till now, we were not addressing the PWD area. Today, finally, the day has come where all of you are saying it is your agenda too. It is so heartening. It is heartening to see that organizations, institutions, and government bodies are now taking this up as a serious agenda. But for this change to actually happen, we need the leaders to be trailblazers. The presence of the Chief Election Commissioner, Shri Rajiv Kumar Ji, at this summit means so much to me, not only because of the honorable position he holds, but because I personally know of his intense passion to be an ally and to include people with disabilities. Under his leadership, the Election Commission of India has done phenomenal work in making polling booths accessible to PWDs. This automatically makes them feel as valued citizens of the country and that their voice matters. The ECI is indeed a role model to many other government and non-government institutions. I want to quote a few examples to demonstrate that. So now I'll put away the paper. You know, when Rajiv ji took seat, I suddenly out of the blue got a call from him. And he said, "You are the first person I am calling on taking this position and seat." And that signified not only that he was giving me any importance or thought highly of me, but through me, he wanted to learn about how and what he could do for the people of disabilities. We had several rounds of productive conversations after that. And when I went and visited him in his office the first time after he took position, he was asking me, "Tell me, what more can I do?" And then there was the World Disability Day, where the Election Commission was felicitating the Indian Deaf cricket team. Rajiv ji came inside, saw the team. These were young boys, by the way. Nothing like the mainstream Indian cricket team. Young, modest boys with modest positions, I think between the age group of 25 to 28. He looked at them and said, "What can I do for you?" The boys were shy. And very shyly, they said things like visibility, pictures next to you. Rajiv ji said, "Arey, wo to ho jayega. You will be in the press release soon. You'll have as many pictures with me as you want. Tell me, what more can I do?" You know, I think a lot of the things that he was conveying at that time, even he doesn't know. They were very small, unconscious acts. One of the boys in sign language very tentatively said, "We want to play with the mainstream Indian cricket team." Rajiv ji looks at me and says, "Ab hui na baat." Then he looks at the coach and says, "Kar lenge kya ye?" Now that to me showed complete ownership. He did not want to do too little, and he did not want to do too much where they could not cope. It was complete ownership that he wanted to set them up for success. So he thought for a little while. The boys went crazy. They said, "Yes, yes, yes, we'll do it, we'll do it." You know, there was so much of excitement in the room. And then Rajiv ji announced that the Election Commission is going to sponsor a match between the mainstream India cricket team and the India Deaf cricket team. I tell you, the excitement went over the roof. They had not, it was a windfall for them. They had not expected this when they came into the room. This to me is true allyship. When Rajiv ji did this, he gave them stature. When he treats me with respect, gives me the status of a national icon and an advisory board member. He gives me status. And when people of diverse groups get the status, they are then able to cascade that energy and that impact on thousands and thousands of others. Thank you, Rajiv ji, for giving us that stature. Finally, I want to say that I think the role modeling that the Election Commission and the Chief Election Commissioner, all the leaders are doing is exemplary. I would urge you all to look up at all the initiatives that have been done so that we take inspiration and bring those messages and those initiatives to your own organizations. I also want to thank Deepali, who's sitting here. She has been leading this initiative from the PWD angle, collecting information from all sources, getting PWD together, leading the advisory board, and taking care of every practical aspect on the ground. Deepali is going to be there with us on a panel in the afternoon, and you can learn much more from her at that time. Thank you so much. Honorable Chief Election Commissioner, Shri Rajiv Kumarji, I would now request you to come for the lamplighting ceremony and then come up to stage to say a few inspirational words.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the lamplighting ceremony, I would like to call on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Dr. Neeru Kumar, who's here with us, Miss Vasanta Ilindala, Engineering Leader, FinTech Engineering at Uber, and Mr. Talis Rizvi, Director, BW People. Also, let's welcome Mr. Vivek Shukla, CEO, the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group. Respected dignitaries, In the essence of the lamp lighting ceremony, we have Mr. Advitya, who's going to sing 2 lines of Ganesh Vandana for all of us. Let's bring up a very enthusiastic round of applause and welcome him.
Hello, my name is Advitya Kumar Bhatnagar. I am singing Ganesh Vandana. गाइए गणपति जगवंदन गाइए गणपति जगवंदन शंकर सुवन भवानी नंदन शंकर सुवन भवानी नंदन गाइए गणपति जगवंदन गाइए गणपति जगवंदन सीधी सदन गजे वदन विनायक सीधी सदन गजे वदन विनायक कृपा सिंधु सुंदर सब लायक कृपा सिंधु सुंदर सब लायक गाइए गणपति जगवंदन गाइए गणपति जगवंदन शंकर सुवन भवानी नंदन शंकर सुवन भवानी नंदन गाइए गणपति 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 जगवंदन थैंक यू
Thank you very much. Well, he's a person with autism spectrum who works as a pianist with the Lalit. And now, respected dignitaries, let's welcome our chief guest for the day for his address. Let's welcome Honorable Shri Rajiv Kumar Ji, Chief Election Commissioner of India.
Respected, revered, Prerna Shrot, Padam Shri Dr. Neeru Kumar, Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, Dr. Akshay Kumar, Director Ask Insight, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sure all of you are enthusiastic and very caring persons for the PWDs. And that is why you are here. So I'm very happy to be amidst you, a gathering which is here for the issues, causes and concerns relating to the PWDs of the country. As you all know, the most accomplished people in the world, starting from Albert Einstein, John Nash, Thomas Edison, Leonardo da Vinci, Beethoven, Stephen Hawking, all had something in common. And that was whatever disability they had was never a constraint in whatever they wanted to achieve. It transcended. There were transcendental qualities amongst the persons with disabilities, which I always feel they have. And let me mention why I am here. In last 2.5 years, or rather in last 7-8 years, even as the finance secretary, I haven't gone to any functions outside the government. As Chief Election Commissioner, this is only my second function. And what was the first? Outside the office, the first was Sarthak, which was also working for PWDs. That happened to happen first. This is second. So this is where my heart lies. And I don't go anywhere where my heart doesn't lie. So I thank Dr. Neeru Kumar, who is our national icon also. National icon is, we appoint national icons in each subject, in each field, sports, academics, culture, PWDs, transgender, other places also. So they are source of inspiration because they've achieved something in life and they have been championing that cause. Now, we are very thankful to you, and she has been championing this cause for us. So I'll dwell upon more than the voting part, more than the election part. It's only a platform from where we want to make everybody sensitive and sensitized towards the needs of the persons with disabilities. Actually, there is no greater disability in society than the ability to see a person as more. Everybody has something which is unique. That's how an individual soul is made. Nobody is perfect. Nobody is perfect. Because the moment you become perfect, you become God. And that imperfection in physically able-bodied persons may be more than the persons with disabilities, which may only relate to 5 senses. ऐसे बहुत से लोग हैं जिनके 5 सेंस बिल्कुल ठीक हैं, लेकिन उनको जो मानसिक और फिजिकल डिसेबिलिटीज हैं, जो एटीट्यूडनल डिसेबिलिटीज हैं, वो उस डिसेबिलिटी से कहीं ज्यादा भारी है. They cannot really hear the music which or rhythm which plays inside the person who may not be able to see the light, but he's much more capable in many ways than most of us. So inability is with us, not with persons with disability. And this is what we have to be sensitive and have changed our attitudes. As a person of disability, I'm sure that they have faced many challenges and obstacles on a daily basis. But physical disabilities do not define them. And as I learned from Neeruji once, which I am very happy to quote, which I have started quoting everywhere, it is not equality that they want. It's not sympathy that they want. It is equity that they want. And what is that equity? He is not able to speak. So I have to understand that thing and give that much of an advantage to a person. It's not that you just bring them up and make them stand with you, but you have to take care of that disadvantage which they have, and we start from a platform which is equity based. And then they don't need anything, and least the sympathy. What we tend to do often is to be sympathetic, which is not, the moment I become sympathetic to somebody, I'm saying you are weak. No, they are not weak. That's the attitude which I have to change. That's exactly the attitude which requires to be changed, and which is what we are trying to change through the platform of elections as well in our limited way. Just let me give you some statistics and what can be done and what we are attempting to do. And as an inclusive and as a social obligation on us. The total voter list in the country, as you know, the population is close to 130 crore. 95 crores are our voters, close to 95 crores. So our rest are below 18 years. And look at this panorama of this 95 crore voters. Whom all do they have? Naturally, 48-49% women. It's inclusive. Youth. 18 to 19 year itself, those who are becoming just the voters, just come out of their 12th, they're close to 2 crore fellows. Look at the old age 80 plus. They're also close to 2.5 crores in our electoral rolls. Look at 100 plus in the country. They are also close to 2.8, 2.9 lakhs. PWDs, close to 1 crore. Transgender. So we are making special efforts within our electoral roll to include everybody. And everybody whosoever may have a little bit of disability. Why? And we are speaking about it everywhere, every press conference, every voter awareness program, and at every booth. The reason is that when the voting takes place, if we can sensitize everybody who is in the queue by a separate entry for the person with disability, with a separate volunteer, with a separate application for him or her to accept to demand the facilities they want, with a ramp of a proper gradient at that place, with our ballot units on EVM being braille effective. What are we doing? We are not only ensuring the voting by our PWD friends, voters, proud voters, but we are also giving a message through the polling station, each polling station across the country, which has close to 70, 80 crores interface, that be as sensitive as we are wanting to be. So through our forum, if it becomes more sensitive, if the sensitivity comes in, we are achieving twin objective. If we can do it, why can't other departments do this? That's the message. If we can do it, why can't the corporates do it? Why within corporates we cannot do it? Why we cannot have a distinct role defined? And believe me, the moment the role is defined with the specific needs and the specific details, they would perform better than anybody else. There is no way they would not perform. Because the system puts unnecessarily a more performance burden also on the people. Every time they have to prove that they are equal, they are better. It's only a question of equity. We don't give equity and still demand that you perform that same. The moment we give that touch of respect, the performance would be exceeding all of us. Believe me, please try it once. In ECI, what we are doing, we have made an application, as I mentioned, about all the voters. We are ensuring that all the data which exists in the country about the persons with disabilities is synchronized, is used to make our electoral rolls absolutely containing the names of the persons with disabilities, transgenders, women, youth, persons in far-off places. Far-off places, it is again very interesting to know how far the places can be. It's a panorama, it's a visit to the country. I'll just take you for a minute. You have one of the highest booth in Himachal in the entire world, 15,000 feet. And you know how much voting takes place there? 98 to 99%. And how much it takes place in metropolitans? Anybody's guess? Even 50. Even 50. Now, I'll take you to, so you have the hills. People take 3 days to go to those places to take votes. You have coastal area in the south, which is close to 6,700 kilometers in the country. And we go to the islands to take even one vote. 20 persons go and take one vote. And then you have deserts. Our machines require special cooling, if not cooling, at least the cooler, so that they continue to perform and the slip when it falls doesn't stick because of the charge to the machine. And then you have the wettest place in the east in the world, which is Cherrapunji. There we do something else so that the slip doesn't get moist and stick. And look at the beauty of this. I mean, you may not have, I have 5 minutes more. Whatever, if you look at the 75 years of the country's growth or story, what you are today. When we started in 1951, anybody's guess what was our literacy rate amongst women? Good. And you know, when the voter list was made, there was no voter list in 1951. The developed countries like US took how many years? 200 years to give voting to everybody, including women. It was given in this country from day one. And what was their, how do you write their name? So when you go to the villages and ask their name and their husband's name, they would not take their husband's name. So half of them would be some name, and what is the husband name? Pappu ke papa or Munia ke papa. So 40-50% in the village, women would have the husband's name, which is like this. So the beauty of the system was that we devised symbols nowhere in the world easily, so that you can identify with the symbol and can vote. And look at 70 years what had happened. From more than close to 600 princely states, look at the integration of the country today. Look at linguistic integration. Look at reorganization of states. Look at reservations. Look at mandal. Look at linguistic problems. Look at Northeast. Look at every type of a division or a diversity was there in food, culture, everything. And how beautifully it has emerged. And why? Because people believe in the results of election. They believe that whatever result is coming, and it's again a country where not even once. We have done 16 president, vice president, and also 15 general parliamentary elections and close to 400. Recently, we completed 400 election to a legislative assembly. 400 CMs. Not even in one case. There are 4,000 assembly constituencies, close to 4,000 in the country. Not even once. Over the 70 years, the election results have not been accepted. There's no case. So, through the ballot, the transition of power takes place. And therefore, it is necessary that every voice, howsoever small it may be, gets a chance to get expression during the voting. And it is for that reason necessary that all our PWDs, all our transgenders, all people in the turmoiled areas, in the Naxal areas, inaccessible areas, literates, illiterates, whatever, are all part of our electoral rolls. And all are given facilitation to come to voting. And in this sense, we use this registration and also the voting, both occasions, to connect to the persons with disabilities, convey very strongly that we have conviction that they are equal, they are rather better than others. And therefore, through the medium of our elections, we set an example where we take them equals, our partners, and set an example for others to follow. I wish all the best to your conference. I am sure what is being attempted that will come from the corporate world also. There are very good examples in the corporate world as well. And two things we have not been able to do yet. One is we are not able to, for those who are visually challenged, we are not able to yet show them the slip, and we can't say it in voice because the secrecy gets affected. So it's a work in progress for us. How do we make them informed to where they voted and how it's exactly the same without compromising their security? This is a work in progress. We are working on this technologically. Technologically possible, but secrecy of the board is not possible, because if it repeats that through a sound, others also hear. I am sure you will do many more innovations within your organizations also. And collectively, personally, organizationally, when you go from this conference, you will be more committed to take a lead in be very sensitive and sensitizing others about the persons with disabilities. I'll end my address by saying, as a gratitude and I keep learning from them every day. Whenever there is a problem I face, I just think of it and see if my friends there can do with all that disability, why can't I do it? So I think that they must have faced many challenges, and the challenges before me are much less than that, so we'll do it. So I'll just read something for them and then close this. मेरी नजरें भले ही कमजोर हों, पर मेरे हौसले बुलंद हैं. This is what I'm saying from my PWD friend side. मेरी नजरें भले ही कमजोर हों, पर मेरे हौसले बुलंद हैं. मेरे पैर भले ही रुकते हों, पर मेरे सपनों की गति अनंत है. मेरे शब्द चाहे मौन हो, मेरे इरादों में बल अनंत है. और इसी बल को हम सब लोग अगर बल दे दें, तो इस कॉन्फ्रेंस निश्चित सक्सेस होगी. थैंक यू.
I would like to request our honorable chief guest to kindly join us on the stage one more time, as I now call Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media Group, and Dr. Akshay Kumar, Director, Ask Insights, to facilitate our chief guest.
I just want to mention that the package you're holding is made by people with disabilities. Yes, they were small chai ke glasses painted by them, and also you'll be having some cupcakes made by people with disabilities.
By chance, let me add. This is how the kainat also works. I was going to buy these small glasses for tea. Really. I went to Sikkim. They gave me tea. They gave me a dispenser. That dispenser is put above a small glass and dispenses the tea itself. I didn't have glasses. So, thanks.
Thank you very much. Respected dignitaries, with this, we move on to the first panel discussion of the day. The topic at hand is understanding, hiring, and including neurodiversity. And as we begin with the first panel discussion of the day, I must once again inform you all about the topic at hand, understanding, hiring, and including neurodiversity. Respected dignitaries, let's welcome our panelist, Mr. Nish Parekh, co-founder and global CEO, Rangam. I must encourage everyone to bring up a very enthusiastic round of applause as we welcome our panelists. Let's welcome Mr. Sumit Agarwal, founder, PR Signal, DEI TEDx speaker, and SDG ambassador. Let's welcome Mr. Ashish Kapoor, Director, Talent, EY India. Joining us virtually for this particular panel is Ms. Khushbu Chabria, Diversity and Inclusion Program Manager, Neurodiversity Pathways. And to complete the panel, let's welcome the moderator. Please put your hands together for Dr. Akshay Kumar, Director, Ask Insights.
So good morning, everybody. Thank you, Honorable Chief Election Commissioner of India, Shri Rajiv Ji, Dr. Batra, Dr. Neeru Kumar, BW team, Ask Insights team, Dr. Prem, and our speakers, the backbone of today's summit, and our audience. So human beings have been living on this planet since millions of years. And yet it took us so long to reach to this state, where we are trying to include people with disability in mainstream. Itne saal kyun lag gaye? Millions of years. Par der aaye durust aaye. Right? So today, let's breathe this refreshing air in which we have collected here people, irrespective of their abilities, of their backgrounds, of their cultures, of their religions, breathing in the same air for the same cause. You will notice we have people from the government, from the corporate, from the nonprofits, and from all walks of life, speaking the same language today. And we will keep speaking and keep speaking till we won't need this mic anymore. So let's start this day with the very basics. How many of you knew that 1 in 5 people were neurodivergent? 1 in 5. It's just they don't disclose. And how many of you know that 1 in 10 people did not disclose that they were neurodivergent? Because neurodiversity is not just about mental retardation that you can see from your eyes. It's also about ADHD. It's also about learning disabilities. It's also about autism and many other neurodiverse phenomena that people may be having in their lives. So we have a very respected panel here, and let me introduce them. They have already been introduced, but I'll still introduce them as a hygiene. And before I do that, for people who are visually challenged, I am a 6'1", 6 feet 1 inch tall boy, wearing specs with a blue suit and a yellow tie, so that you can imagine me. And so I have with me Mr. Nish Parekh, co-founder and global CEO, Rangam. Welcome. I have Ms. Khushbu Chabria, who's with us online, Diversity and Inclusion Program Manager, Neurodiversity Pathways. We have Mr. Ashish Kapoor, Director, Ernst & Young, EY India. And we have Sumit Agarwal, who's founder of PR Signal, and he's the United Nations SDG Ambassador. So, with the very basics, Khushbu, you're online. Let's start with you. You're the subject matter expert in the field. Tell us, what does neurodiversity actually means and what comes under it, as a lot of our friends here might not even know about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can
So
we raise the volume,
neurodiversity.
please?
Sorry, it's fully raised. Can you hear me now?
Give us a second. Volume, please. Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay. So neurodiversity is a term coined by Judy Singer, who's an Australian sociologist, and she came up with the term in the late 1900s. And essentially, it refers to differences in how the brain functions, as well as brain variations regarding learning, sociability, mood, attention, as well as other mental functions. But before we talk about all the technical details about neurodiversity, I want to first start by saying that neurodiversity has always existed from the beginning of time. We wouldn't be in the society and have the technological advances, the medical advances, the research advances that we've had in our society if neurodivergent people didn't exist. When we look around the room, when we say 1 in 5 people is neurodivergent, that may be neurodivergent, right? And, when we walk around and look around the room or, just see the different variations in our physical characteristics, we can notice, some of us are tall. You said you're 6 feet tall. I'm a whole foot below that. We have people with different colored hair, different colored skin tone, different eyes. And that variability exists with our physical characteristics in so many different ways. And so we have to ask, why is it that we can't see that natural variability in brains and behavior functioning? And that's essentially what neurodiversity is, right? We all think about things in different way. We process information in different way. We solve problems in different ways. We think up ideas in different ways. And that is actually the beauty of diversity. So neurodiversity may be a term that you may or may not have heard before. And it includes a lot of different conditions like autism, ADHD, dyslexia, Tourette's, and so many other related conditions that are connected to neurodiversity. You can be born with a neurodiverse condition and get a diagnosis at an early age, or you can get a diagnosis later in age and you can acquire neurodiversity as well due to other disabilities. So it's everywhere. It exists in every aspect of our society. It's in every social sphere, every educational sphere, and it already exists in every workplace. So I'll start there and we can continue to build on that.
Thank you, Khushbu. Thank you. And what resonated with me was that everybody is different. Everybody thinks differently, whether neurodiverse or not, right? So what's the hesitation about? So Nish,
Absolutely.
let's come to thank you. So Nish, let's come to you. So you do a lot of work in placements of people with disability, isn't it? So I just want to know from you that is it easy to identify people with neurodiversity? That's one. And how easy is it to match their roles and jobs to match them with their exact work that they can do in organizations? Because a lot of our HR people here sitting in this room are hesitant to hire people with neurodiversity. So could you just give them a glimpse of how we can recognize them and then match them with apt roles?
So we just heard every individual, neurodiverse individual has a different abilities, different strength, and maybe some weaknesses. So I would say when we work with people, neurodiverse talent, we don't put them in a box. We don't put those limits that they will be able to do this job or that job. But we always consider what type of jobs out there where companies are considering. And then we go out and look for the talent and try to match their abilities and their strength with the job, right? So we call this, we screen in candidates versus screening out candidates. So if we start looking at your jobs and go out in the market, which is a typical method of recruiting or bringing in talent, this is not going to work. And that's where we see a lot of organizations are struggling. And that's when they ask, where do I go and find the talent? But remember, we heard 1 out of 5 is neurodiverse. So these people are all around us. They all exist. It's just a matter of, I would say, building that comfort, building that brand, start communicating with the society, with the community, with your partners, and say, hey, we are open to hire neurodiverse talent. And that's where EY and JP Morgan Chase and Accenture and Pfizer and J&J of this world, they have started doing this, and Microsoft and SAP, when they started doing that, automatically some of the talent, they are finding that, these organizations are open. And the key is, once you start communicating and going out and making those announcements and putting the efforts to create the right environment, this talent will automatically get attracted to your organization. So we don't have to look up, means there is no rocket science or not very, I would not say, rocket science, how to attract talent.
Wonderful what you said, that har jagah hai, they're all around us, isn't it? So koi bahana nahi hai कि हमें candidates नहीं मिलते, bahana आज से खत्म, right? So moving on to the next panel speaker, Ashish. So Ashish, you work at Ernst & Young, which is a big organization, national organization, one of the big fours. So and you have thousands of employees. And as now we know that there are 1 in 5 people who are neurodiverse. So in these thousands, I'm sure there would be pretty much a lot of people who would be neurodiverse. So tell me, is there a business case of hiring neurodiverse people? Is there a benefit to the organizations? क्यों करें ये सब लोग hire? क्या सिर्फ समाज सेवा है या फिर कुछ business case भी है?
Thanks, Akshay. First of all, of course, I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, BW and Ask Insight, for organizing this. I think very pertinent question, and I've always thought that first we have to segregate this entire neurodiversity hiring or the entire agenda from CSR. It's not CSR. There's a lot for the organizations to gain from. Talking about EY, of course, I've been with the firm for about 17 years. My initial awareness of be it PWD or neurodiversity was way back, I think 2008, 2009. We have this milestones programs that we organize in Amsterdam for new managers. All over, people from all over India who get promoted come in. And first time when I was there as a facilitator, I realized that, instead of a class of 30, I had 32 people. And I didn't really, it didn't make sense. And I was just trying to count why these extra 2 personnel. And eventually I realized that there was a person who had a disability in terms of hearing. And therefore there were 2 people who were there just to, for the signaling and and making sure that he's participating in the class through and through. So that sort of made me realize the sort of importance EY and organizations like EY put in when it comes to people with disability or neurodiverse population. Back in 2016, Akshay, EY started its first neurodiversity center of excellence. This was in US. We had about 100 odd people. There were 6 immediately that got open in US. And now nearly about 600 to 700 people work across countries in 19 locations, 8 countries. And the idea was very simple. We realized the strengths. We realized that there is this unique strength that people with neurodiversity come along. It could be their ability to focus. It could be their ability to continuously work on a particular interest area. And in the field of technology, in the field of forensic investigations, in the field of cyber, we realized the importance that these people, the entire generation was bringing in. That's where we've started, heavily, not just recruiting, building up these center of excellences. And I think now as an organization, we realize there's a huge business case.
There's a huge business case. Of course, we'll talk through the panel on it. But yes, I would say it's not corporate social responsibility. It's completely business relatable.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, and you said that you have a particular number of people, 300. Is that
About 600 now.
about 600?
Yeah.
But then we also know that there are 1 in 10 people who do not, disclose
Come
their
out.
neurodiversity. They don't come out. So there might be a lot more than just these.
That's true.
And there is a business case. Wonderful.
True.
So Sumit, let me open a debate. And the debate here is that a lot of people say that now we want to create an equitable society. So we don't want to make these people conscious that you're neurodiverse. So we'll not come and give you special assistance all the time, and we'll not come and check in on you all the time. We'll give you the appropriate facilities that you want and that you need also. And then once that setup is there, we will leave you to your own judgments so that you have autonomy to play. And the other side of the debate is that a lot of neurodiverse people need regular check-ins, regular mentorship, regular buddies to help them out. So on which side of this debate are you?
So the healthy thing to do about this is to find a middle ground, right? Because the two cases that you just spoke about are two extreme sides, right? One side needs extreme amount of mentorship, the other side needs a little bit of autonomy, right? But isn't it the case with everybody, not just people with disabilities? Like everybody has different requirements. Somebody needs a little more hand holding, somebody needs a little more autonomy. It's a case with everybody. It's just not with people with disabilities. I think when we look at people with disabilities, we tend to stress more on the labels, right? At one side, we are stressing that we need to give them accommodations. At one side, we are stressing that we need to give them special facilities. And the other side, we are talking about equity. Now, the healthy thing to do is to ask the person that this is the job role, this is the work, and what can you do when it comes to the execution of the work? Do you need help or do you not need help? The problem with most organizations is they have a standard set of procedure for every person with a disability. This is what is available. This is what will be given to you. You have to do it within this. That is where the problem lies. Standard setup for operations. That should not be the case. Every person with a disability has different needs, different requirements, right? For example, if you look at a job role, right? There is a job role for product listings on a website, right? So it can be even done by visually impaired people. Because you can always have hearing impaired people to look at the images and then communicate with visually impaired people and then divide the same job role between two people, right? And then divide up the salary accordingly.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sumit. And yeah, one thing that stood out for me from what you said was, and I'll rephrase it and just give it, rephrase it into one sentence, which is ask and don't assume, right? It's better to ask and not to assume for people. But there is one important thing that you also said, that a lot of organizations have standardized policies, and they try to fit in people into boxes of those facilities and policies and guidelines that they have. Now, Khushbu, coming to you, building upon this point, right? We can customize things, and let me play devil's advocate here. And my point here is not to play the devil's advocate. My intention here is to get out information from you that would help people. So how I would play the devil's advocate here is that this thing about customizing facilities for every employee works when the employee force is less in number. You can work around that. But if the employee force is 40,000, 50,000 people in an organization, how is it possible to customize these guidelines according to each individual? Wouldn't it be tough? And what is your view on it, that how can this challenge be addressed?
Absolutely. This is a really, really big question. So I'll take this piece by piece. So like we said, and I completely agree with Sumit, in just terms of, when you meet one person with a disability and you meet one neurodivergent person, you've only met that one person. You've only understood their strengths and their challenges. And when you meet a second person who's neurodivergent, it's going to be completely different. And so we're completely right in saying that it is very challenging to standardize processes for people who are neurodivergent. And for any huge organization, you know, a metaphor I've been using recently, it's kind of like turning the Titanic, right? It's really hard when you have such a big ship. Whereas if you're building an organization from the ground up, you can design with universal design, which is going to be supportive of people of all different backgrounds, all different identities. And that's much easier when you're building something from the ground up. However, I would say that the biggest accommodation that anyone can provide to a neurodivergent individual is a shift in their mindset, right? Because we can sit here and think about how many interview questions should we have? How should this interview be conducted? Should we do a phone screen or not? We can sit here and discuss all of those details. But if we are not working with the individual who's standing in front of us and really giving them a pathway to that career, then we're doing a huge disservice and we're losing out on a completely untapped talent pool that is just waiting out there and getting, you know, not getting any employment. You know, 18% of people with autism are employed in a community integrated setting. That's a very low amount, right? That is a lot of people that are unemployed. You know, and to highlight the story, I would like to mention another really amazing Indian person we know named Hari Srinivasan, who was one of 2 non-speaking autistic people who graduated from UC Berkeley. And just 20 years ago, his teachers, his doctors were saying that he should be institutionalized. Not only did he graduate from UC Berkeley using an assisted communication device, he's actually recently received a fellowship to get a PhD in neuropsychology. So, you know, this is, and in neuroscience, and really wanting to further the research of autism. And if we had just, you know, accounted this person as being someone who isn't going to really add anything to society, what a huge disservice we would have done, right? You know, in terms of processes, the issue that management faces is that many of them are not aware of neurodivergent traits. And a lot of these processes are not designed with neurodiversity in mind at all. In terms of the neurodivergent person, because they have differences in how they think and how they communicate, it makes it really challenging for them to navigate workplace social dynamics, to get through the job search and interview process. And many neurodivergent people have never been taught how to understand their needs or advocate for themselves. So instead of making it a process where someone has to beg and plead and build a case for an accommodation, if we just readily as organizations said, here are accommodations that are readily available to everyone, right? We're now being inclusive of women in the office. We're now being inclusive of people who may be, you know, speaking a different language. We're now being inclusive of someone who's an immigrant. And we just automatically create a lot more inclusivity when we work on that mindset and we include people for their abilities and accept them for their differences, no matter what they are, right? It's about working with that individual.
Thank you, Khushbu. And the power word here from what you said was shifting the mindset, and then things will happen on their own. Wonderful.
Mhm.
So, Nish, coming to you. Globally, Rangam has done a lot of work in the field, and you've traveled all the way from the US. That tells a lot about your commitment towards the field. By the way, that brings me to the point. It reminds me that we're happy to announce partnership between Rangam and Ask Insights, where we would be doing work together in India. So great partnering with you. So Nish, you've traveled all the way. What commitment? What is your personal story? Why are you committed to this work? What's your personal story? I mean, not everybody's working in this field.
That the driving force behind my and Rangam's personal stories, we celebrate every small success. We know that this is not a destination when we work with organization and when we set up those programs for disability hiring or neurodiversity programs, inclusion programs. It's a journey, it's a process. As Khushbu mentioned, it's how we leverage the the best practices and customize those processes. It takes years. For example, one of the customer, it took us 2 years to place first 15 people. This is a large global life science pharma company. And it's just so it is a journey, and that's what is driving me and the whole entire Rangam team. One of the other driving force is that the challenge we face as we started serving some of the customers in India, what we have started learning that they have a data bank of 20-30,000 individuals with disability. And when we are presenting these candidates, they're saying, hey, they already exist. And I said, wait. So there is some disconnect. An earlier question that where do we find? It's there in our database. It's not how, as Khushbu mentioned, with those processes are not utilizing these best practices of how we evaluate. And on a personal side, my journey started about in 2007 when I was talking to a friend like this conversation. He said, Nish, when our neurotypical children or children without disability, when they graduate from their high school, we all celebrate. So in US, high school graduation, even though it's not a big deal, but we celebrate after 12th. And the parents are sitting in the parking lot and they don't know what is going to happen next week, Monday morning, when there is no school bus at the door. And that time I didn't even know what autism is. I literally went on Google and search, and that's how the journey started. We started our journey with special needs education. We built a technology, we built and won $500,000 in prize from Verizon Innovations. And that was like a kind of an aha moment. And I said, wow, there is an opportunity to do something very creative, and there will be a huge social impact. And of course, there is a business growth. So that's how we started then working into employment. And we started merging this to our traditional staffing part of the business and this niche expertise in the neurodiversity and disability hiring started merging, and that became 1 + 1 = 2 in terms of equal to 11 in terms of innovation. So
Wonderful. Thank you, Nish. So Nish, वैसे इंडिया में भी हम 12th के बोर्ड के रिजल्ट सेलिब्रेट कर ही लेते हैं ऐसी बात
But when I was here, nobody celebrated my 12th graduation.
Restaurant तो चले जाते हैं खाना खाने. Never mind. Coming both, that was on the lighter side. So Ashish, you belong to the corporate world, and tell me, what is the most essential value that the corporate world should adopt to, make life more comfortable for not just neurodiverse people, but people with all disabilities. And secondly, like we have already discussed that you are working in a big corporate where there might be a few people with neurodivergent people around you. Do you have a couple of stories?
Sure. Thanks, Akshay. I think I wanted to pick up something that Nish mentioned in terms of innovation. And I think the first and foremost thing I will say for organizations is that understand that this is a real business opportunity, which is to drive innovation, which is around transformation and also value creation, overall. I think for organizations like us, it helps answer a lot of questions. One very pertinent question these days, where will the next set of talent come from? Why not? I mean, this is a huge pool, like you just mentioned. The other is, how do you start looking at the existing processes, existing deliveries on engagements differently? That's just one of the other ways. And of course, value creation, has an important role. Culturally, of course, it takes a lot for the organization to acclimatize or I would say build this into their DNA. That takes time. And I think that's what EVA has been doing for many, many years now, for sure. And just as Nish mentioned, starting from how do you attract talent, which is neurodiverse in nature first? How do you make sure that their onboarding orientation is not the same as it is for everybody else? How do you make that ecosystem of not just having one person, two people, but maybe hiring at least in a group where everybody could also share things with each other, share issues, share challenges. And I think the biggest now hiring pool is this set of people who are already there. Now for them, they are able to suggest, they are able to see and tell what changes should we make as an organization in our processes. And I think that's helping us. The bigger we're growing, the better it is becoming in terms of changing our processes and culture. But yeah, many personal stories. I mean, I remember way back, there's this very bright girl who came in and she was doing internship with us in tax. Fairly fine. Everything was fine and good. And she was doing her articleship actually. And then she came back, said that I would finish my chartered accountancy and come back and join EY. And that's when it happened. I think it was way back. There was this issue with some refined oil, edible oil, and I think it affected a lot of people. And that made her lose about 80% of her vision. Now, all of a sudden, from a bright college going girl, in a matter of a year, she was bedridden for about 4 or 5 months. She was back and she just wasn't sure what to do next. Thankfully, she had been interning with us for some time, and that's where we realized the potential and the value. Of course, for EY also at that point in time, I'm talking about way back. It was a change management that had to be done in terms of just getting softwares which would assist her, like JAWS and other softwares, making sure that people are aware. So a lot of those changes sort of had to be done to bring her now on board, and she's still there with us. It's been about 10+ years now. She's doing a great job. She's working back with the mobility team in tax and doing really well. So I think these are some of the stories which really make us feel and believe that this is the right way to go. And like I said, it's not CSR. I mean, it's business as usual. You have to treat this as one of the ways to grow business. Yeah.
Makes sense. So quickly, the last question for the day, Sumit. So you're a social media influencer. You have thousands of followers. And you're also, do inspirational speeches at IITs and IIMs. So what is your story? Just in 2 minutes, because we're running out of time.
Yeah. So I am not supposed to be alive today. I was born in 7 months. I couldn't wait for 9 months, so I was born in 7 months. So, and I was left with cerebral palsy. 30 schools rejected me. They said, we don't have a place for a person like you. I still don't understand what they will by a person like you, right? So my mother left her job, right? She was a successful lawyer, she left her job. She knocked on the doors of 31 schools. The 31st school was kind enough to accept me. I grew up isolated, deprived. I had zero friends. When I was in class 9, I discovered Orkut. That time there was scrapbook. There was no LinkedIn, there was no Facebook, there was no other social media, right? And I discovered that technology can break down barriers. So that is how even I started using social media. I made a lot of friends. After I did my MBA, I was rejected from 6 job interviews. After the 6th interview, I said, you can keep your job, I'll start my own agency, right? I will not become a taker from the society, I will become a giver to the society, right? And now I have clients all across the world. I manage their LinkedIn profiles, I handle their content, and I've got over 100 million views on LinkedIn. So that's what my story is. What I think from my story, what I think the HRs are doing wrong, or what the companies are doing wrong, is they're trying to operate in silos. A lot of companies are like, we will only hire locomotor disabilities. We will only hire visually impaired people. Why put them in boxes? Why not operate with all of them at once? I'll just do small exercise very fast, right? I'll take 1 more minute. Try to clap your hand with one finger. One finger, just one finger. Not happening. 2 fingers, 3 fingers, 4 fingers, 5 fingers. See, if you operate in silos, nothing is going to happen. If you just use one finger, nothing will happen. You have to give chance to all kinds of people.
Yeah, thank you. Very inspiring indeed. So let me end this panel by a thought for all of you, and which is there is no right way of thinking. There is no one right way of thinking. Everybody thinks and behaves differently, some more and some less. However, we should now wake up and optimize our systems and processes to mainstream everybody and integrate everybody so that everybody can thrive and be authentic to themselves in societies and in organizations. Thank you so much. Oh, of course. Yes. Oh, yes, we have questions. To this lady, we have a hands up here. Mic, please. Can we give her the mic?
Check.
Thank you so much, Ask Insight and Business World for coordinating such a wonderful event. I'm Namrata Dasmana, and I've been in corporate. I've served Indian Army for 15 years. And now I'm associated with BRICS Research Conference, and I do research on the economy of India, when all the kind of, world order is changing and all the things are being happening. Why I'm giving a little introduction, because my question is going to be with you, Ashish. My last paper, which is yet to get published in international publication, is about the strategic importance of microeconomics of India. I did the research with a lot of social entrepreneurs in India who are doing wonderful job. And I just said about one of the person who lost his sight. I got in touch with one of the person who is in Uttarakhand, and he lost his eyesight in US again because of all the kind of food which was available. And then he came back, he started his entrepreneurship journey, and he hires only and only impaired people and disabled people. And that's how he's progressing the Indian economy, by providing all the sustainable livelihood and salary to their people. I want to ask now, since you said that it's not a social responsibility, it's a business, of course, in corporate, dhandha chalta hai, I do agree. I wanted to ask, what is the salary structure and how much kind of equality in pay is given to our disabled people? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. I think I would just go back and correct my stance. What I was trying to say is that we have to differentiate thinking neurodiversity as corporate social responsibility. It's there for business benefit to hire diverse set of people. So it is advantageous to us. That's one. At EY, I can obviously talk about my organization at this time, but there's just no difference. It could be gender, it could be for transgenders, it could be neurodiverse people, it could be people with disability. As soon as you get assigned or aligned to a particular role or a level, there's no difference in pay at all. And I think that's the only way to go. I mean, my answer will be short, but that's the only way that is to go for all organizations. Not like Akshay mentioned, they're just everybody's different, and therefore everybody deserves the same pay for the work that they do based on the levels.
Thank you, Ashish. One more question, please. One more question before we move on to the next panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to the paucity of time, I believe
we have
one more question for now. Yes.
Yeah. So
could we please pass the mic to the lady?
Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much for the interesting discussion, and we've really enjoyed it a lot. I am Deeksha. I'm a part of the human resources team from Make My Trip, and I manage the DEI agenda there. So my question to you, panel, was that I understand that when we hire and we also want to be inclusive of all kind of disabilities, not just motor, not just visual, all kind of disabilities. But have you ever faced a challenge, because we have in the past, where in a common pool, let's say in a similar role, after a point, it's very difficult to give growth to such folks because of the role stagnancy that comes. Because when we give promotions, when we look at folks, we have to think of how much expansion in roles they've done over the past few years. What is your guidance and suggestion to overcome this barrier?
So who is this question for? Who?
Anyone.
Oh, why don't Nish, you go ahead, because you are, both of you can go.
Start with, yeah. Okay. I mean, just quickly to answer your question, I think one important thing which I couldn't add earlier was that employees who are not neurodiverse, I mean, or managers or counselors that they work back with have to be equally trained as well. That's when this entire glass ceiling concept of a particular role could only go up till here just because the person belongs to a particular category, that goes away. It's the same for everybody. I mean, it could be a transgender person from transgender community, a woman for that matter, who would probably take a break because of XYZ reason. Now this ceilings could come in for anyone. So I think the idea is that if everybody around is trained well enough, there's enough happening. We have this concept called purple champions, which basically people who also are well aware of the needs, stand by, they're not neurodiverse, they're not PWDs, but they stand by everybody who probably belong to that community and help them wherever possible in terms of leadership, growth, pipeline, everything. So I think that sort of is the way to go from my side.
Yeah, and similarly, when we set up these programs for these large global organizations, what we do is we build the concierge program and the mentor-mentee program. So based on the company's existing systems, we tie that with this so that they get ongoing support, and we call this we build a natural support system within the organization. So we are kind of reducing dependency of the job coaches or the external organizations like any NGOs for day-to-day support. So we are kind of reducing that, because when we work with large companies where they have a lot of compliances, we want to make sure that these individuals get their support from within the team, and which is very similar to EY model.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I thank all my panel members here and the audience for patiently listening to us. Thank you so much. We enjoyed ourselves.
Well, this panel discussion has been remarkable. Can I please request everyone to kindly join us up front for a group picture? And with the same, I'd like to request the moderator, Dr. Akshay Kumar, Director, Ask Insights, to present a small token of appreciation to our panelists.
Also, specially thank Khushbu, who has been up till the middle of the night. Is she logged off?
Thank you so much.
She's in US and she's been up till I don't know what late night.
It's almost midnight. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yes, Khushbu. Thank you so much, Khushbu. You can go to rest now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Respected dignitaries, with this we move on to the next panel discussion for the day. The topic at hand is the impact of allyship on intersectionality and inequity, themes that we do not discuss. Let's welcome our panelists. Give it up for Ms. Meha Grover, Director, Chief of Staff Officer of CEO, Associate General, Global Solutions Center. And as I introduce our panelists, I must request everyone to offer their loudest round of applause. I believe everyone here has taken out time from their schedule to grace the occasion, and we must appreciate it. Let's welcome Mr. Rakesh Prasad, AVP, HRIFS Indigo. Please welcome Ms. Ira Singhal, Special Secretary, Education, Arunachal Pradesh, Ministry of Education. Let's welcome Mr. Shiva Shailendran, Director, Regional Business Operations and Supply Growth, Uber India and South Asia. Please welcome Ms. Richa Singh, Vice President, HR, D&I and CSR, Max Life Insurance. And completing the panel, let's welcome the moderator. Give it up for Dr. Neeru Kumar, Founder and CEO, Ask Insights.
All right, let's get on to this very, very interesting topic. Actually, there are three very deep themes merged into one panel. This whole conference is happening in one day, and we didn't want to leave out a single theme, so we kind of mixed and matched everything together. And I'm sure my esteemed panelists here are going to bring out a very, very rich discussion. But before that, let's involve the audience a little bit. Who can tell us what is intersectionality? Anybody? Intersectionality in the area of diversity, equity, and inclusion? Okay, then this is going to be a very informative panel for you. Okay, who can just define quickly what is equity? We've been talking about equity since morning. Is it that you have hands here? Somebody give them a mic, please. Yes, intersectional. Go ahead. Did they get the mic? Yeah.
I think, ma'am, intersectionality is having belonging from multiple communities like the LGBTQ community and also having a disability. That might be intersectionality.
Yes, absolutely, Sumit. I can't see you, but I can hear and recognize your voice. You're absolutely right. The term intersectionality refers to someone having more than one element of diversity. For example, I have a triple whammy. I'm an Asian woman with a disability. So in the larger global context, it becomes a triple whammy. It can be anything. It can be a LGBTQ plus person having a disability, or any two or three combinations. Sometimes the second intersectional aspect develops later. It was not there earlier, but it develops later. It could be the aspect of aging or conditions related to aging. So that's intersectionality, and we're going to just talk about that in a bit. Equity, very quickly, Equity really means what we've been saying since morning, taking care of specific needs and also making up for the backlog of the past. See, when we discuss this whole theme, the thought of privilege comes up. So let me just do a very quick check here. How many of you are not worried that you're going to be singled out or harassed by the police? Please raise your hand. If you're not worried that you're going to be singled out or harassed by the police, please raise your hands. One hand only. Everybody else is worried about being harassed by the police. Not a good sign. Okay, how many of you don't have to worry how your hair looks if you're going for a next meeting or event? Okay, how many of you are liked by your local grocer, school or bank? How many of you are liked there? Yeah. How many of you, if you're going for a meeting, don't have to worry that there will be, it's on the second floor and whether there'll be a lift or not? How many of you don't have to worry who's going to make the dinner at night? How many of you don't have to worry that planning a family is going to impact your career? Yeah. So you see, with the number of hands, or whether you raise your hand or did not raise your hands, these are some of the things which show us that we all carry certain amount of privilege. I just told you I have a triple whammy, but I carry a lot of privilege. Nobody's a monolith. We have our own privileges, and that privilege then makes us reflect on our third topic for this panel, and that is allyship. How can we be an ally to others? We heard the story of the election commissioner of how he was an ally. So let's just start with our wonderful panelists and see what they have to say. I'll start with Meha. Meha, I know that at Society Generale, you have done a great deal of work in this area. You must be having employees with more than one aspect of diversity. How do you think that needs little special attention or not?
Thanks, Dr. Neeru, and thanks everyone for being here. You're right, Dr. Neeru. So we've done a lot of work in terms of, making sure we have an inclusive and equitable work environment for persons with disability. But at the same time, we have different streams, and these streams are all led by people from business, not by HR. So it's a business-led initiative. When I say persons with disability, me being chief of staff for the CEO, I lead persons with disability chapter. There's somebody from a business function who leads gender diversity. But what we also do is we make sure we connect together to see, is there something that can be done to bring a thing that can be useful to people across, right? Like, for example, you gave an example, right? We have women who have, say, a locomotive disability. We have people from LGBTQ plus who have a physical disability. But at the same time, and I was discussing this with Mridula, it's not easy and comfortable for people to come forward and talk about it when it's not visible, because most of the disabilities are invisible, right? People do not feel comfortable unless you make it safe for them. So what we really try and do is we have created a stream called inclusion, which works across these streams to make sure we do not neglect the aspect of intersectionality. Now, as we saw in the room, it's relatively a newer concept for people to comprehend, although it has been in existence. So the first thing that we are doing and making sure that people understand what intersectionality means, because it is very easy for people to see it in silos, in sections, rather than seeing it as a transversal. So the first and foremost, which will lay the foundation of ensuring that we do not miss out on this aspect, is awareness and sensitization. So we are doing that. Secondly, I think what is very important is that the policies that we define, and something that we have done and we are doing. And one of the great things that we have realized is, instead of we trying to define it, we go back to the communities and say, okay, tell us whether this makes sense or not, right? And of course, experts like yourself also help us guide, tell us that these are the things that make sense, that do not make sense. The fine line between sympathy and empathy, right? That's where the essence lies. So we try and create policies that are inclusive for different sections, and we create a transversal policy which covers intersectionality. I mean, these are smaller aspects, but the impact that they have is much larger. I mean, more than we can comprehend or we can really realize. Because you go back to the community and ask them, they'll tell you, yeah, this makes sense.
this is something that we were looking for. And I think that will make an impact. It's small things, it's not rocket science, but that's what makes a difference.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I just love the way you're talking about the transformational aspect and the small things, because we've been talking about since morning that maybe in this field, it's not one size fits all. You would have to go into the individual aspects and whether there are resources and teams available to check on that, and then finally titrate the exact need. So I had heard from Simrat that you're going to love Meha and that she's doing phenomenal work in this area. It just reflected through me, Meha.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Rakesh, at Indigo, I have to say this, that what really inspired me, I don't know how many years back when I saw this person on an electric wheelchair on the airport, Sandeep, on the airport floor. And I said, wow, this is powerful. Today I drive a mobility scooter. At that time, I was not using anything like this. And I thought it's so easy. Once you have an equipment like this, it's so easy to move around and do work and to normalize disability. So what role does an ally play in assimilation of PWDs into the company culture? Because somewhere along the line, for this to happen, there would have been leaders, there would have been other people who were allies.
That's Dr. Niru, who she spoke about, is Sandeep. And he also, I think, lifted 150 kgs, became the Paralympic champion in one of the categories. Well, that's about Sandeep. But in terms of allyship, I think even before getting there, we try to understand that what are the barriers for persons with disability. One of the primary barriers, what I see, is the attitudinal barrier, which in the society, in their eco space, what people face. And in one of the persons with disability national conference where I was sharing the stage with a person, and she happens to be the first Indian actress on a wheelchair. And so there is where we spoke about the fact that how does that lead to underconfidence of the persons with disability. And that's one of the main elements that we have encountered whenever we go ahead and interview persons with disability. My team member Suchita is there, and she takes care of all of that. So therefore, I think looking into that, what's important element in terms of allyship, I'm going to break it up into 3 stages. One of the stage that I'm going to put across is the pre-hire stage, or let's talk about the skilling stage. Skilling stage, there are a lot of NGOs, there are institutes who do these kind of skilling for persons with disability. But what is the important element is that they are not able to come and see how people work in the airport. I'm talking in context of the airport. So, so it's equally important for them to come and have an experience, a first-hand experience, at least to see how persons with disability are working. From there onwards, they gain a little bit of confidence and a little bit of self-esteem, which they go and polish up through their institutional instructors or facilitators. So that's something very recently we started, and we have done at least 2 of them in Bangalore, where one of the NGOs, they partnered with us, and we made arrangements for them to come inside the airport and make the persons with disability who are undergoing training see how it is possible for them to come and perform at various roles in the airport operation customer service department. When you check in, you see the people there all over the airport. That brought about a lot of confidence, that brought about a lot of conviction within the candidates. And we saw that when we interviewed them, almost about the percentage of success ratio doubled up. And therefore, I wanted to reflect upon the barriers of persons with disability even before I started talking about allyship. So that's at even before pre-hire, at the skilling stage. The next comes at the interview stage. See, one of the things somebody spoke about, the fine line between sympathy and empathy. I was a customer service trainer long ago, and somebody said, as a customer service, you should be able to say no, but add grace to it. So I was wondering, what does that mean? And unless and until I didn't experience it myself, or I discharged such kind of duties myself, what it actually means is that even if the person does not get selected, not basis the disabilities, but basis the competency, add grace to say no. the interview or the recruitment experience should be phenomenal. And that's what we give priority to every time that we interview any candidate. And that has somehow brought about the confidence of candidates because we very constantly or continuously keep checking, taking feedback from the NGOs and the institutes with whom we are tied up with to understand that how has the experience of the candidate been. And that gives us a lot of feed to keep correcting on some of the areas that we may have gone wrong. That's one way to look at it. So basically, I'm talking about the interview experience at the recruitment stage. That's allyship. Allyship at the stage when people come and join the organization. We put a lot of emphasis on assimilation program of anybody who joins the organization. And even before joining the organization, I think it's the first day. It's like my first day in school. You know, how do I feel? My parents leave me there, and then I'm feeling like an alienated person, extraterrestrial inside the school. And probably that's how the people they feel, because many of them would, as I said, the attitude barriers, they do not feel very comfortable. So to make them feel comfortable, we have something called a diversity, equity, inclusion champions. And these champions are across different geographies in our organization. We have handpicked them, people who have volunteered and not a forceful impounding of the roles and responsibilities. And therefore, that has worked really well for us. This is something that when we started this journey of DEI, spreading it across and making it very rampant, we already had a structure which was for the in-flight cabin crew, where they had something called a core lead structure, where there were these mentors and coaches for every newcomer who joins in, because of course people come from different geographies and they feel alienated. So we replicated that kind of a structure, and we have these DEI champions, which is currently working wonderfully well. And they go in and they are the responsible to ensure, they're like the guardians, and they're responsible to ensure that all the accessibility challenges are being taken care of. Like, for example, very recently, with the inclusion of these DEI champions and their inputs, we had a speech and hearing impaired person or a deaf and mute at the check-in counters, which was never possible. So that was, I think, a great success for all of us at Indigo, because we have never seen speech and hearing impaired standing at the check-in counters. And that became pretty successful. And then we started putting them at various different counters. So that's allyship. What's important, again, I just go back a little bit to the training side. At the training, we make them go through the entire training, not just some of the trainings that would help them be competent in certain roles. But we believe that they should be doing exactly like everybody else does, moving around at different roles and be very fungible themselves like any other employee. So that's the kind of empowerment, that's the kind of process that we have built in the organization for persons with disability. The last thing I would say is that in terms of their promotion, in terms of their life cycle phases, everything is as equal as anyone else. I think in the previous panel discussion, someone said that, the policies should be the same and they should not be discriminated. But what is important is required is the equity part, which I completely believe, because myself getting into this space of DEI, I otherwise lead HR for in-flight service. This is something that I do over and above my in-flight service responsibility. And I've realized that equity is extremely important. And one of the slides that we showcase in our training is that, I don't know, some of you might have seen that. It's a very interesting slide where you see, everybody, there are at least 7, 8 people have been given a cycle, okay? And they are finding it very difficult to ride the bicycle. But that's how we teach equity. When Dr. Neeru asked this question, I was wondering, oh, wish I could have bought that slide with me. And then there's another slide that showcases that everybody has a cycle, but a different kind of cycle. A cycle that Dr. Neeru has, a cycle that somebody else would have, a different kind of cycle that they can perform their roles very, very effectively.
Thank you. Thank you, Rakesh, for taking us. In such a short time, you took us through the entire talent management cycle. Thank you so much. And for the in-flight experience, I must tell you this, that Ira and I both are vouching for, in the jury meet, we were discussing this, we are vouching for a real changed experience in the last 3-4 years. When we used to travel Indigo about 3-4 years back, it was not as comfortable as it is today. Today, it is extremely streamlined, extremely comfortable. All right, so let's go to Shiva. Now, Uber is vast. We saw Uber video in the morning, and I mean, it could be really challenging. Excuse me for going off the script, I might ask anything that I feel the audience is going to like to hear right now. So it might be really difficult to implement policies and structures throughout the vastness of Uber for people with disabilities. Can you talk a bit on that?
Yeah, I think Uber is a very interesting company in this aspect because we are solving for inclusion of not just employees. We need to solve for inclusion of our customers. We need to solve for inclusion of our driver partners, right? We are a pure marketplace, right? So it's a commitment that we take very seriously, and we're just getting started on this journey, right? So I would, with utmost humility, agree that there's a long way for us to go here, and we're just getting started. Now, let me talk about our little bit about our consumers and our driver partners. Over the last many years, we have had multiple issues of our vehicles not being accommodative for people with disabilities. There have been instances where drivers have refused taking customers who had a wheelchair. And there have been instances where it's the other way around, where let's say in the US, we have had consumers who are vision impaired and used to have a pet. And then the drivers are allergic to pets, right? Now, how do you respect the drivers? There's a very different kind of an intersectionality that we're talking about, right? How do you ensure the preferences of both the driver partner and the consumers are taken care of, right? And needless to say, I think the responsibility for Uber here is for us to be the ally for our consumers and driver partners. And that's exactly what our CEO did. We actually formed a product equity team. It's a 30-member team sitting out of the US. And the only agenda for this team is to make sure that the platform is inclusive for all sorts of consumers and driver partners, right? And it's a long journey. In fact, I can tell examples of things that we have done. Like for people with disability, there are very few types of vehicles that are available on the platform. So what happens is when you book on demand, a lot of times these vehicles are not available. So what we did was we moved all of these requests to a reserve model. So you can actually request these vehicles ahead of time so that you don't have to face the uncertainty of whether you will get a vehicle or not, right? These are very minor changes, but it goes a very long way in ensuring that the platform is inclusive. And in India, I can give you a very typical example. I don't know how many of you know, we have a product called Uber Access in Bangalore, where we have around 40 to 50 wheelchair-enabled vehicles that are available for consumers to request. And till date, we have had more than thousands of consumers who have used the product. And we keep this product live. Our ambition is to take this product to multiple cities and then serve a larger segment of our consumer base. But this is, I think this is a very serious commitment and we don't take it lightly.
Thank you for telling me that. I didn't know. I was going to ask you that what about, you have Uber XL, but you don't have access. So you're telling us that in Bangalore, access has started. Wow, that is going to help me a lot. Thank you.
It's been there for a long time. I think we have not done a great job of talking about it. I think that's a lesson for us. But I think, for the best of my knowledge, it's been there for around 4 to 5 years now.
Does it come up in the app when you book a cab?
It does.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Richa, you have been a strong champion of DEI, not only in your present organization, but you were here at the Lalit earlier, and you've had an opportunity to see several people with disabilities, go through them, be an ally to them. Tell us some examples or stories of intersectionality that you have seen with BW.
Thank you, Dr. Neeru. And thank you for, recapping this, that I started my DEI journey in the very hotel that we are sitting. And while I was with the hotel, I used to think that we are not doing enough. But now that I've stepped out and I look back in retrospect, I can say with absolute certainty that the kind of work in DEI that the Lalit has done is commendable. So I think the hotel, the group deserves a round of applause. And, when we started, Dr. Neeru, it came actually from a place of pure love. One of our executive directors, Mr. Keshav Suri, very, very passionate about this whole agenda. And the idea was to mainstream. We were not looking at it as a subject of doing it as intersectionality or, doing for something for the people with disability. It was like opening doors and welcoming people, whoever is interested in working for the hospitality industry. Now, when we started working with people with disability, I realized that there is so much passion, sincerity, and hard work they bring to the table, which does a lot of things to the environment, right? It inspires other people, people who are able-bodied, right? A lot of us, including myself, get into this habit of, complaining about the work that we do after some point in time. We are not grateful enough. And I think when we look at people with disability around us, giving their 100%, it is a reminder to us to say that, there is so much that we need to learn from them. 20% of the population in our country suffers from disability. That disability they could be born with, they could acquire, it could be temporary, it could be permanent, right? And a lot of this population is invisible, right? We don't see it enough. We don't talk about it enough. And there needs to be a program in order to actively have representation from the community. Because representation matters. I think when we have people with disability working in the organization, like I said, it improves the culture of the organization. People become, more committed, more engaged. And I think we start looking at things differently. When we are designing products for customers, when we are designing policies for employees, we start looking at everything in a much more holistic manner. Yeah. So in our organization, and I work with Max Life now, we've had a number of people with disabilities working with us. And it's interesting to know the layers, right? We speak about intersectionality. We think they exist in silos, but they don't. So a woman with a disability, a woman who is already from a disadvantaged background, is further dealt a blow or a whammy, like you call it, and has a disability. An example like that exists in an organization who started at a particular level and has grown and has got a promotion year after year and is a role model for so many people, not only people with disability, but able-bodied people as well. And there are many such examples. And I think one of the things that our company does very well is listening to them, right? Because the needs and requirements, and that's why the concept of equity is so important. The needs and requirements for each one of them is so different and so unique that you can't just have a one-size-fits-all. Sometimes the needs are very, very small, and sometimes the need could be accessible software. Sometimes the need could be some little tweak in the facility, right, in infrastructure. So I think looking at each case with an individual lens is so important, because intersectionality, the aspect of equity, and knowing that all of our starting lines is not the same. We have to cover up for all of the backlog that has got accumulated with time, and giving them the opportunities that they so desperately needed in order to be successful. So these are the few things that we're doing at Max.
Thank you. Thank you. That was so powerful, Richa. Thank you. And building on Richa's point, Ira, that's you. That's your own lived experience of being a woman with a disability. Tell us a bit about that.
I think in India, if you're born as a woman, you're already at minus 10. And if you get a disability, you're at minus 100. So every new person that you meet, you have to convince them that you deserve an opportunity. It's not even that you deserve something more. It's simply about deserving an opportunity, deserving a voice, deserving of the chance to show that you're capable. The world automatically looks at you, decides you're a girl, so you obviously don't know anything, and then you're a girl with a disability. You're not even allowed to speak up and put your point across, or to show that you can do something. I was actually one of the lucky ones in the corporate sector, and I think that comes from the fact that in the corporate sector, people more look at your abilities more than anything else. So if you can show that you can do something, the chance does come to you. It might come to you slower or later, but it does come to you. So my experience in the corporate was actually better than it was in the government. Yeah, and one thing that in government, there is a mandate to be inclusive and to be, give everybody a chance. I was, just for the people who don't know, I was rejected thrice in the civil services exam, basis my disability, saying that we are not willing to accept this disability. And the only service that I was eligible for is the IAS, where I am currently. I had to go to court to fight it. I was initially eligible for 3 attempts, 3 consecutive attempts in IRS and all the other services as well. But all of them refused, and I had to go to court to get an order saying that if if she can work, then you should give her the job. And I finally gave the exam one more time because even if the court order came, they would still delaying the joining, still delaying giving the actual role. So I gave the exam and I got into the IAS. But that attitude of, thinking that people with disability automatically defining their abilities as disabled means you are incapable of everything. That attitude affects all our lives continuously, and especially for women a lot more, because women in our society are anyways supposed to take a back seat and to not demand anything for yourself, or even which might just be demanding something that you deserve, something which is as simple as an equal right to be present. And on top of that, if you're a girl with disability, the world is not comfortable with you wanting an equal space. So it's been a journey of having to convince every new person that I meet again that at least give me that chance, give me that opportunity where I can show you what I can do. And I'm not even saying give me something that I don't deserve. And I think that's been the experience of almost all women here in some way or the other. But if you're a woman with disability, that just gets added on.
Oh my God, the right to even exist. My goodness, that was powerful, Ira. And by the way, Ira has been an achiever. You were the topper in your batch, Ira?
Yes, I'm IAS rank 1 and I'm also UPSC rank 1.
And when such a person has to prove, like you say, every time, each time, you still have to fight a battle. You still have to prove how much. That really tells us that there is a whole lot of untapped talent lying in the people with disabilities. You had the courage to fight it through. Many may not have had the courage to fight it through.
The best, the thing is that in my mind, I always knew that I was capable.
Yeah.
Most children with disability have been brought up to believe they're incapable.
Correct.
So, even with the positive mindset that I was brought up with, where my disability in my household was never made into an issue. It was just a part of who I was. It didn't define who I was. Even with that, I could get here. But for all of those people who have been convinced by their families in childhood that there is something wrong with you, for them, it becomes much more tougher. For them, it becomes so much more difficult to even ask or even imagine that they deserve a space.
I know. Wow, wow. So profound, Ira. Thank you so much. And building on what Ira just spoke about, the competencies, Meha, what should organizations do? Well, even if it is because of a limiting belief. Let's say, like Ira said, there might be some people who have a limiting belief about not being good enough because that's the message they received in childhood. And that actually then becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy and turns into reality in some way for some people. What can organizations do to upskill people with disabilities?
I think that's a very, very important aspect, and it begins even before people join organizations. So as an organization, what we're trying to explore is to see if we can tie up with campuses and even schools to make them corporate ready, especially for colleges that specialize in training persons with disability. So we're trying to evaluate that. We've identified a few colleges. We are tying up with a few NGOs who master in this to ensure that people with disability, the moment they step out of college, they're corporate ready. That's number one. Number two, while upskilling and reskilling is a very, very common program in most organizations, it is important to understand that, there are specific needs. And like you yourself mentioned, it's not one size fits all. There are specific needs for making sure that the upskilling, reskilling platform is accessible. Having that platform being accessible in one form or the other, having accessibility widgets or having a sign language interpreter, making it available and accessible to all is the second most important thing. And that's something that we're doing in our organization. We make sure there is a sign language interpreter for all meetings, all town halls, all conversations around your job, any conversation that you have to have. We have sign language modules which people can avail on demand. So like any other language, we're a French bank, we learn French, and similarly, we encourage people to learn sign language. So that's available on demand. We have also introduced in conjunction with NASSCOM something called the financial sign language, which is available for the ecosystem to adopt. And I think that's one element that will play a very important role. And I think Sumit had mentioned that we exist in silos. Today, if all organizations come together and work on the subject together, there are so many things and that we can work on it and have a larger impact. So for that, we launched our flagship program called Connexion, which brings organizations together, which, where we ask for people to come forward for mentorship and say, you will dedicate X amount of your time to mentor people with disability. Have a career fair for people with disability. So these are small things, but it's, about having that impact. Having a siloed impact, like, clapping with one finger, two fingers doesn't have that impact as you clap with all the 5 fingers put together. So that's one thing that we are trying to do. And I think all of us sitting here and in the audience, maybe if we can just try and see if we can work together on, it doesn't have to be a big fancy initiative. It can be the smallest of initiative of maybe collaborating with one college and saying we'll help them be corporate ready, or having career fairs together to ensure that people who are ready can be given job opportunities, or dedicating our time for mentorship guidance, because the guidance and coaching that's needed for persons with disability is also a little more nuanced, right? It's not a generic cape that a person can wear and say, okay, you know what, I can be a coach there. No, you need to have certain nuances for that. So if we can dedicate some time, come together and work on this together, I think we'll have a larger impact. So for me, I think that's important.
Wow. Yes, Shiva.
Sorry, I would like to add a few points to the thought on what can corporates do differently, right? I think the fundamental belief is there is just one way to do a job right. But the reality is there is more than one way to do a job perfectly. It's just that organizations are lazy to figure out and explore the other ways in which a person can do the same job, right? Very classical examples. We never thought a disabled person could be an Uber driver, but we actually had a driver in Ahmedabad, one Mr. Bukesh Bharati. He's physically disabled. He does not have, he has locomotor disabilities. He modified a car by himself and then became an Uber driver. And he's been driving with us for 6 years. He's done more than 10,000 trips on Uber and he's still active on Uber. Right? It was a realization for us that this is even doable, right? We had for some reason thought it's not possible, right? But it's actually possible. We just did not take the effort to reimagine how that work could be done, right? And in my past life, I was in the e-commerce space, and logistics is typically considered as a male-heavy profession and not for people with physical disabilities. But it took effort to create a logistics hub where 100% of the employees were people with disabilities. Obviously, it required rethinking every activity, but it's doable, right? Like it just needs effort to do that. So to your question, I think corporates need to have a fundamental mind shift that it is possible. Others are also normal, just that you need to look at the work from their perspective and then give them the opportunity to do it versus giving a very blanket rejection that you're not fit for this particular job.
Yes, in fact, I hear it a lot. People will say, given our industry, we can have only people with locomotor disorders, or we can have only people with visual challenges. They have a limitation in their own mind that it's not possible in our industry.
And
So this is something that I've been actually thinking about, and I've been working with a lot of people on this. I think an easier route is if, we go back to how management studies started, wherein division of labor was done. So if we can define each job in terms of the abilities required, which would be mental and physical abilities, that automatically eliminates the idea of disability, because every job, so suppose this job requires you to move from point A to point B. If you are able to move, whether it is through an assistive device, you can get that job. But what everybody does is they think of disability and then define the roles. Instead of that, if we start looking at it from the ability perspective, what do I need a person to be able to do this job? Instead of thinking what can a disabled person do this, we just think of each job in terms of what are the physical and the mental abilities required for each of these jobs. We will instantly be able to hire everybody for almost everything, because with assistive technologies, most people will be then automatically eligible for everything. So that mental barrier of us going on the opposite side of taking a person with disability and then deciding is what do I do with this person, or do I want a disabled person on. Let's look at it from ability matrix. What all abilities do I require for each of these things, and automatically everybody who's a person with disability becomes able.
Fantastic. It does remind me that when I was 17 years old, there were no automatic cars at that time. And my father said, let's learn driving. I said, how can I do that? I can't operate my left foot at all. And he would wake me up at 5 o'clock in the morning and say, okay, let's learn the steering. I thought he was the most cruel father. And I was really sulky about it. But then we did make a device where we joined the brake and the clutch with a lever. And I was operating both with one foot, the front and back. And then there was Saran Motors here, and we gave that device to many more people. So innovation can be done. Solutions can be found. Limitations are perhaps, especially in today's day of technology, limitations are perhaps more in the mind. And Siva brought out that point so beautifully, that a Uber driver with a physical disability, maybe 1 or 2 years back, would have been something unheard of. But it is very possible if there is a willingness to do so. I know I see a big times up there, but two people who have not had a chance to speak the second time, I'm going to ask them just two minutes each. Rakesh, I'll let you speak anything that you want.
I'm definitely not going to pick up LGBT topic here. So one of the things that I wanted to say is that while we were talking about accessibility, and Dr. Neer, you said that, we should be open to allowing them to work in any role which is available. Some of the things that we also realized, we came with that mindset that, okay, but then when we did the accessibility audit in the airport operation customer services roles, because there are a lot of infrastructural challenges that we see. People who work at the ramp side where the aircraft comes and, the open, we call the air side. There are a lot of these buses, coaches that they keep moving around. So that could be a place where a person who's deaf and mute might not be conducive for that person, considering the safety factors. And but importantly, what we saw is that after these people started getting trained on all the various roles at the training center during their initial training, all of them wanted to be fungible in various different roles that existed in the organization. And some of them took their own initiative to create something or the other in their own space. And when they went out and delivered this into the customers, we had gotten some great tweets by our passengers, and that became an exceptional, because that's when passengers started realizing that, oh, in an India-based airline, how is it possible that it is now possible that deaf and mute people are checking in the customers? Because when you check in, you will say, if you have extra baggage, if you have a window seat, aisle seat, whatever you want. So how do you communicate with them? So, and that's what they are doing now phenomenally well. So, but I think there would be some infrastructural challenges, and that is something that probably is one of the biggest barrier I see at today's time, especially for a locomotor disability. And that's what in the national conference also, when I was there, this person who happens to be the first lady actress on a wheelchair. She said, you know, I live in US, but when I came to India, these are the problems that I face. You go to a mall, you don't have a ramp, you go to some place, and then they say, come in. So how do I come in? I don't have a ramp. Yeah. So those are some of the challenges that you all the time see, and that's, I think, something is truly bothering. Though government has come up with the Rights of Person with Disability Act in 2016 and so on and so forth, things are evolving. But somebody spoke about mindset. I think that mind shift is very important to change the affirmation, change the belief system. I think that needs everybody to do a collaborative effort. I'm very glad to hear from you that you all have created some sort of an organization, some sort of a group which invites people to come and be a mentor. I'll be very happy to participate, and we can definitely collaborate together to create an even better space for persons with disability.
Fantastic, fantastic. Collaboration, not working in silos, but collaborating together for better inclusion. It's happened right here in front of us. Fantastic. Richa, I'll let you say whatever you want.
So Dr. Neeru, at Max Life, we say that for our people with disability, their ability is stronger than their disability. And that's what we want to build on, and that's what we want to celebrate. And to Ira's point, you know, that if we start listing out what are the abilities that are required to do this job, I think, Ira, a very important aspect there is when we say that there is no voice at the table. You know, a person is not goading them to think differently. I will continue to think the way I have thought all my life because it's my blind spot, right? I go to a mall and I do what, you know, what I have won there, and I come back. I don't even think that whether there's a ramp or not because I don't need it, right? So hence having a voice at the table is so important, and that's why representation. And I think one of the things why there is such little amount of talk on this, Dr. Neeru, for a lot of companies, when we talk about diversity, we're still only talking about women, right? We're not talking about disability. We still look at it with a lens of sympathy and charity, right? And that's why, you know, a lot of CSR initiatives around this this stream of diversity. But I think it's extremely important that we all start looking at it, because every time I've interacted with a person with disability, I've realized that the way they think, the way they approach the problem is diametrically different from how I would have thought about. And that is what makes the business more agile and more innovative. I mean, so many of our technological developments have happened only because they were initially thought about for people with disability. All of us today use that text to speech and that function on our phones. It was only devised for people with disability. You know, my son, who's 14 years old, does not type anything on Google. He just speaks in it. Imagine. So we all move forward when we take everyone with us. And I think that's the closing message.
So beautifully said. You know, on a closing note, I'll just say this, that there are people who don't still feel safe on coming out with their disability or their intersectionality or lack of equity. They need allies to help them get that psychological safety and create the space for them, either to talk about their primary disability or even the intersectionality part of it. I was coaching a woman with a disability, and she told me that she has a severe condition of the urinary bladder. She says, I get excruciating pain every 45 minutes and I have to catheterize myself and go to the restroom. I said, 45 minutes, what do you do at night? She says, I get up. I said, what do you do in the office? She says, I hide my pain. I don't let anyone know that I have this condition too. And then she begged me, Dr. Neeru, please don't tell them. I said, why? She said, they're going to think I'm a nuisance. I'm a woman with a disability. And now I have a third thing. Who's going to like me? Who's going to keep me? This is not the kind of environment or culture we want to create. We want to create that space where there are allies and psychological safety. And you know what? Each one of you can be that ally. It doesn't have to be a badge meant only for a few select people or who are leading DEI. Each person can today, right now, decide that they want to be an ally. If this panel leaves you with this message, I think it's a great time spent together. I don't think we have time for question answers because otherwise the MC and the organization team is going to say, you go home now. They're not going to let me sit through the rest of the day. So we'll take that offline. The speakers are going to be around for some time. You can connect with them and ask them questions, especially during lunch. And I will tell you this, we have a phenomenal presentation and dance performance with people of disabilities after lunch. If you missed that, you would have missed something. So stay the whole day. You'll get a chance to speak to the speakers and you'll get to see have some phenomenal experiences. Thank you.
Well, I believe that is the beauty of the summit, wherein we get a chance to connect with people and to add on to our pool of knowledge. Thank you so very much for such an amazing panel discussion. Can I please request everyone to kindly join us up front for a group picture? And with the same, I'd like to request Dr. Neeru Kumar, founder and CEO, Ask Insights, along with Mr. Talis Rizvi, Director, BW People, to kindly felicitate our panelists. Well, we love to commemorate beautiful moments. How about a close-up smile? Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring up a very enthusiastic round of applause for this lovely, lovely panel. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Well, I do not exactly remember who wrote it or said it, but I do remember that whatever I'm about to tell you, left an impact on me. It says that the beauty of being a human lies in human contact, in connecting. And on that note, let's move on to the next discussion. For the keynote address, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Ritika Kullar, Head of Diversity, Equity and Inclusion at Uber for Asia Pacific.
Thank you so much. Am I audible? Thank you. It's an honor to speak after the panel discussion that just happened. And there's little that anybody can add to the wealth of information that was shared in that panel. But I do want to share something from my experience leading this work for some time now. At Uber, we pride ourselves in saying that we are reimagining how the world moves for the better. And when we say that, when we are doing this reimagining, I want you to know that diversity, equity, and inclusion has a seat at the table to make sure that minoritized groups are at front and center. Their needs are front and center of everything that we do. So when I talk to you today, I'm going to talk to you about three things. Firstly, how do you know that disability inclusion is a conversation that's important to your organization today, irrespective of where you are in your inclusion journey. Second, I'm going to talk to you about how you, as leaders, can think differently to make sure that there is representation of people with disabilities in your organization. And lastly, I'm going to leave you with a story and perhaps a positive provocation for you. So let me start with, how do I know for a fact that this is a conversation that's important for all of us, irrespective of our evolution, irrespective of our DEI maturity? 16% of the world's population today lives with a disability. However, when we look at our organizations, people with disabilities are severely underrepresented. Not only that, if your organization has ever made an attempt to roll out a global self-ID survey, you will see that this is a question that's mostly left unanswered. We have created organizations where it's unsafe to self-identify as a person with disability. And while you see that I'm in a cast today, I also have two invisible disabilities that I was so afraid to come out with. So we've created work cultures that celebrate overwork, that celebrate unhealthy expectations around availability, around visibility, and harmful attitudes towards sick leave and downtime. Leaders, I want you to know that even if you haven't actively, currently sought to hire people with disabilities, they're already there. You already have people in your organization who have a disability, and it could be an invisible disability, and they feel afraid to come out. Also, a disability can be acquired at any point of time in a person's life, and it could be permanent, it could be temporary. And your organization does need to prepare for that. And lastly, as we engage with an aging population, which is a reality in the Asian markets today, and we know that aging brings its own set of disabilities. It could be locomotive, it could be vision, it could be hearing, it could be neurodegenerative. And disability inclusion in that sense is really the work of future-proofing your organization and nothing less. Now, what role can you play? How can you think differently to ensure that people with disabilities are represented in your organization? Based on my work, and I'm going to be very real about it, mostly the first question that I hear from leaders in safe spaces is that, can we do this work without lowering the hiring bar? And when you hear that, I just want you to take a moment to think about, is this based on an assumption that certain aspects of your identity only correlate with merit and with competence? Secondly, it overlooks the multitude of barriers and inequities that people with disabilities face that exclude them from the very beginning from systems of education, of exposure that we had when we were growing up, and also certain life experiences that come attached with the valence that we attach when we are hiring people. It's also based on a fallacy that we have an objective merit bar. I have not worked in a single organization that has a very objective merit bar. We have proxies. In reality, we look for leadership competence. And in the leadership competence, we actually deny opportunities to people who might deserve it. If my physical appearance, the minute I walk into a room, evokes sympathy, and that has been my consistent life experience, how do I live up to your definition of executive presence? If the response to my disability is met with tentativeness, discomfort, and my sheer presence is enough to evoke that, how do I live up to your definition of being a go-getter, somebody who grabs opportunities and just goes after them? When every so-called opportunity that comes my way needs a follow-up on whether or not it's accessible to somebody like me, how do you expect me to naturally exude a confidence to command a room? So think about that when you're hiring for people and you're looking for leadership competencies. Lastly, I'm going to leave you with a story, and that story is about this caste and how I got it. I had an accident recently. We were in Hyderabad. The wonderful Aparna is here, who had led a program to hire students with disabilities as part of our She++ program in Uber. I had an accident, it needed surgery, and it's a recovery time of a minimum of 1 month. For the first time in my 19-year-long career journey, I felt what support really meant. My first thought of gratitude was that if this is the experience that life had to throw at me, it could not have chosen a better time. Because as someone who is so committed to my career, and as someone who is really invested in my career growth, this was a place I knew that I am acknowledged, I'm appreciated, and I still will be rewarded for my competence and impact, and that I'm seen and valued for that, and that I continue to be an asset to my team and my organization. If I can leave you with one provocation, if I can leave you with one reflection, just think if you are creating that kind of an environment for your people, that when they actually need that support, they feel happy that this is the place that they had to go through an experience like this. Thank you so much.
That was quick and crisp. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next panel discussion for the day. The topic at hand is hiring and engaging people with hearing and visual disabilities. Let's welcome our panelist. Please welcome Ms. Madhu Bala Sharma, Senior DEI Business Partner, International Markets, Amazon. A round of applause for the lady, perhaps. Let's welcome Ms. Aradhana Lal, Senior Vice President, Sustainability and ESG, Lemon Tree Hotels Limited. Ms. Anupama Singh, Vice President, HR, Concentrics. Mr. Rahul Gupta, Co-Managing Partner and Founder, Value Able Capital. Thank you, four people. Thank you for the round of applause. Up next, please welcome Ms. Manisha Kumari, Front Office, The Lalit. And completing this panel, let's welcome the moderator. Please welcome Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World. Let's welcome our panelist, Dr. Akshay Kumar, Director, Ask Insights.
We're waiting for Ruhail.
Well, I'm considering the lack of applauses around here as we do not see the certain gentleman. So let's see how enthusiastic and excited our audience is. I believe it's not that much of a difficult task to ask.
So never mind, as Rohel joins us, let's start the conversation. And I'm very happy to introduce the panel members. Thank you all for being here. You've already been introduced, so I'll not, take extra time on that. Before we start this session, let me ask you, how many of you wear specs? And how many of you consider yourselves as a person having a disability? People who wear specs, I'm just asking them that wearing specs, do you consider that as a disability? Not a lot, only one or two, isn't it? Which means, and by definition, anything is a disability if that is an aberration, which is if it is different from something normal that exists, and if you need a special aid for your accessibility, which is the specs for you, which by definition means that you are disabled. However, the point being that having these specs is so streamlined, has come into such ease of accessibility that it's no longer even considered as a disability because itna aasan hai, specs le liya aur sab kuch normal lag raha hai ab. If this can happen to us, why can't it happen for other forms of disability? We need to reach at a place where all such disabilities get that platform and that ease of accessibility that they don't even think कि हमारे को कुछ एक्स्ट्रा प्रॉब्लम है क्योंकि अब इतना आसान हो चुका है हमारे लिए सब कुछ, जैसे हम सबको लगता है जिनके पास स्पेक्स हैं. So that's the place where we should reach one day, and I really hope that day comes soon. So my first question to Anupama. Anupama, what role does the organization culture play in improving this inclusion of people with disability in organizations? Because we've heard so much about organizational culture since morning, and we have heard about empathy, we have heard about change and the mind shift, but everybody has a different mind. Then how would you streamline such an organizational culture with people of different beliefs, different mindsets, different cultures, different ideologies? What do you think?
Thank you. So great question, Akshay. See, I think anything, whether it's disability, efforts towards disability or anything else, really requires an ecosystem and a way for it to be sustainable. So it's not sort of a flash in the pan, right? And organization culture, if you ask me, plays a very, very important role because it is not just about hiring people with disabilities. It is the interaction that they go through on a day-on-day basis. It's not just the programs that we introduce, but how those are implemented in word and in spirit. And for that to happen, every person in the organization needs to be conscious of what's happening. Everyone needs to participate in what's happening because that's how you sort of create an ecosystem around you that works. So, a small example. Very recently, last year, we did a hiring drive, and traditionally we've had a lot of people with orthopedic disabilities that we hired. But this time around, we had a lot of people that we were hiring with hearing impairment as an example. And we recognize that while the intent is there and while we are hiring them, on a day-on-day basis, how will they sustain? How will they make sure that they feel a part of the organization on an everyday basis? So we said, okay, we will get sign language trainers, but we obviously will not have sign language trainers in every part of the organization. So we ran a program. We asked our staff across, do you want to learn sign language? Whether you have someone in your team or not, do you want to put up your hand and be part of the ecosystem that empowers and enables staff to be there? And we were surprised at how many people put their hand up. And we said, okay, let's go ahead. Similarly, when we're talking about, let's say, visual disability, you may not be impacted directly, but should you be in the know-how of, let's say, the assistive tools that are available, really be able to reach out and help someone who needs it. So I think if we can do small things to really make this as part of the DNA of the organization, that's how we really see it progress. And that's how we see the environment be such which allows, our colleagues with disabilities to thrive.
Wonderful. So doing small things and not waiting for something big to happen is the key, isn't it? That's what the organizational culture probably is all about. I was a while back, I was a professor, a tenured professor at the University of East London. I was based in the UK before I moved back to India. And in the area of diversity, equity, inclusion, what we have seen is that India is moving at a very, very fast rate, very, very fast speed when we talk about gender. And even we are probably much ahead than the West, because I've stayed in the West, I've worked in organizations in the West, and I've seen that the work that we're doing in the field of gender is much faster than what's happening in the West. However, when we talk about disability, we are very, very far behind than them. So I don't know the reason. Let me ask Madhu. No, Aradhana, sorry. Let me ask Aradhana that Aradhana, in a lot of organizations, what we hear is that we are ready to hire people with locomotor disabilities because we can manage them. But this profile of people having of visually and speech impaired people might not work for us. What do you think? Are there any challenges around that, and how have you managed it in your hotels? Because Lemon Tree has set a benchmark much before a lot of other organizations started doing work in this area. The world knows what Lemon Tree is doing in this sphere. So please.
Thank you so much. Actually, it's true. And you spoke about UK. So I want to give you a small example before I answer your question. There is a best practice sharing activity that Lemon Tree has been doing with the UK, with Glasgow specifically, a college there, where we're talking about how we're including people with disability in the workplace. And it's part of our HR strategy. So it's incredible that while the UK may be ahead with respect to accessibility and education and healthcare for a person with disability, they are actually not ahead when it comes to employment. And that is something that they acknowledge every time we interact with them. In fact, we have to go again in a few months after a gap of COVID. And it's pretty incredible. And their earlier First Minister and Deputy First Minister, the government just changed recently. They both have interacted with Lemon Tree, one in India and one in UK. Where they've understood our story and they've told that college that, listen, please make sure that many other hotel companies in the UK and even others like retail and so on are able to interact and understand this piece of work. So it's something to just think about that, while it appears that we are not ahead, and it's true with respect to accessibility and education and healthcare, it's not true for employment. Coming to the Lemon Tree piece around speech and hearing impaired and people with low vision, we started this journey 16 years ago, and it was a pilot. It was an experiment with deaf colleagues. After 2 years, when we were about 25 deaf colleagues in roughly 5 locations, an evaluation was done to understand how is this working. And the evidence was very clear. It was a small group of people, but the evidence was very clear that once you train them well, once they understand their tasks, they are able to participate just as any other hearing person would participate. They need to be able to get the standard operating procedures very clear in their mind. So there is a lot of work we do around training. I'll touch upon that later. So one of the decisions that was made in that evaluation after 2 years was that this will be part of our business model, hiring a person with disability, specifically speech and hearing impaired, low vision, and even intellectual disability, autism, everything. And it's been now 16 years, and that's what we do. So as a company today, we stand at about 10 to 12% people who are opportunity deprived in some way. This includes either a person with disability or a person from an economically and socially marginalized background. And it's true across the group. We have now 88 hotels in 54 destinations. It's taking place everywhere. And what we have been able to do successfully, in fact, you just mentioned it, Anupama, is to build the culture and to build the DNA around it, which is, it starts at the very top. It will start from the person who heads the organization. It will cascade down to all other CXOs or leaders. This is not the agenda alone of a person who heads diversity or of the CHRO. It is the agenda of the organization. So whether you are the operations head, sales head, marketing head, finance head, housekeeping, food and beverage, since we're a hotel company, any of these verticals is yours. You are executing inclusion in your vertical. It's taking place across hotels. So as a leader of that function, you must understand and believe in the reasons why we hire. There is actually a huge business sense to this. You get better results by way of engagement. You get lesser attrition. You get a different kind of way of looking at things. Sometimes we've noticed in restaurants, if it's very busy and we have a whole lot of speech and hearing impaired team members there, customers will actually look out for the person because they wear a certain kind of a badge like this. They will look out for that person because they know he will spot them more easily. So they cannot hear, but visually they are just quicker than a person who's hearing. And it's no fault of a person who's hearing. It's just the way that it occurs, right? They've trained themselves. So imagine our guests have understood that if I keep my eyes trained on that guy and I do like this, very quickly he'll arrive. So that's really amazing. Many more examples, but I wanted to give one. Thank you.
Wonderful, very well spoken. And like you said, it comes from the top down. And I think that's a very, very important message that we, keep on harping about in all. And it also has become a cliche, but still we need to keep on harping about it for all DEI work. The top down is the most important approach to follow rather than just the HR doing the agenda. Coming on to you, Madhu. Madhu, you work for Amazon. Just wanted to know, how has your experience been at Amazon? Looks like it probably with my interaction with you, it has been quite a comfortable ride for you at Amazon. However, do you think that if it would have been any other organization, it would have been difficult? And just we had discussed that sign language is also like any other language. It's like learning French or Spanish. And if we can be trained into learning French and Spanish, we can be trained into learning sign language too. Is learning sign language an important agenda at Amazon? And how has your experience been?
Sure. So before I start, can I get a round of applause from everyone? So I know where you all are sitting. Thank you. You see, before I share anything, I get an applause. Thank you so much. You're so kind and such a fantastic audience. And the other round of applause that I want all of you. So I'll just be off mic for a second. Here is where I am. For those who cannot see me, those of you are blind, you know where the stage is. Because speakers are really, really deceptive. धोखा कर देते हैं. आवाज कहीं से आती है और हम blind लोग उस direction में देखते रहते हैं जहां पर speaker होता नहीं है. So just for those people's benefit. The third thing that I want to share is for you to give a round of applause. There's the sign language technique, and I'm not 100% sure, but I'll still try to. When we give a round of applause in sign language, we wave like. So that's the indication that's Aradhana, please do correct me or model it if I did anything wrong. The added applause will be when you wave like this, add snapping, that becomes accessible sign language applause, which is. So that's a little bit of a learning and an inclusive tip where you're including those who are deaf and hard of hearing and also visually impaired. Otherwise, if you do the clap only for hearing or deaf, people like me will be totally zoned out or ignored, and we won't even know that you've clapped for us, right? So that's the inclusive clap. My experience with Amazon definitely has been fantastic, being a person with disability, 100% blindness. One, absolutely a fair and an equitable space and opportunity to work. I've been here, I'm going to complete a year at Amazon on the 25th. And before that, I was for the longest period in time with Concentrics. My HR partner, my friend is right here next to me. Anupama is a dear friend, and I wish her a very happy birthday 2 days in advance. So it was absolutely fantastic at Concentrics, spent 17 years in the space of learning and development, facilitating workshops, helping people learn how to be more inclusive towards people with disabilities, how to have gender inclusion, how to have inclusive leadership from top to bottom, bottom to top. And we also do bottoms up, right? It's important to have the ground staff and people who are literally the spine of the organization, who hold the organization to be sensitive as well. Moving on to the next part of your question, how important is it to have sign language? Well, how would you include a person in your family who is a non-hearing or a hearing impaired person? you would learn the language, isn't it? The language that they speak. Any organization, to my mind, is a family. It's your home away from home, right? And for you to make that space a home for people, our DHH associates, our deaf and hard of hearing associates, they don't just come to do the work and go back. They have relationships, productive relationships at work. And how does a relationship foster? How do we foster relationships? We foster relationships by being able to communicate. And if we can't, and what's the vehicle of communication with them? The sign language, right? And that's why it becomes imperative. We don't want to put people in buckets, okay? All DHH work together, full stop. Your manager is DHH, your senior manager is DHH, you are the DHH, that's the growth path, and that's about it. We don't want to put them into buckets. We want to include them in the family. And that's why we make efforts, we have special projects where we enable communication for our DHH family members, if I can put it that way. So I think the message that I'm sharing here is it is important to learn the language. And when you learn it, practice it as well, because practice makes us perfect. And how can we practice it? By having people on the family who we can communicate with in that language. So have I answered all parts of your question?
Of course. Thank you so much, Madhu. Thank you for that. Rahul, coming on to you. So Rahul, for a very long time, correct me if I'm wrong, you were working with Axis Bank, is that right? And now you have your own firm, a financial firm. So you are a numbers guy. You're into investing. Tell me, you have your own firm, and now we're talking about including people with disability into workplace. Do you think it has a business case to it? Or a lot of people here, and why I'm asking that question, why I'm asking this cliche question, which a lot of people, ask time and again, and also being a devil's advocate again in this conversation, because a lot of people sitting out here might have this question in their mind: what if I hire people with different abilities and it compromises on my team performance? Because I have a team, my organization may be a 5,000 or a 10,000 strength employee organization, but my team is a 10 employee strength team. And if I do wrong, I'm fired. If I go wrong, or if I miss a deadline. So, and a lot of people here might be having that question. I don't, but a lot of people do. So does it have a business case to it? And you tell me, what are your thoughts on it? Mike is in front of you. Yeah.
Thank you, Akshay. And at the outset, I must thank BW and Dr. Neeru Kumar for having me here. Her energies are so infectious, and I hope this whole energy of inclusion spreads faster than Corona, and hopefully the world gets completely absorbed into it. And hopefully we are free of exclusion soon. I'll probably, to start that question, and it's a very pertinent question. Incidentally born, severely sighted since birth, it was hard to imagine somebody that a visually impaired could be cutting $1 billion check, looking at numbers. I'll put a very small story to this. There was a farmer who saved a small eagle, baby eagle, who lost its mother. But this eagle was raised in a chicken farm. Now, a chicken will always look down. Now, this eagle got raised seeing these chicken around and will only take a small flight. And this farmer got tired. He'll take this eagle to the branch of a tree and push it, it'll still come down. One day, this farmer stretched the neck of an eagle towards the sky. And suddenly, the eagle was introduced to this huge, vast, beautiful looking sky, opened its wings and started to fly. We've been talking about boxing people into categories. One of the reasons I think we could pick alternate paths or break these myths around can't do, because we refused to be a part of the group of chickens. Nothing offensive about chickens, hopefully. There are no chickens here to come and beat me for that. But talking about an opportunity, and it's so important. and I often say I'm a capitalist at mind and socialist at heart, because agar dhanda nahi hai, to kuch nahi. We are not relevant. How large is this community? Why don't I throw some numbers, since actually you called me a man of numbers? Globally, 1.8 billion persons with disability. Estimated disposable income, $1.9 trillion. Imagine. Put the first family to circle, $13 trillion, larger than the size of China. That's a business opportunity. We talk about persons with disability. We just heard about mainstreaming inclusion and, and valuable. The whole idea is, can we mainstream inclusion? So we are a venture capitalist firm looking to invest into businesses that are mainstreaming inclusion. He started by talking about spectacles. Today, spectacles are no more seen as an assistive device, but it's more of a fashion statement. I was talking to one of the leading audio manufacturing companies in the country, and we said, if wearing a spectacle is not a taboo, then why is wearing a hearing aid? And we said, can we do something to mainstream even hearing aids? And I'm sure eventually we will reach there. So one is, how large is this market and how large is this opportunity? I think if we can take the taboos away, if we make each one of these a part of Gen Z. I think Richa in the previous panel spoke about her 14-year using audiobooks as a way of communication, a book which was designed, or technology designed for visually impaired. Talk about how mainstreaming expands. Coming to why people with disability in a workforce make an impact. Drawing clues from my own journey, it took that one person at all times and different stages who said, what will it take you to perform? I was never categorized, or I refused to get categorized in that specific set and say, this is a role defined for me, and I may or may not perform outside. We have to constantly push our own boundaries. One of the important things that come by being a part of the diversity group, you are able to bring a broader perspective. The concepts of equity come natural to you. It was no difficult or no different for me to lead a team of women, people with different sexual orientation, or people who had special needs. It was so normal for us. And there, having conversations on equity was so important. Nobody will ever step up to say, oh, can I do something different? But what the magic had created, when we will solve a problem, all these different perspectives will come forth, which otherwise from a single, or if you seclude the set for people who consider themselves as able or as privileged, again, these ideas would not have emerged. We heard enough and more that the world has changed with neurodiverse people. So this diversity, how important and crucial it is, we have seen how important these numbers are. There is a data that suggests that companies which are more inclusive are 21% likely to outperform peers. So I hope you have tried answering some of this, but it's important not to get boxed. Really think of it as a business case. Give opportunity, and one request, let's just stop creating rules which are for specific orders. Give people an opportunity, let them look up the sky, let them expand their wings, let them fly.
Wonderful, thank you. So what I'll do is I'll now hand over the mic. So before I hand over the mic to you, Rohila, one point that comes to my mind after listening to you is, and putting people into boxes, is a small exercise. I've done it with quite a few people. I'll do it with you guys as well. What happens when I tell you not to think of a big pink elephant? Don't think of a big pink elephant with a long pink trunk, big pink flappy ears, small pink tail. What comes to your mind if I tell you not to think of a big pink elephant? The only thing that might be coming to your mind is the pink elephant itself, isn't it? So my point being, let's stop asking what are the challenges of hiring people with disability. Let's start asking the right question, which is, what are the advantages of hiring
Can
them?
I also add a perspective just to build up what we've been discussing?
Yeah.
So, and we've discussed this, or this has been brought out in a way, but statistically, we say that there are about 15 to 20% of the world population who have one form or another form of disability. And it's
just building on the case for including people with disabilities or visual disability. So when an individual is born, when you hear the, we say, oh, congratulations, beta hua hai, beti hui hai. The child is born. The child is that time not born with tags of a disability, of a LGBTQ plus, this caste, that caste, this privilege or the lack of that privilege, so on and so forth. The child is born. And when the child grows up, in the discovery process, we know that this has happened, that has happened, or this is an added tag, so on and so forth. And then sometimes these tags come in much, much, much later. Building up to the 15 to 20% of people experience disabilities, which get that tag. But so many of us experience difficulties. We spoke about glasses. We spoke about sometimes because of maybe health reasons, we may have a difficulty. And so when we design solutions for an inclusive world, we design solutions not just for 15, 20% of the world population. Research suggests we design those solutions for 60 to 70% of the world population. Because we may not know who may face a difficulty when. Today, if you give me a role as an able-bodied person, because you have all the apps accessible, the infrastructure accessible, tomorrow I'm struck by a difficulty or a disability. Will you say that I am not ready now because you have a disability? So we as a workforce need to be ready for including difficulties that we face as well.
By the way, the baby cry was very, very realistic. So let me introduce
Thank
you to Rohil, and he is a journalist by profession, an editor at the Business World. Rohil, why don't you take this conversation?
Thank you so much. I'm just loving this conversation, and I must congratulate, for bringing up these wonderful stories. Let me start with you, Anupama. My next question is, which Rahul and Madhu also touched upon, is like, so you gave an example of this baby born. At that point, we don't have those stereotypes, and then we get into this cultural mix and we have the stereotypes. At an organizational level, how do you de-link those stereotypes on an everyday basis and ensure that everyone is sensitive towards what we are building, an inclusive culture? How does that happen? What is the story at your organization, if you could share a few points on that?
So about a year and a half ago, so diversity was always a priority for us, right? But about a year and a half ago, we really sat down and started having some serious conversations about diversity. And we said, how do we take it to the next level? For context, we had about 250 people with disabilities with us at that time. And that number had been constant for about 2 or 3 years. They would get some, leave some, and so on and so forth. And we really sat down and said, you know what, this is not enough. We've made a commitment. We're now listed organization. So we went out and we made a commitment to the street and said that we will be X% of staff with disabilities by 2025. And more than that, we realized that we want to be an employer that is more open, because we saw that the more diverse population you bring in, any kind of diversity, your business outcomes are better because people become more sensitive. People think more broadly. So it became an imperative for us. And since then, we did a couple of things that sort of really worked for us. But I think I'll just touch upon 2 or 3 major ones. I think one, there was a fundamental shift in the fact that diversity is not an HR agenda. Like Aradhana said, it's an everyone agenda, right? So we had a number of people that get involved, right from hiring to the business teams, to our training and quality team, HR team, L&D team, everyone. In fact, I have people from my organization sitting in the audience today who are the front runners of driving disability, and hardly anybody is from HR. All of them are from the main business teams, right? So that was one big shift. Second, we saw that what is important has to be talked about all the time. If something has to be part of your culture, you have to remind people of it all the time. So we started making very small changes. For example, now when we have our leaders travel and do site tours, we will make it a point that every leader will have a diversity session in every site that we go to. We'll have a round table, we'll listen to people, we'll understand what are the challenges, what can we do better, so on and so forth. We did a number of sessions with our diversity staff itself to really listen and understand what can we do better. But net, it started being talked about in every forum. In fact, just last year, at the end of the year, when we had our strategy and planning meet, which is a day and a half long event,
we dedicated 1.5 hours just to talking about diversity. In fact, we invited Aradhana to be on the panel of that conversation. If people see that it is important for everyone starting from top to bottom and it is being talked about again and again, the mindset itself starts to shift. You talk about it 5 times, 6 times onward, you will see naturally it becomes part of people's conversations across the board. So I think that's the second thing that worked for us really well. And third is you've got to be prepared that we tried to bring in some science. As an example, like you said, that sometimes when you're hiring people, there are biases that hiring managers have that they don't even know about. Someone will say that, this person will not be able to do this. They'll never say because of a disability, but in their mind, they will find the reason and they will convince themselves on why it can't be done, right? So we went out and we worked with a partner where we said, okay, let's take our top 10 to 15 jobs and let's benchmark and let's talk about what are the abilities that you do need for that job, let alone anything else. And then when we had people with disabilities apply, we said, based on what we just studied, and again, thank you, Aradhana, we did learn a great deal from you there. Based on the type of disability that you have, this is a job that you can comfortably do. So we brought in an element of science that made it very transparent for the managers, and it also gave them some level of confidence that, look, there is science behind it. All I've got to do is try. And the last thing we said is, don't worry, we're in this together. If it doesn't work, we're a large organization. We'll figure something else out. We're not going to hold you. We're not going to penalize you if somebody is not able to perform. We are here to help you. And I think these 3-4 things, and a result of that is about a year and 3 months down the line, our number of people, representation went up by 50%. We're now over 400 people. And that was a number that was stagnant for many, many years. So I think wherever there is an intent, which is the most important word, and you work with intent, I think things start to sort of come
Wonderful.
together.
I think what you mentioned, continued focus is very important. It's not just a tick mark that you remember on certain days. It has to be consistent. Can I get your inputs, Aradhana, on this quickly? We are out of time, maybe a couple of minutes on a take on this. How are you enabling this sustained focus on cultural transformation, that inclusivity, and sensitizing people about it?
And also, before you answer, if you could just touch upon what are the trainings, because a lot of people here would be, interested in knowing what Lemon Tree does in their training programs. Yeah,
sure. So there's a model we've come up with. It's a 7-pillar inclusion model, and it includes a number of steps. Sensitization is probably one of the early steps, because if the leadership believes in inclusion and understands the business case, it doesn't mean our 6,500 employees across India understand. It's important to engage with them, explain it to them, and sensitize them. So this goes on every month, every few months, depending on the topic that we're talking of. You're trying to tell them about why we're hiring folks with disability, and you're also telling them about the disability. So whether it's deaf or low vision or autism or Down syndrome, you need to make the team members familiar that if you have a team member who has that special need, how best can you engage with them, and what environment do you need to create for them so that they're able to perform their best. So that process is very elaborate. The other is job mapping, which Anupama referred to right now. We have about 10 entry-level positions in the company, in the hotel, and you will do a job mapping for all 10 vis-a-vis each disability type. So you'll actually make a grid where you'll be able to say that the 25 or 30 tasks that a person does, say, as a food and beverage executive in the restaurant, these can be done by a deaf person. Maybe not all 30. There'll be 3 of them. Example, taking a room service order, a deaf person cannot do because it won't work. Even technology won't help that process. We've tried that, by the way. It doesn't help. And similarly, there'll be 1 or 2 other items. There will be some places where you can change the standard operating procedure. Think about this carefully. So if a person has to take an order, the same boy is deaf and he's in the coffee shop and he has to take an order, since he cannot hear or speak, if the guest talks to him, it's of no use, right? So what that ID card says is that I am deaf. I'm very happy to help you if you write down what you want. We've taken our menu and we've given it numerical numbers. In a hotel, it never happens. I challenge you to go open menus in hotels. It never happens. It happens in quick service restaurants. So the guest just has to write, I want item 2 and 17 and 34. That's all they have to write on that little order booklet. So you can change the procedure, you can remove tasks from their list, or you can aid with technology. This whole thing is understood during job mapping. With respect to training, what we've been able to address is, that the way to train a person with a special need is to make it accessible and understandable and within reach of that person with that need. So if it's a deaf person, our entire training of 10 days, the 101 training for front office or food and beverage or sales or anything, has to be conducted in Indian Sign Language alongside the main training session. So we want integrated training groups. There are hearing and non-hearing people in that room, and you will conduct in the spoken format as well as in the sign language format. I want to tell you an interesting number. We also look at numbers. Our 6,500 employees, they know English, they know Hindi, and they know Indian Sign Language. Everybody. That's how it is. Because you cannot engage, you cannot engage hundreds and hundreds of deaf people across your company if you don't. One more step up. If a person wants to move up as a manager, I'm talking about a person with or without disability, he has to learn sign language deeper and better. And there are tests we conduct. You have to pass with a certain percentage. So if I move from executive to supervisor to assistant manager to restaurant manager to hotel manager, each time my depth of that language of sign language has to improve. And there's a way of testing it. We take our NGO partners' help because we don't know how to test it actually. And that's how. So if you engage with a hotel manager at Lemon Tree or a department head, his ability to speak in sign language is so excellent that if you see him and a deaf person and you don't know who's deaf, you cannot tell through that visual. You're not able to tell who it is because their hands are moving as quickly. So it's a very important part of this culture building. And as far as training goes, you have to do it in a visual format, in a written format, in a sound format. It depends on who you're addressing. If you're talking to someone with low vision, you'll have to make sure the videos work in a way that he can hear them. If you're talking to somebody, showing a video to a deaf person, all the tasks must be clearly shown by action. You cannot speak half the tasks out because how will he know what's happening? And everything is assisted and accompanied by sign language. So that's what we've done. A whole lot of other stuff, but no time.
Right. No, thank you so much. I think the very fact that this conference is taking place, there's a certain mainstreaming of these conversations. I don't think that day is far that all of us would love to know the sign language as well. Of course, I think we're moving towards that. Madhu, let me quickly, and Rahul, for my final question. There are right etiquettes that everyone should be sensitized towards, especially for when it comes to visually impaired people. Are we having the right etiquettes in place or can we improve?
Very interesting question. Etiquettes. So, a lot of times when we talk about interacting with people with disabilities in general, people who are blind, low vision, or deaf, hard of hearing in particular, a lot of times we think a lot. And we literally have analysis paralysis. ऐसे बोलूं, ऐसे बोलूं, ये बोलूं, वो बोलूं कि ना बोलूं, and we end up not talking, or we end up saying something that may end up offending the person. So one etiquette is definitely in the language that we can follow, which is a lot of us. One, of course, is ask before you can decide what this person wants, right? Don't decide on my behalf. So ask me what I need, what help I need, how I want to be addressed, and I will let you know. I never want to be addressed as, oh, that girl, That's how we usually talk. Oh, you see that pretty girl, the one who's blind. So those, I think, those aspects in the conversation does leave people feeling excluded. So you can simply address me as Madhu and don't call me inspirational for just being able to get up and show up to work, or maybe brush my teeth, or eat what I eat, or drink water. If you want to draw some inspiration from me, then it can definitely be for my work, for what I may have been able to achieve. The other, and then so language, people first language, no differently abled, no specially abled, people with disabilities, Madhu first. That's one of the biggest etiquettes that I want to talk about. and the other thing that I want to share is, we are human beings like anybody else. If we're able to bridge this gap between you and I,
And these summits like these will help us do that. We will not need to have a special etiquette guide. We need the same growth and development as anybody else does. We have just like any able-bodied person has a different learning curve, similarly, people with disabilities also have varying learning curves and potential, the hidden potential that we can tap into. So we can tap into that and not bucketizing. Oh, I met Madhu because Madhu could do this. Every blind person can do that. That's another etiquette or an aspect that we can, consider. Every person is unique and every person's needs are unique. That's why we can have a general policy, but adapt to specifics and have etiquettes with regards to that. There may be people who are low vision, and even in low vision, say a Rahul and a Madhu, if both of us have low vision, how I see the world, how I see the visuals, Rahul may not be able to see it similarly. So bucketizing and saying, oh, I know how low vision people work, so I will do exactly the same thing that Rahul wants for you as well, Madhu. Being able to just treat us as human, I think that's one of the biggest etiquettes as well. There's a lot, but
Wonderfully explained, Madhu. Thanks for this. Final comment, Rahul, about the etiquette part. Do you think what Madhu said, do you resonate with that? Yes.
Thanks for the question. I was just reflecting on an incident 2 days back. Interestingly, Dr. Kumar asked that, are you fearful of getting harassed by the police? 2 days back, I made a visit to the police station. And the reason was, I don't know how many people know, but on the rights for persons with disability, insulting a person with disability in a public forum is a criminal offense. However, in the last 7 years of the rule being enforced, there's not even a single complaint. Incidentally, I made that daring attempt on Friday to go to a police station and find a complaint. And look at what happens. Imagine the scene. I was told, "ठीक है, आप complain है, रख दीजिए, चले जाए." Like, okay. And Sunday I go again. Like, you told me that you'll be coming back to me in 2 days. No response. Like, the PSI or the police senior inspector comes out and says, "देखिए, एक तो आप अंधे हैं, आप handicap हैं, इसलिए तो हम आपको सुन रहे हैं." And I'm just looking at it, I'm actually smiling. Like, you know what? I came to make a complaint around a derogatory remark, and look at the custodian of the law. They are the ones who are breaking the law. But now what do we do with all this? What do we do with these etiquettes? I have really been mimicked on the floor, but I always believed, and as a person with disability, and probably in the corporate world, we all have heard it, performance is the best revenge. Itna bade ban jao, or when you bright so when you are shining so bright, it will be difficult for people not to look at you. So I think that's the only way, and we will continue to leave people in awe, but also I'm amazed to see some of the great technological innovation that's happening with their specialized apps which are working towards sensitization, and the way the corporate world is opening up, the kind of stories we are hearing from Uber, Amazon, Lemon Tree, Business World, and others. We are sure that there's soon going to be more enhanced, integrated sensitization tools like we have around other things, around gender sensitization and others. So this world is evolving. We got to be smiling, and I'm sure that change is going to come.
Absolutely evolving, and you're at the cutting edge of this evolution. Akshay, final words from you. Yeah.
One last story, and I'm sorry if this is a repetition of something that happened in the morning, because I was going in and out of the room because of managing the conference. Because it's a very, very famous story of a famous personality, Helen Keller, Helen Keller was deaf and blind at the same time. And a small girl came to Helen Keller, and Helen Keller touched her and said, "Oh my, what a beautiful pink skirt." And how do you know? You can't see, and that's the power of people who have different abilities. So I can't close my eyes and find out the color of people's shirts or skirts. So let's explore the abilities that people have. Do you?
Tell me the color.
So this is amazing. And so like I said, let's start asking the right questions. What's the benefit? Then rather than asking the questions, what are the challenges? So I'll leave you with that thought. And please do not go away after lunch because we have a mesmerizing performance by a professional dance troupe, and they are people with special abilities. It'll leave you mesmerized. Trust me on that. So stick around and
And a round
let's
of
get
applause
amazed.
for all the panelists, please. Yes.
Maybe I have one question from the audience. The audience has been silent mostly. Just one question.
One question. Anybody,
Okay,
one
we can
question?
take a question, please. Yes. Raise your hands and we'll send you the mic.
Can we please pass
Yeah,
along
at the
mic?
back. At the
We have a
back.
question at the back. Anybody can you please pass on the mic, please?
Kindly turn up the volume for mic number 6.
What I want
We can't hear you. Can you be louder, please? Yes, yes, yes.
in our mind, right? So that's something that I really want to leave everyone with the thought. I don't see corporates getting invested too much with organizations to train people today. While we do that when we hire them. but
Anyone wants to
it's,
take this? Yeah.
So it's a little different for us. We partner with a whole lot of NGOs across India. We are engaging with them over the years. So sometimes they are people of a younger age who are being trained there. They take inputs from us. We are not in the education space, so I won't give that answer that I go and educate someone who's 5 years old. We don't. But we do give inputs to those who are into skill training for mainstream employment. And this has been working in an iterative manner over the years. Separately, from our CSR money, we are supporting organizations who are in some way training or educating people with disability. Usually those organizations are working with young adults, but there is one amongst them who's working with children also. So we're trying to give an input in the best way we can. You have to remember our organizations, our corporates, let's call them, are in the business that they are in. So we are a hotel company. We are not a charitable organization. So we have to focus on what our goal is, but we do it in a sustainable manner. That is why this whole HR approach has been taken.
Anybody else who would like to briefly add to that?
Madhu, you want to make a point?
Yeah, so I think that's Bhavneet, right? Okay. We at Amazon also we're not again we have presence in Amazon in the community, so we make efforts as well, and there are concerted efforts that we make in working with youngsters who've acquired disabilities through NGOs. In fact, we've also had a letter of intent signed with the DEPD and Skill Council of People with Disabilities, where we support and we partner with NGOs, where we work on their education center in upskilling them and making them industry ready. And it's a very pertinent question that you raised, because there has been a gap because of not being inclusive and putting them into buckets. PWDs have, a lot of PWDs have not been make industry ready. So initiatives like the ones that I spoke of and ones like Aradhana spoke of, we are making intentional efforts to make PWD staff industry ready, if I can put it this way.
Just one dream that at least I have. Today, the ball has started rolling and inclusion is becoming a mainstream subject. That in itself is a great beginning. but I think our true arrival will be the day जिस दिन सशक्त भारत की कमान एक दिव्यांग प्रधानमंत्री के हाथ में होगी. The day Ira Singhal will not just be the special educator, but will be leading the department as relevant as, not to say others are not, but defense as the secretary. The day we will see Dr. Neeru Kumar representing the nation and probably as a leader. तो हम सब भी नारा लगाएंगे. But yes, that's a dream. We all need to see Fortune 500, top 5 CEO, CXO positions, CEO, CFO, CTO, CIO, CHRO. Not even one person with disability. I think it's a question to reflect. But with the way we are now on the journey, and thanks to people like Ask Inside, BW, Uber, Amazon, and many others, one day we want to see a significant representation at the leadership. Probably it's a dream that will take time, but it will come true. So let's just together take pledge to that. Thanks.
Thank you, Rahul. And you're given idea for another summit also on this. Thank you so much for this wonderful panel. We're out of time. Saibjit, over to you.
Well, I believe as I say this on everybody's behalf, that we thoroughly enjoyed each and every second of this panel discussion. Did we not? Can I please request you all to
Can you
kindly-
have the inclusive applause? Thank you.
Could I please request everyone to kindly come up front for a group picture? Requesting Dr. Akshay Kumar and Mr. Ruhail Amin to kindly present a token of appreciation to our panelists. And ladies and gentlemen, I must inform you all, I'm pleased to inform you all that we do have some really amazing cupcakes. I'm told they are utterly delicious. They have been prepared with love by FOD, Family of Disabled. We'd like to thank them for this beautiful gesture. Well, I must request Mr. Ruhail Amin and Mr. Dr. Akshay Kumar to kindly stay back as we do have one more felicitation. I would like to request Ms. Ritika Kuller, Head of Diversity, Equity and Inclusion at Uber for Asia Pacific, to kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, apparently there is no GST on applause. Could we? Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kumar. Thank you, Mr. Amin. Thank you, Ms. Kuller. Thank you. Before I move on to the next speaker, before I invite them, एक छोटा सा शेर है, अगर पसंद आए तो प्लीज तालियां जरूर बजाइएगा. It is personally one of my favorites. वो कहते हैं कि मत पूछ मुझसे कि मेरा कारोबार क्या है. क्या कहते हैं? कि मत पूछ मुझसे कि मेरा कारोबार क्या है, मोहब्बत की दुकान है नफरत के इस बाजार में. Well, that tiny second made me hold my breath. But with this, we move on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen, to talk about best practices. Please welcome Mr. Akshay Tyagi, Head DEI, the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group, Keshav Suri Foundation.
Namaskar, everyone. I know I'm standing in between lunch and this talk, but I think this is when you get most attention as well, because you will be keen to actually finishing me, like see me finishing my note. But it's even more interesting because that will give you a food for thought. So namaskar, everyone. My name is Akshay Tyagi and my pronouns are he, him, his. Like they said, I head diversity, equity, and inclusion. How many of you do see mirror every day? Everyone? How many of you have seen that your one eye is either smaller or larger than the other one? Your finger of one hand is smaller or larger than the other one? This is how diverse we are in our own existence. But how many of us close our one eye when we look at the larger picture outside because the one is smaller? Or how many of us resist working with one hand which is smaller or maybe bigger because of their size? And if we don't do that, then why are we not accepting the differences which are right there? And this is what is important to recognize. And this is how I give it to this organization, that we have invested a lot of time in recognizing the differences that exist around us. Matter of fact, that we don't even know how are we going to respond or react in next 15 minutes. And we accept the world to act the way we want. It's difficult. And this is how it is very, very important to understand that you as an individual have your own story, but your individual story is not the story of everyone on the other side of the table. And this at the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group, we are envisioning that from both the customer perspective and from our employer team perspective, it is important for us to ensure that people see themselves reflected and represented in not just the policies, but in the culture. And not just the culture, but in the experience that they are getting. And not just the experience, but also the experience that they are creating for the customers who are coming at the Lalit. Needless to mention, you must have observed the DEI welcome done by the team in the sign language at the arrival. And this is just a small representation that there are people who are claiming their spaces. There are people who are striving really hard to get there. But we need to understand that how much accessibility are we creating starting from the very beginning. I heard people mentioning about interpreters, but it is now again for us privileged people to have the accessibility. But how many of us actually invest time and energies to ensure that our parents who are blessed with somebody with a speech and disability to also learn sign language? How many such initiatives have we taken so far? How are we ensuring that schools that we are sending our kids to also have ISL experts? How many of us are thinking of mainstreaming education and not have separate schools always? How many of us are thinking of an holistic society wherein everybody could stand together and not in a special school and then labeled or judged because they're part of it? How many of us are thinking of a workplace wherein somebody is not used as a token or just a representation, but somebody who is claiming their space based on the meritocracy? But as we say, we are in a realistic world. It's still a distant dream. And to get to that level, there is a lot of equitable effort that are required from each one of us. Considering that, At the Lalisuri Hospitality Group, how we started is we put in a lot of effort in sensitizing our team members. But at the same time, we realized that until and unless there is no belonging or there is not somebody who people can regularly relate to or go and talk to, people will still listen to the stories and it will go into silo. And that's how we started our journey and brought in people to work. And we started with a basic training program because we did not find hoteliers. And there are hardly 1 or 2 colleges which are for people with disabilities to learn hospitality. And that's how we started. So we designed this entire program wherein for 3 months, people are just exposed to hotel, wherein they get to see, observe other departments. How does this work? What all areas do we work? And at the same time, we invested a lot of time and strength to put together job mapping, which again is very flexible, because when we learn about disabilities, you find them that somebody with a speech or in disability might find some challenges. On the other hand, somebody else with the same sort of disability has some other challenge. So you cannot put or grab everybody under the same policy or the structure of framework. And this is how this entire division of ensuring that people with differences are seen. It is important that we put individual strategies into place so that we change and narrate these different initiatives as per the accommodation the other person requires. In last few years, we definitely have moved ahead. Whilst we have, like, after this training program, we started with 115 on this training program across the group. And like after 3 months of exposure, we get into an assessment and get done an industrial training for 6 months, and then followed by an apprentice program for 11 months. So in near around 2 years, you actually create a resource for yourself basis your job mapping and basis your understanding of the communities. And this is what we have been doing at the Lalit. But as we are moving and learning about more diverse communities and groups, it is important that people should understand and should be seen. And while we were discussing, I was just discussing, one of my fellow colleague is also going to speak in the second half. But because we have an ISL expert, I also wanted to ensure that my team members who are sitting at the back also get this platform to learn about themselves and learn about all the other stories. And this is how we are building this ecosystem. We are regularly working with people because it is with them that we could create it and not for them just. We are regularly connecting with the parents as well, and also working a lot on the collaboration model, because diversity can never be an individual journey. Ensuring inclusion is an investment, and this investment need people to come together. It cannot be Lalit just doing things, or it cannot be Ask Insights just doing things. We have to come together, put our energies together, because we are all together envisioning a world which is safer, inclusive, acceptable, and more favorable for each one of us, because all of us have different challenges. For that, what is expected and required, that our communication also needs to be that way, that we put together a model wherein even in the model and the experiences that we are showcasing on our social medias, on the other platforms, people get to see that, oh, there is something in the store. Like, I personally feel very humble to see the DEI welcome at the hotel, because when somebody with disability walk into the hotel, they feel that there is a belonging, there is a story, there is a connection. And this is what is expected. Like, for a matter of fact, I know that if I am entering a premise and if I see somebody like myself, or somebody maybe UPI'd because I belong to that place, or somebody who has been to Jamia because I studied in Jamia, there is definitely an automatic connection. And that builds and creates belonging. And this is what is very, very important. Training, ensuring that you are just not fitting people in because it's not time to do that, because this practice has to sustain. And when you're working on a sustainable model, you have to regularly ensure that people are appreciated, people are recognized, people are welcomed. And like the pianist who also sung in the morning is a person with autism spectrum. If you're not going to meet this person in 1.5 hours and telling them that he is doing amazing, his confidence will go down. So these are small accommodations that you're making at the workplace to ensure that everybody feels represented. Like, people with Down syndrome and autism often doesn't want to long shift hours. So that minute change in the work hours or the model of framework that they are part of, like giving them 2 hours break, settle them, have somebody do those conversations are very, very important. We also work with SATEC survivors, and when some of them joined, we have a 6-day working policy with us. And when we started, we realized that it is just Sundays that they're getting. And they also have sittings with the doctors to discuss about their health. We don't want them to only see Sunday as one opportunity to visit doctors, which is again their off day, and to think of just their personal self even on the break. So because that would resist them to spending time with the families. So we invested and discussed and then put together an extra 2 days off for SETEC survivors across the group, so that on any of the days when they have an appointment, they don't think about a Sunday, but rather just go and do it. While designing all of this, communication is very important, because there is a very thin line of understanding why are we making these accommodations, because whilst we are designing it for someone, people on the other side are also feeling that why is this discrimination happening to us? But there we talk about privileges. There we talk about the accessibility. There we talk about the framework that we have been part of. There we talk about the kind of easy access we have had to education, to healthcare, to infrastructure, and how we as a society collectively have not spoken about our people and have denied them of opportunities. And this goes out because a lot many of us haven't had access to people with disabilities, to learn about disabilities in our classrooms, in our college, because our college and us were not prepared. A lot many of us don't go and talk to people with disabilities because we think that we might fail. But that little much of effort from each one of us will change the world. And we'll always find a way. Like even when we started, we did not had anybody with disability, but we reached out to people. So moral of the story is that reach out, connect, recognize, understand, accept, and there we start with the action. And there's a lot more. I'm around, Dr. Neeru is around, so many of us experts, so many of us learnings, because the learning journey, nobody is there who is revolving and changing the world to another extent. We are all learning, we are all on this journey together. We are here to learn, we are here to share, we are here to unlearn at the same time, because a lot many of us are just doing things without thinking of an experience, but we need to think about an experience. And I would just like to add one thing, like they started with a share, so I will also close with a share that छलांगों से जब ऊंचा उठने की कोशिश की मैंने, तो पाया कि आसमां को छूने का जमीन से भी आभास वही होता है. Which means that you always have to remain grounded, humble to yourself, because this is what makes you reach height, and this is also what makes you feel connected. So because we are all sitting together and are devising policies and framework, so it is only when we are grounded and we are reaching out to people without the bias that we will be able to change the world. So let's join hands together and come on an equitable platform where we are learning and nurturing each other at the same time. Namaskar.
Thank you for the beautiful words. I must request Mr. Thalis Rizvi, Director BW People, to kindly join me on the stage and felicitate the wonderful, wonderful man. Dear delegates and panelists, to keep yourself abreast of the latest development, please subscribe to Business World Group magazines. It would add to your professional quest for knowledge and insight. There are exciting offers for attendees on annual subscription for free doorstep delivery through courier. To get to know more about this, please get in touch with Mr. Vinod Kumar at the registration counter. And with the same, I now request everyone to kindly join me in the hall for a networking lunch, requesting to join back in the hall in exactly 30 minutes. Thank you very much. Enjoy yourselves. Check. One important announcement, requesting everyone to kindly collect their corporate conference bags from the registration counter. Please do not forget to collect your corporate conference bags. Thank you.
हेलो चेक 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 हेलो चेक सही तो है हेलो चेक 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 हे तो सही है यार बदलना मत। हेलो चेक 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 हाँ एक ही जगह हेलो चेक चेक हेलो हेलो चेक चेक
अगर इस दूध में रखोगे ना तो 4 दिन के बाद इसका पूरा मतलब ऐसे पक्के जाता है वैसे हो जाएगा हाँ
Hey, check one, two. Hello. Hey. Hey. Hey.
What Uber means to me? Kira.
Cheerful vibe.
Uber. Flower and Kira. Fire.
Every morning I wake up with an Uber value in my mind, which is go get it, because every day we have different situations, which is challenging, and this keeps me stay focused and give my 100%.
It's amazing to witness how Uber has a barrier-free culture for people with disabilities. Totally received a warm welcome and everyone made me comfortable in no time.
I don't just work at Uber, I would say I love working at Uber. So, my corporate journey started in the year of 2016, but however, I would say my career began in 2018. So that's when I joined Uber. When I joined Uber, it's not just work and earn, but then it was growing and then learning with Uber to grow more.
What is really close to my heart with Uber is how we navigate different problems or challenges that we come across. I do vividly remember the entire COVID situation when everyone was going into a lockdown. The entire world was basically going into a lockdown. And we as a company who want to reimagine the way the world moves for better, we had to ask the world to stay put. Additionally, as employees, even we had to switch to a work from home approach, which was technically a lot different for us. So what really warms me up is how Uber ensured to provide us all the resources that we would need to actually navigate through this change.
Uber is a very value-oriented company, and one of the values that I want to resonate with is great minds don't think alike.
I have a 1-year-old baby, and this company provides me to have a flexible work-life balance. I feel privileged to be a part of this company, which is growing in the right direction and take care of its employees.
So I'm here to talk about the journey that I had with Uber. So it's been a week when I happened to call this colleague of mine, and the moment I call him, he's like, "Haan, Shalini, boliye." And I'm like, "How do you have my number? It's been such a long time." He's like, "You've trained me. You've trained me like 5 years back." That reminds me the journey that I had with Uber, from being a trainer to a senior trainer and now program. So one culture value that I really, really feel close to my heart is build with heart, because Uber has actually built with heart.
Here at Uber, I think the ideas that we have and the ideas that we live up to
Mostly, I just want to congratulate you on the extraordinary work that you've done over 15 years. I know that it hasn't been easy to really expand this conversation within India, just like it isn't anywhere else. But you've done an amazing job of doing this, not just in the work you've done with your clients, but also bringing together people from across the globe to inquire more deeply in this issue.
I'm delighted that I've been a small part of the journey for Ask Insights, and wishing you the very, very best in the years to come.
Your infectious energy and powerful content has inspired me, including myself, over these years. Ask Insights and Dr. Neeru have also helped customize many sessions for us, focusing on a diverse set of topics for very different audiences and different formats, and helping us deliver the same across as well.
I think we started in Hindalco 6 years ago on this journey, and Dr. Neeru has been an integral part of that journey. Right at the beginning, she took a course for all our senior managers where I was present. We then covered about 1,500 managers in Hindalco, going through lots of case studies, using our own examples, tried to get people to understand the importance and what diversity and inclusivity really is.
Check, 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 check.
Welcome back, everyone. Requesting everyone to kindly take their seats as shortly we are about to begin. Kindly put your mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode. Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you all enjoyed your lunch. Perfect. Well, once again, I'd like to inform you to keep yourself abreast of development. Please subscribe to Business World Group magazines. It would add to your professional quest for knowledge and insight. To get to know more about this, please get in touch with Mr. Vinod Kumar at the registration desk. We're now headed towards, we are starting with the second half of this very powerful day. And to introduce our first speaker for this part, I'd like to invite Dr. Neeru Kumar on the podium. Let's welcome her.
I'm very pleased to see that the hall is still full. In many conferences, by the time lunch happens, people then think of starting going home. But it's a reflection of how thoroughly engaged you have been. Thank you for being such an engaged audience. And I think all of you have been passionately listening, contributing to the sessions that have happened so far. Now, two things I want to say before I introduce Suzanne to you, who will be taking a very relevant session on policies and practices, processes for engaging people with disabilities. So we at Ask Insights, we do our annual conferences, and one of the hallmarks of our conferences is our masterclasses. A lot of conferences have a lot of panel discussions, and they're very useful, very relevant, but we find that those who come for such conferences are also very keen to learn and understand new information which they haven't had before. So through these learning sessions, even if they're short nuggets, we hope to give you something to take back with you, which you did not know before coming for this session. So that's the aim of the two sessions that you're going to see now. The first one is from our global thought leader, Suzanne. She'll, like I said, she'll be talking about the policies and processes. And then we're going to have Swarna Raj, who's sitting right here. And she is the Ask Insights accessibility consultant. Swarna is brilliant. You'll hear her. When you hear her bio, you'll know just how brilliant she is. So those are the two learning sessions planned for you. The other thing which I want to share with you is that at Ask Insights, we are partnering with global thought leaders from across the world. In fact, the word partnering seems a little crisp and formal to me. The real thing is that we have very close relationships and we work as a community with so many thought leaders from across the globe. Just about 10 days back, Akshay and me both were in Minneapolis at one of the largest diversity conferences in the world, which is called Forum of Workplace Inclusion. And we were even given a small recognition there. That recognition I felt was not only for me or Ask Insights, it was a recognition of India. Because I think it's for the first time that Indians received an award for diversity, equity, and inclusion on a global platform. Thank you. Thank you. So what you saw in the morning, one person joining us, Khushbu joining us online, and now you see Suzanne joining us online. This is a reflection of how we partner with each other, how we support each other, and how we become truly globally inclusive. So I'd like to introduce Suzanne to you now. So Suzanne M. Brewery, PhD, CRC, is a professor of disability studies and academic director of K. Lisa Yang and Hock E. Tan Institute on Employment and Disability, Cornell University, ILR School, Ithaca, New York. This institute is a research, training, and technical assistance center focusing on disability inclusion in employment, education, and community. Suzanne serves as Institute Administrator, Strategic Lead, and as the co-PI of research, dissemination, and technical assistance efforts focused on employment disability policy and effective disability workplace practices. She is the project director of the National Policy Research and Technical Assistance Center on Employment of People with Disabilities, funded by the US DOI Office of Disability Employment Policy. She is the co-author of 5 books and over 180 peer-reviewed articles and book chapters on workplace disability inclusion. Suzanne holds doctoral degree in rehabilitation counseling, psychology from University of Wisconsin-Madison, and is a fellow in the American Psychological Association. So you can clearly see the strong credentials and the wealth of experience she carries. And we are very fortunate to have her here, sharing her wisdom with all of you. Suzanne, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks so very much for this invitation and the opportunity to address our group this afternoon. And thanks to each of you in the audience who are engaging in this conversation, which of course, Dr. Kumar and Ask Insights and Cornell University feels is critically important to really bring inclusion to the workplace more broadly, but particularly for people with disabilities is what we'll be focusing on in my conversation today. Will you be bringing up the slides at your side? Great, thank you. Terrific. So the title of my presentation today, as you can see, is to Workplace Disability Inclusion, Research Across the Employment Process. And I'm going to ask you to move to the next slide, please. And I want to just highlight with this a little bit about my context. I happen to be, because I'm making a presentation in Princeton today, in Princeton, New Jersey, but my home is in Ithaca, New York at Cornell University. There's a couple of photos of our beautiful campus there. It looks like that now and in the summer, but it's very white in the winter. It's a very snowy place in the rest of the year. A little bit about our institution. It is one of the reasons why I really loved this invitation is we too see ourselves as a global entity where we have a very strong outreach focus at the Cornell campus. So I'm delighted to be able to contribute in this way. The next slide, please. That slide is a photo of our subsection of our group. We have about 70 individuals. It's a very multidisciplinary team. And I want to say that we do, as you heard from the write-up, conduct research and do knowledge translation. Next slide, please. So my focus today is going to be broadly on the employment process in the time we have together. I want to talk about how you can design workplace disability inclusion across the employment process. We'll briefly touch upon each of these things: the importance of recruitment, interviewing, hiring, career advancement and retention, accommodation and accessibility, metrics to assess progress over time, and the importance of supervisors' roles. I'm sure many of you are already aware that if you're in the DEI space, of the individuals feeling comfortable to self-disclose, and a bit about the impact of the pandemic and how that's changing the workplace, and also some considerations for people with disabilities. And then I'll leave you with some resources. Next slide, please. So I want to just highlight the fact that I'm briefly covering each of these areas because it's very important to think about inclusion for people with disabilities across the entire employment process. And this schematic that we're sharing with you right now is an illustration of that. So we're going to be talking about inclusion from the initiation of the employment process with outreach to people, all the way through the opportunity to a career advance for people and to flourish in the work environment with true inclusion that the individual feels on the culture and climate level. So next slide, please. A bit about effective practices across the employment process. So the recruitment area, of course, is where first we will focus on. And some of the things that we promote here from many years of research in each of these areas, and I'm summarizing them in the time we have together, is the importance of working with local community organizations that can source talent. When we look at what the good practices are, if companies report having cumulatively done these, the more they've done, the higher the likelihood that they've been successful in getting people into the workplace and keeping them there. The second thing is disability-friendly websites. I want to talk a little bit more about that. Moving my own slides at the same time. Top management support. We find that a statement, an articulated statement by the organization's leadership makes a huge difference. It's among the top 5 things that can make a difference in the organization. Educating recruiters and hiring managers about their role in getting people in the front door. Revamping the interview process, critically important for many people who find that part of the interview the process getting into the organization difficult. And designing a disability inclusive onboarding process so people feel included in the very front end of that process. The next slide, please. So a bit about, I mentioned the importance of how we frame the solicitation, invitation to candidates with disabilities. And our research has showed that's critically important, both in looking at the web pages of 40 Fortune 500 randomly selected companies, in interviewing individuals who are job candidates with disabilities. We have found that how we frame our messaging in the front pages is critically important. For employers, the website features and approaches to online recruitment play a critical part in influencing and attracting qualified people with disabilities, and thereby broadening your talent pools. For the job seekers, these features also help form a perception of person-organization fit, and the career pages are a cost-effective way to solicit recruitment of these candidates with disabilities who are qualified for the jobs. The next slide, please. So here are a few snapshot of what we learned from our research, that the factors, the messaging that may impact the perception of disability inclusion, the things that encourage and discourage. Encouraging people are seeing disability in the diversity and inclusion statements, disability-focused employee resource groups, visible targeted hiring and recruitment plans, things like internships that are targeting people with disabilities. You see these in affirmative neurodiversity hiring programs, for example. And factors that can discourage candidates with disabilities: no evidence of disability awareness evident on the front pages, website poorly navigable or inaccessible, minimal accommodation information, telling candidates how they can access accommodation in the interview process, or if that will be available to them beyond the hiring process, and web-based recruiting filters that limit diverse candidates. Some AI algorithms that screen out people with certain characteristics may indeed also impact your candidates with disabilities as well. And the next slide, please. So the next thing I want to talk about, once we encourage people to apply for the jobs by having websites that are enticing, tell them that they're wanted. The next thing that could be a barrier, but we know there are good practices that facilitate people being able to navigate the interview process, is that interview. And here are some things that we have found, and intensive research in this area help to mitigate those barriers. First of all, we talked about briefly about this training of HR and hiring professionals prior to interviews, and that's critically important, both for people with disabilities and for those who are neurodiverse. Our research focused specifically in this area on people with autism, so I'm generalizing it, but we did learn this from interviewing employers who have affirmative hiring programs, from those who support individuals in getting in this process with autism, and also autistic individuals themselves. We find that when employers modify or replace their existing interview protocols with these good practices, it makes a huge difference in people being able to get through that interview process successfully. Working with community service providers, again, I'll put a pitch there, and providing them with interview questions in advance so that interviewees can better prepare is enormously helpful. Introducing applicants to the work environment prior to starting the interview as an icebreaker, so opening your doors and letting community agencies or the individuals themselves come in and get familiar with the environment can be critically helpful. Considering replacing interview panels with shorter either one-on-one or two-on-one interview settings, and avoiding rapid fire questioning strategies and eliminating open-ended and vague interview questions, as well as allowing opportunities for the individual to demonstrate, to show their technical skills for solving a specific work-related relevant problem and demonstrating their skills rather than having to verbally share about them. So all ways to smooth that interview process for individuals. And again, these were ones we learned from specifically targeting autistic individuals who found that in the social part of this interview process difficult. So from there, I'd like to move to the next slide. And this is moving in deeper into, of course, the process of getting people into the workplace. We've gotten through recruitment, we've gotten through interviewing, and now we want to talk about once in the workplace, how to successfully keep people engaged and successful for the longer term. Here are some things we found in our research, and specifically working with HR managers across a number, about 700 different interviewees in this process. And here are things that they told us were very effective in helping with retention and career advancement. First of all, having support systems like targeted employee or business resource groups or network groups, having targeted mentoring programs for individuals with disabilities, Having flexible work arrangements, which we've all learned more about with COVID and the pandemic. But this is for all employees, not just individuals with disabilities. Offering remote work is very helpful to individuals with disabilities as well, who may have perhaps need supports with transportation or may have some difficulties with having long days, and having breaks can be helpful. Having follow-along case management services post-injury or illness in the return to work process. Many of our larger companies have that. It's very helpful for employees with disabilities more generally, not just post traumatic incident. So having those support services can be very helpful to the broader population, but also individuals with disabilities. And let's move to the next slide, please. So we're in the workplace. We have our individuals with disabilities successfully hired. And one of the things that we have learned that have been as required by the Americans with Disabilities Act in the US is accommodating individuals with disabilities, or making adjustments is another word often used. And in this process that we've done research with HR managers, we've inquired more about what are the barriers and facilitators of that process. And I'm going to share those with you, but prior to that, I wanted to also talk about the bigger picture about accommodation, because what we know is we tend to use that word specifically for people with disabilities. So I think it's important. I always like to remind employers that we are doing that already all the time. And from US Census data, there was a question asked in an earlier census survey. And this data is from a study that it's from 2012, a study that we did in 2014. The question was asked, have you been accommodated by your employer? And 95% of the respondents said yes, but they were not people with disabilities. So I think it's important to remind ourselves that we accommodate all the time. And although we think of it as a special privilege for people with disabilities, it is really a part of effective management of our workforce, is to make the adjustments needed for people to successfully navigate both work lives and home lives, and be able to give their talents and the way with the supports that help them to do that maximally. The next slide, please. So moving to what are effective accommodation policies in the workplace, again, from a survey of 700 HR professionals, we found that they told us these are the most effective policies for successfully applying accommodation and supporting individuals with disabilities. Having a centralized fund for accommodation. And that's helpful because it might mitigate any concerns the supervisors might have, the hiring managers might have at the department level about hiring someone who needs an accommodation. Secondly, having a point person for questions about accommodations. That person might be in central administration, they might be in the safety and ergonomic area, but having someone who can answer questions. Often individuals themselves, if they're newly injured or have a recently acquired illness, might need support with figuring out what would be helpful. But often we find this is a problem for supervisors who are not quite sure how to accommodate, and that intimidates them from hiring people or for retaining people. So having someone that the organization at the unit level can go to is really very helpful. Having a formalized accommodation request process, having both internal resources, and they can be as simple as your health and safety and ergonomics department, or it might be your EAP to support people who might need emotional supports, other internal resources, or more specialized resources in the community when you might need them. Having both is very, very helpful. Having targeted training for supervisors around accommodation, because we did see that that was one of the highest barriers, is just knowledge of accommodations and the process inside the organization to get support when questions arise around accommodations. and embedding this throughout the employment process. It's not just at hiring, but it's a continual process because our needs change as we age, and we can have a traumatic event at any time in our lives. So knowing that employers, your supervisors need this throughout the employment process is a really helpful thing. And we do know from other research we've done that when you have these kinds of things in place, it really helps with retention over the longer term. So you will keep your valued employees longer by having these in place. The next slide, please. So I'm going to move now into, once you have these processes, getting people into the workplace, retaining them, advancing them, accommodating them, it's important to assess how you're doing. So having metrics in place is really important. And the next slide, please. One of the things we found in asking, and I'm going to ask you to bring all the information in at one time, so I can more efficiently, I think you'll have to toggle through, let's see, and keep them all coming in. Thank you. It should populate with bar graphs to the right, hopefully for you. I don't see that coming down. So let me just talk about this. We asked our key informants, our HR professionals, what kinds of metrics that they were keeping. And we found on this slide, the top bar, the top question, these are items we asked them how they were doing in tracking metrics. Where they had the greatest were from the lower part. 1/3 of them said they had kept data on accommodations. Those numbers decrease all the way up to 12% for turnover rate. So only about 30% kept the number of job applicants with disabilities, or number hired, about 23%, number of job applicants, employee retention, 18%, grievances from employees with disabilities, 17%, compensation equity, 14%, and turnover rate, only 11%. So although we keep it for other populations, far less likely to keep these kinds of metrics for people with disabilities. And part of that is we often don't ask. We have historically felt it was inappropriate. We've not been asking about disability. We are now encouraging people to find out more about who in their workforce has a disability and how better to support them. And disclosure is an important part of that. So we'll talk more about disclosure in a moment. Next slide, please. Throughout this whole process, and I see that did populate, thank you for that. The manager's role is imperative. Although we certainly have done a lot in surveying the HR professional because there's such an important inflection point in all of our employment experience. Managers are absolutely critical, as I'm sure everyone is aware. They are key to the quality of the workplace experiences of all of us, but particularly for people with disabilities. And one of the things we've found is their perception of why the organization is affirmatively hiring is critically important. And it's important that we convey from the top of the organization that inclusion for people with disabilities is occurring not just for legal compliance purposes, but because we believe it's a part of good business and it's a part of the strategic imperative. That messaging is very important, and it permeates how people are treated at the individual unit level and how the manager deals with disability accommodation. We find that disclosure most often occurs with the manager rather than with HR. So getting information to that manager about the importance of their role is critically important to create an inclusive workplace culture. The next slide, please. So tied to being able to get accommodations is comfort level for the individual in being able to ask for accommodations, but also to be who they are in that workplace. And so we've also done some work around looking at what facilitates disclosure. And from a survey of 600 individuals with disabilities with workplace experience, we have found these are the factors that make a difference in terms of individuals being willing to self-identify. And the most important thing, about 2/3 of them said, I need an accommodation, or I know I have a supportive employer relationship. About half said, I observe a friendly, disability-friendly workplace. They see active disability recruiting, about half said knowing of the successes of others who disclosed and they were receptive to in the workplace. Seeing a disability diversity statement, again, in the D&I, disability is included. And about 2 out of 5 respondents said a belief in new opportunities. They saw some indication that they would be afforded mentoring or training by disclosing that they were a person with a disability. Next slide, please. These were on the flip side, reasons why individuals told us that they would not disclose, and that is 3 out of 4 said a fear of a risk of being fired or not hired to begin with, that the employer may focus on the disability. About 2/3 of the individuals are very concerned about that. A risk of losing health care from the employer. A fear of limited opportunities, or the supervisor might not be supportive, or being treated or viewed differently, or that it really would have no impact on their job. Only about 1/4 said a desire for privacy, so that was not the compelling reason. Moving to the next slide, please. So all of this really leads us to the importance of creating an environment that encourages disclosure. And so here's a summary of those principles. Actively recruiting people, if that's obvious, that really helps. Conducting disability awareness training for staff, enacting flexible workplace policies, having fair systems to address complaints when they occur, creating accessible workplaces sends a strong message of wanting people with disabilities there. Fostering supportive supervisor-staff relationships, including disability and diversity statements. So I'm reinforcing in this slide all of the things we just talked about as critically important to building an inclusive, disability-inclusive work environment. And the next slide, I want to take a moment to talk about where we are now. It probably has never been more critically important. All of us have aging workplaces, aging workforces. We have veterans returning from conflict. We have soaring mental health issues in all of our workplaces. And now we also have people returning who have the residual effects of long COVID. We're certainly feeling that in the United States. And some of these symptoms can be overwhelming fatigue, brain fog, persistent breathlessness, depression, cardiac problems. And we see that it happens in a significant proportion of people, up to 1/3, from 1/4 to 1/3. We are seeing from the research, which can affect 31 million people in the United States. And so, especially for people who've been hospitalized, significant long-term effects. So we know this will impact the workplace, and that we need to create environments where we can mitigate those longer term effects by having more inclusive workplaces that are accepting of people and create opportunities for accommodation. There are good practices, and we just shared some of those that can help us to retain these workers. So I want to move to, in summary, and talk about just quickly an overview. There are disability inclusion considerations throughout the employment process. The supervisors are a critical part of that. It's critical to inform and engage partners across internal company resources, and helpful also to have relevant community resources in the community that can support for unique considerations you might have. And long COVID, as I said, is presenting new issues that make that really critical. I'm going to ask my hosts now if they'll just toggle through some of the resources. In the next slide, I will share that there's an online tool, Benchmarkability, that you can go to at no cost, that summarizes all of these things in a 90-item checklist that you can easily access. And then in the next 3 slides, you can toggle through. There's literature, our books, and 2 slides of resources, many of which references about this research that are online. You can move to the next, through the next 2 slides. I will say, also, we have 2 online eCornell courses on these topics, one more generally on workplace disability inclusion, one on autism in the workplace and neurodiversity inclusion. And you can toggle through the next slides as well. And here are related references, one, and go through the next one. And and then I think I have a slide for questions, although I see that we're very close to time. Next slide, I think. Oh, 3 slides. I shared a lot of resources. And you're welcome, if our hosts are going to share these, you're very welcome to have these slides and access to these resources. So I'll just pause there and ask my host, if you, Dr. Kumar, do we have questions I need to respond to? I'm not hearing. I did see a slide I just had, had you move through that there are links to online resources as well from the Cornell University website. So I'm going to pause and see if there's questions. I know we're at time.
Thank you so much, Suzanne, for that very informative session. And I'll just look at the audience and ask them if they have any questions. Anybody questions? Yeah.
Hi, Suzanne. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. And
Certainly.
so my question is that there is a term that we use in the DEI world, which is called as reasonable accommodation. You talked a lot about accommodation. What's the difference between reasonable accommodation and the accommodation that you talked about? That's question number 1. And another question is that in one of your slides, you said that it could be a good practice if we give the questions of the interview in advance to people who are neurodivergent. So there could be people who would say that that's unfair, because we are coming on the interview and we don't know the questions. And so, and there are other people who know the questions. So it's sort of a question leak sort of scenario. So, yeah, these 2 questions. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. We consider that, I think things have changed greatly. Reasonable accommodation, that language came into the US legislation in 1990 because we wanted to affirm for employers that it's not just any request. The request for reasonable accommodation means that it's relevant to the job, it's relevant to the person's support that the person needs. What I will say is that over time, now over those 30 years, we've seen dramatic changes in how employers respond and accommodate their workers across the board. And I think we hear from our more progressive employers less concern about defining what reasonable is and more looking at how can we keep all of our employees in the workplace and keeping them productive. And I think the pandemic really changed our thinking about that. So we don't think of it as a legal compliance cutting line anymore, but more, is this a relevant request toward keeping the person being able to be productive in the workplace? And our research has shown that 80% of accommodations cost less than $500. It's rarely a cost issue. It's more finding out if it's going to work in the respective workplace, given the nature of the work. And on your second question, it's an excellent question. And the prototype that I suggest here of giving people an opportunity to advance, learn about the questions, is really used by those companies that are affirmatively hiring neurodiverse individuals. And, I think any of us would be advantaged in knowing in advance what those questions are. And I think if you are affirmatively hiring individuals who are disadvantaged by not being able to get some familiarity with questions and with that workplace, and you want this talent, being able to flex a little bit on the front end would advantage more than just the neurodiverse population. And I think many of us are now looking for candidates in many jobs, and that kind of flexibility will be critically important for more than just the neurodiverse population, which would mitigate that concern. And I think with that, Dr. Kumar,
you so
probably
much.
we need to end. Of course, thanks for your question.
Yeah, we have another question in the audience. Hey, Suzanne, thank you so much for all the information shared and truly helpful. One question primarily on the performance evaluation techniques, right? As much as we call and we want all the organizations to be equal, providing equal opportunities in terms of hiring, recruiting, and providing opportunities to them, do you think the current performance evaluation techniques include people with disabilities as well? And if not, what are those challenges that you have seen during your research, making sure that the organizations can take up to ensure that everybody feels included?
Excellent question. I think, performance evaluations are intimidating for all of us. And I think if people with disabilities have had historically and the experience that they're perceived as being underperforming, even when sometimes they are not, those perceptions of others greatly influence their anxiety and their ability to perform. So I think often it's a combination of perceptions of supervisors, of people's performance. So in that regard, there is inequality. There are certainly still biases about people, particularly people who have obvious disabilities. And so I think educating supervisors is critically important. And that's not just for people with disabilities, it's people with all kinds of differences, certainly. But the bias is still there. So educating is critically important. And again, thinking about how can we be flexible, but still have expectations that bring equality across the performance spectrum. People with disabilities want to be equitably performing. And so applying those performance standards equitably is important, but also with enough flexibility that they're able to achieve the goals that we set for them.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your question.
I believe that answers your question. Well, thank you very much, Zain, for joining us and for all the information you've shared with us. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause.
Thank you for your invitation.
Our next masterclass will be conducted by an international para-athlete, a member of World Assembly of Women with Disabilities, Access Auditor, a National Role Model awardee by President of India. She will shed some light on authentic accessibility in workplace premises. Please allow me and join me as I welcome Ms. Suvarna Raj.
So thank you so much. And I think मैं अपने introduction से start करूँगी and I'm comfortable in Hindi. I think आप सब लोग हिंदी में comfortable है. Yeah, thank you so much. So international para athlete तो मैं हुई, उसके साथ साथ मैं ज़्यादातर disability rights के लिए जानी जाती हूँ, activism के लिए जानी जाती हूँ, क्योंकि एक्सेसिबिलिटी ये जो वर्ड है ना, जिसके लिए मैं आज प्रेजेंटेशन दे रही हूँ, ये शायद तब से मेरे लिए इम्पोर्टेंस रखता है जब मैं 10th के बाद 11th स्टैंडर्ड में गई थी। क्योंकि 10th तक की जो जर्नी थी ना, वो तो बड़ी आसान थी। एक स्पेशल हॉस्टल में रही 4 दीवारी के अंदर 12 साल, बाहर की दुनिया देखी ही नहीं थी, और वही खाना, वही रहना, वही पढ़ना, एग्जाम भी वही, बस बोर्ड एग्जाम्स के लिए हमको पहली बार बाहर लेके जाया गया था। तो उसके बाद जब 11th में गई, सोसाइटी में आई, तब थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम्स हुई, क्योंकि हर वक्त क्लास जो थी वो या तो फर्स्ट फ्लोर या तो ग्राउंड फ्लोर में भी है, तो वहां पे भी स्टेप्स होती थी। तो तब मैंने पहली लड़ाई शुरू करी थी, क्योंकि तब भी मुझे ये बोला गया था कि आप घर से पढ़ सकते हो, हम आपको मटेरियल दे देंगे, आप एग्जाम देने आना। तब मैंने कहा था नहीं, अब नहीं, 12 साल पढ़ लिया जितना पढ़ना था, अब मुझे कॉलेज में जाना है, पढ़ना है, एक्सप्लोर करना है, हर चीज देखनी है। तो तब से मेरी जर्नी स्टार्ट हुई। आज मैं यहाँ पर हूँ आप सबके सामने। ये मेरी कुछ इंटरनेशनल एक्टिविटीज और कुछ मेडल्स के साथ फोटोज है, एंड दिस इज माय अवार्ड्स विच इज वेरी प्रेस्टिजियस फॉर मी, क्योंकि मुझे आज भी याद है जब मेरा पहला नेशनल अवार्ड मुझे 2013 में मिला था बाय प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया। उस वक्त तक मेरे पापा ने मुझे कभी देखना भी नहीं चाहा। उस वक्त मैं अपनी एज की 27 या 28 ईयर ओल्ड थी, और नहीं, उससे भी ज्यादा, 32 एज। और उस वक्त तक पापा मुझे देखना भी पसंद नहीं करते थे। उनका ये लगता था कि वो बोलते ना पाप, पहले यही वर्ड यूज होता था कि पाप हो गया है, क्योंकि एक डिसेबल बच्ची है। और उन्होंने हमेशा वही सोचा कि अगर मैं आंखों के सामने आ गई तो मैं आंखों के सामने क्यों आ गई, जब मैं ड्यूटी से आता हूँ तो आप किसी फ्रेंड के घर रहा करो, जब ऐसे कुछ चीजें होती गई। लेकिन तब मैंने उनको पहली बार बुलाया जब मैंने ये अवार्ड लिया, एंड वो दिन है और आज का दिन है। ही फील प्राउड कि आज मेरी चौथी बेटी भी है। एंड उसके बाद ये अवार्ड का सिलसिला चलता रहा। सो माय टॉपिक इज एक्सेसिबिलिटी। तो ये तो लिखा है मैंने ये सब कुछ, बट मैं एक इजी लैंग्वेज में अगर बताना चाहूँ तो एक्सेसिबिलिटी मेरे लिए ये है कि अगर मैं आज स्टेज पे हूँ, रैंप था तो मैं स्टेज पे हूँ, अगर रैंप नहीं है तो मैं स्टेज पे नहीं होती, है ना। क्योंकि होता क्या है ना, अगर मैं स्पीकर होती और यहाँ रैंप नहीं होता तो कहीं ना कहीं आप लोग मुझ में डिसेबिलिटी ढूंढते, लेकिन वही आप एनवायरनमेंट नहीं देखते कि यहाँ पर वो रैंप ही नहीं है। तो आई थिंक दिस इज एक्सेसिबिलिटी। अगर आपके पास आप डिसेबिलिटी आपके अंदर नहीं होगी, आपके इन्वायरमेंट में होती है, ये मुझे लगता है। सो एक चीज और, डिसेबिलिटी हम लोग ना वही सोच, जो 21 डिसेबिलिटीज है, सीपी, ब्लाइंडनेस, विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड, या फिर हेयरिंग इम्पेयर्ड, और लेकिन मेरे हिसाब से द मैटरनल हेल्थ भी, प्रेगनेंसी भी एक डिसेबिलिटी है। एक्सीडेंटल, आई थिंक एक बहुत अच्छा उदाहरण अगर मैं देना चाहूंगी, अगर हमारे जो परिवहन मंत्री जी है नितिन गडकरी जी, उनका एक एग्जांपल देना चाहूंगी। वो जब उनका एक सीवियर एक्सीडेंट हुआ, और वो सीवियर एक्सीडेंट में वो 6 महीने के लिए ऑन व्हीलचेयर आ गए, और आपको यकीन नहीं होगा, उनकी जितने भी प्रीमाइसेस थे, वर्क प्रीमाइसेस थे या घर था, विद इन 5 डेज सब कुछ एक्सेसिबल किया गया। मैनुअल लिफ्ट्स लगाई गई, रैंप्स बनाए गए, चाहे विधान भवन हो, रवि भवन हो, या उनका घर हो। तो डिसेबिलिटी कभी बता के नहीं आती। तो एक्सेसिबिलिटी हमेशा जरूरी है मेरे हिसाब से। तो स्टेप्स होना ही नहीं चाहिए, ये मेरा एक सोचना है। अगर आप स्टेप्स की जगह, जैसे रैंप है, इस रैंप से आप भी आ सकते हो, इस रैंप से मैं भी आ सकती हूँ, तो कहीं ना कहीं उसी चीज तक नहीं होना चाहिए। सो उसके बाद ये पॉइंट जैसे है, आप पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटीज में क्या देखते हैं, ओनली डिसेबल। ये मेरे साथ जो हुआ है मैं बता रही हूँ। When I can't access your website, तो आपको क्या लगेगा, yes I am disabled, क्योंकि मैं आपकी वेबसाइट एक्सेस नहीं कर सकती। लेकिन आप ये नहीं सोचेंगे कि आपकी वेबसाइट एक्सेसिबल होती तो I can access this website, I can't access your building, लेकिन अगर रैंप हो तो मैं कर सकती हूँ। I can't when your recruitment process is not accessible, अगर वो एक्सेसिबल हो तो I can, when your company culture is not accessible, when your कंटेंट इज नॉट एक्सेसिबल, तो आई थिंक आप अगर एक्सेसिबिलिटी देंगे तो डिसेबल कैन। सो वी आर नॉट डिसेबल बाय आवरसेल्फ, वी आर डिसेबल बाय सोसाइटी। सो उस किसी एक चीज में फिट नहीं होती डिसेबिलिटी, ये मेरा कहना है। कई सारे फीचर्स है। हम लोगों को उन सब चीजों में एक असिस्टिव टेक्नोलॉजी चाहिए होती है, जैसे कि स्क्रीन रीडर्स है, मैग्निफिकेशन सॉफ्टवेयर है, इक्विपमेंट्स होते हैं जैसे लार्जर मॉनिटर्स हो गए, इंफॉर्मेशन हो जो ब्रेल्स में हो, मीटिंग एजेंडाज हो जो ब्रेल्स में हो, और वर्किंग एनवायरनमेंट हो जैसे एर्गोनॉमिक चेयर्स हो गई, एडजस्टेबल डेस्क हो गए, और थोड़ा सा एक्स्ट्रा टाइम चाहिए होता है बस। फिर देर इज नो क्विक फिक्स, बट स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट हमेशा होता है। बस उसके लिए क्या होता है, वो थोड़ा सा टाइम लेता है, कमिटमेंट लेता है, रिसोर्स लेता है, और कहीं ना कहीं कंटिन्यू इम्प्रूवमेंट मांगता है। अब इट डज नॉट मैटर विच एक्रोनिम यू यूज, मतलब हम कोई भी मुहावरा यूज कर ले इसमें, डाइवर्सिटी, इक्विटी, इंक्लूजन, बिलोंगिंग्स, या फिर इनमें से कोई भी, डाइवर्सिटी एंड इंक्लूजन। बट अगर एक्सेसिबिलिटी आपके हार्ट में नहीं है ना, तो आई थिंक एवरीथिंग इज वेस्ट। आपको बस आपके माइंडसेट में वो चीज होनी चाहिए। फिर इनएक्सेसिबिलिटी इज नॉट अवर इनएबिलिटी। हम लोग वही सोचते हैं कि इनएक्सेसिबिलिटी है तो हम कर नहीं सकते, लेकिन एक्सेसिबिलिटी हो, बस थोड़ा सा अकाउंटेबिलिटी लेना जरूरी है हर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को। क्योंकि हम जब भी कहीं काम करने जाते हैं ना, जो मेरे साथ हुआ है जब मैं मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डब्ल्यूसीडी में थी, तो तब मुझे एम्प्लॉय किया गया था एज ए एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन सेक्शन, लेकिन मुझसे काम करवाया जाता था डिस्पैच सेक्शन का। दे सेड कि आप कर नहीं सकते। तो आप लोग अकाउंटेबिलिटी नहीं लेते उस चीज की। जब हम आपको बता रहे हैं कि हम उसी के लिए ही एडमिन सेक्शन के लिए अगर रिक्रूट किए गए, तो आप प्लीज वही काम दीजिए। आप ये नहीं बोल सकते कि आप ये नहीं कर सकते। आप एक्सेसिबिलिटी देंगे, बिकॉज उन्होंने मुझे सिर्फ एडमिन डिस्पैच वर्क इसलिए दिया था क्योंकि उनका एडमिन वर्क जो था वो फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे था। तो दैट्स वाई वो ऑलवेज यही कहते थे कि नहीं आप नहीं कर सकते। तो कहीं ना कहीं अकाउंटेबिलिटी को ही नहीं लेता इन सब चीजों के लिए। फिर हम लोग हमेशा यही सिखाया जाता है कि डिसेबल लोगों को आम लोगों के साथ कैसे फिट होना चाहिए, लेकिन आम लोगों को ये क्यों नहीं सिखाया जाता है कि वो हमारे साथ कैसे फिट हो। इसका अगर मैं एक चीज बताना चाहूंगी कि करिकुलम में अभी तक हम लोग ऐड नहीं है। डिसेबिलिटी सेक्शन करिकुलम में ऐड होना चाहिए इन प्राइवेट स्कूल्स। मेरे बेटे के 5th क्लास में ये था डिसेबिलिटी सेंसिटाइजेशन का एक चैप्टर, बट अभी तक मैंने गवर्नमेंट की किसी किताब में नहीं देखा है जहां पर लोगों को, बच्चों को पढ़ाया जाए। क्योंकि बचपन से ही आपको उनको सिखाना चाहिए होगा कि कैसे आपके साथ पेश आना है। देन अब मैं आप लोगों को एंगेज करना चाहती हूँ। कुछ पिक्चर्स आपके सामने हैं, आप लोग मुझे इसमें कुछ कमियां बताएंगे। तो जो भी बताना चाहे प्लीज। ओके ओके यस। और आपको पता है ये टॉयलेट और ये टॉयलेट्स तब बने हैं जब इनका ऑडिट्स हुआ है। ऑडिट के बाद ये किया गया है। और ये वो कहते हैं कि हमने ये ऑडिट करने के बाद जो स्टैंडर्ड्स है, एक्सेसिबिलिटी स्टैंडर्ड्स है, उसके हिसाब से बनाया है। उनको यही नहीं पता कि वो जो बार है वो कैसे, उन्होंने ऊपर से लेके नीचे तक और नीचे से लेके आगे तक। आप व्हीलचेयर कहाँ रखेंगे, कहाँ आप शिफ्ट हो पाएंगे। इवन दिस इज रेलवे, जो लेफ्ट वाला है वो रेलवे स्टेशन का टॉयलेट है। रेलवे स्टेशन में बहुत बड़ा बड़ा लिखा हुआ था विकलांग टॉयलेट। और वहां पर पहली बात तो उस दरवाजे के अंदर व्हीलचेयर नहीं जा रही है, सेकेंडली वहां पर एक स्टेप है। यहाँ पर ये सब मैं इसलिए दिखा रही हूँ कि आप लोग अभी अवेयर होंगे इन सब चीजों को देख के, कि कभी भी आपको कोई भी ऐसा चीज दिखता है कि हाँ लिखा है फॉर अ डिसेबल पर्सन, लेकिन यहाँ पे गलती क्या है, तो आप ये तभी ठीक भी कर सकते हैं। तो यहाँ पर प्लीज मैं चाहूंगी कि आप लोग गलतियां बताएं। अब आप सोच रहे होंगे यहाँ टैक्टाइल पाथ भी है, यहाँ पर वो अपंगानकर्ता वाहन मतलब ये विकलांगों के लिए पार्किंग भी दी हुई है, पर गलती क्या है। यस, पार्किंग में जनरल पार्किंग। ओके, एंड द नेक्स्ट पिक्चर। यस, जो टैक्टाइल पाथ है वो पूरा मिट्टी से ढक गया है। एंड टैक्टाइल पाथ किस लिए यूज होता है, क्या कोई मुझे बता सकता है। यस, वो अपनी केन यूज करके रास्ता ढूंढ सके। यस इट्स इंडिया ओनली, डोंट वरी। तो ये हमारे इंडिया के ही पिक्चर्स है। जब भी मैं कहीं जाती हूँ तो मैं क्लिक कर लेती हूँ। दिस आर टॉयलेट्स। आई डोंट नो एक व्हीलचेयर यूजर वहां कैसे पहुंचेगा। अच्छा, पहला वाला तो आप शायद पहचान लेंगे जिसमें मैं खड़ी हूँ कि इसमें क्या गलती है। बस सेकंड वाले में आप मुझे गलती बता सकते हैं? हाँ जी, ये लेकिन वो किस रास्ते में है? यस, उससे टैक्टाइल पाथ जो है वो पूरा कवर्ड हो चुका है। और इसको हम हजार्ड्स कहते हैं। जब कोई विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड पर्सन जब उससे जाता है तो ये बिल्कुल रास्ते में नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि वो वहां टकराएगा और उसका तो रास्ता ही आपने छीन लिया। एंड द सेकेंड पिक्चर्स, यहाँ तो रैंप भी है, फिर गलती क्या है? रैंप तो है, वाटर कूलर में तो गलती है, बट उसके अलावा नो। यस, द रेलिंग इज मिसिंग। हम लोग ये छोटे छोटे पॉइंट्स देखते ही नहीं है। वर्क प्लेस पे ये सारी चीजें होनी बहुत जरूरी है। अभी इसमें तो सब कुछ है, फिर गलती कहाँ है? हाँ जी, यस, उन्होंने टैक्टाइल पाथ भी दे दिया, एक बोर्ड भी दे दिया, लेकिन जो बार्स लगाए, जो वहां पे व्हीलचेयर जाती नहीं है। ये जिम्स हॉस्पिटल की फोटो है इन ग्रेटर नोएडा, गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल है ये। फर्स्ट वाली फोटो जो है इसमें तो आप बता देंगे कि यस टॉयलेट लॉक है, ठीक है। और ये हर जगह होता है। आप गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल्स में जाइए, कहीं पे भी चले जाइए, किसी भी गवर्नमेंट या प्राइवेट, इवन द प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल्स, आपको व्हीलचेयर एक्सेसिबल वॉशरूम जो है वो हमेशा लॉक मिलेगा, या तो वो स्टाफ यूज कर रहा होगा। लेकिन सेकेंड फोटो कहाँ का है, कोई बता सकता है? यस, ये एयरक्राफ्ट का फोटो। और आज तक मुझे ये समझ में नहीं आया है कि एयरलाइंस वालों ने अपने एयरक्राफ्ट्स में ये व्हीलचेयर साइन क्यों लगाया हुआ है। मैं जब 14 आवर्स का ट्रैवल लेती हूँ कभी कर, पर मैं 14 आवर्स में कभी वो वॉशरूम नहीं यूज कर सकती। तो फिर इस सिंबल का मतलब क्या है? या तो आप वो फैसिलिटीज दीजिए, क्योंकि जब भी आपको वॉशरूम्स की प्रॉब्लम, मुझे मोस्टली फ्लाइट्स में ये प्रॉब्लम होती है जब भी मैं इंटरनेशनल फ्लाइट्स लेती हूँ। तो ये छोटी छोटी गलतियां हैं। इन्होंने तो अपना काम पूरा कर दिया कि ये सरकार ने कहा है कि एक्सेसिबल होना चाहिए, साइन जरूर होना चाहिए, तो इन्होंने साइन लगाकर छोड़ दिया है। बट कभी भी कोई भी व्हीलचेयर यूजर ये वॉशरूम यूज नहीं कर सकता। इस ये मैं ही हूं जो सोच रही हूँ कि मैं यहाँ से कैसे निकलूं। ये जो डोर है, ये ऐसा होता है ना, दो तरफ से बिल्कुल बंद होता है और बीच का डोर खुलता है, तो वो पोर्शन जो है वो हमेशा के लिए बंद होता है। और वो वहां पर ही उन्होंने रैंप बनाया हुआ है, ठीक है। एंड ये रैंप भी किसी बैंक के एटीएम का है। हाँ, यस, एंड दिस इज गुड एग्जांपल्स। ये है यूके का। जब मैं वर्ल्ड कप चल रहा था, आई थिंक 2019, जब मैं गई थी तो मैंने देखा हमारी यहाँ की मेट्रो और वहाँ की मेट्रो में कितना फर्क है। हमारे यहाँ के मेट्रोज में भी हमारे लिए स्पेशल स्पेस दी गई है, लेकिन वो हमेशा लॉक होती है। लेकिन वहां पर देखिए सिर्फ वही लोग जा सकते हैं। जो लेफ्ट वाला फोटो एंड द राइट वन इज, ये टॉयलेट वहां के रेलवे स्टेशन, रेलवे में है, वहां के रेलवे में। वहां की जो रेलवे है वो हमसे कई साल पुरानी है। वहां के रेलवे स्टेशन पे भी रैंप नहीं है, मतलब आपका जो प्लेटफॉर्म है और आपका जो रेलवे है उसका हाइट भी हमारे इंडिया के जैसे। लेकिन वहां पर एक बहुत अच्छी बात है जब मैं वर्ल्ड कप देखने गई तो वहां पे काफी सारे इंडियंस थे, तो मैंने उनको बोला जब ट्रेन आएगी तो प्लीज मुझे चढ़ा देना। लेकिन जब ट्रेन आई, पता नहीं किसने कहाँ से देखा, एक व्यक्ति आया एक बड़ा सा रैंप लेके, बहुत हल्का था, आया रैंप लगाया, मुझे ट्रेन में चढ़ा के नेक्स्ट स्टेशन पूछा और वो चला भी गया। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये चीज हम यहाँ पर भी कर सकते हैं। यही है वो रैंप वाला फोटो, जिनके हाथ में ये रैंप था और उन्होंने मेरे लिए ये रैंप खोल के, मेरे पास उसकी वीडियो भी है, मैं कभी शेयर करना चाहूंगी। ये कुछ एग्जाम्पल्स दिए कि हमारा वर्क प्लेस में हमारा फर्नीचर कैसा होना चाहिए, हमारी जो व्हील चेयर्स है वो डेस्क के अंदर इजीली शिफ्ट हो जाए ताकि हमें कोई भी काम करने में आसानी हो। ये पार्किंग्स है, और बाहर ऐसी ही पार्किंग्स है, इवन इंडिया में मैंने अभी तक ऐसी पार्किंग्स देखी है, लेकिन बहुत कम, और अगर है भी तो वहां पर जनरल पार्किंग की जाती है। द टैक्टाइल लगाने का सबसे रेयर, मतलब जो सबसे अच्छा तरीका है वो ये है, लेकिन इंडिया में इसको डिजाइन के तौर पे लगाया जाता है। लोग समझते हैं कि टैक्टाइल सिर्फ इसलिए लगाई गई है कि कोई इस पे से फिसले ना, बट उनको ये नहीं पता कि टैक्टाइल फॉर विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड पर्सन्स। ये कुछ टॉयलेट्स, एंड दिस इज इवैक चेयर। इसके बारे में बहुत कम लोगों को पता है। ये वो चेयर है जहां अगर कोई इमरजेंसी होती है तो आपके वर्क प्लेस में ये इवैक चेयर होना बहुत जरूरी है। ये इवैक चेयर एक नॉर्मल इंसान, किसी भी डिसेबल व्यक्ति को इस चेयर पे स्टेयर्स से भी नीचे लेके जा सकता है। तो ये चेयर्स अभी इंडिया में भी अवेलेबल है, और ये चेयर्स बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है जब कोई इमरजेंसी आती है। एक आपको पता है उदयपुर में एक सिटी पैलेस है, वहां के जो महाराजा भोपाल सिंह जी थे वो अपने 18 साल की उम्र में पैरालाइज्ड हो गए थे। तो उस वक्त तो एक्सेसिबिलिटी थी ही नहीं। तो उस होटल में जब मैं गई, वहां पर मैंने देखा कि उनकी जो चेयर है, आप देखिए उस चेयर में व्हील्स लगे हुए हैं, जो उनकी चेयर है। तो उस वक्त इनको कैसे पता कि व्हील चेयर, राजा के लिए जो चेयर है उसको भी व्हील चेयर में कैसे कन्वर्ट करना है। उनका जो वॉशरूम है वो भी देखिए, तब WC वाला पैटर्न तब नहीं था, लेकिन वो चेयर आप देख सकते हैं, उनकी टॉयलेट चेयर ये लंदन से उनके लिए मंगवाई गई थी। और आज भी और इवन वहां पे तब लिफ्ट नहीं थी, लेकिन उन्होंने तब क्या इंतजाम किया था ये नहीं पता, लेकिन आज वहां एक लिफ्ट है, और वो जगह तब से ही छोड़ी गई है उस महल में, जब वो इट्स 1884 की ये बात है। तो अगर उस वक्त राजा महाराजा और वो जनता ये सोच सकती थी, तो हम क्यों नहीं सोच सकते। तो कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है हम लोग ना स्मार्ट सिटी चाहते हैं हमेशा हम लोग, और अभी तो बोल वाला चल रहा है एक्सेसिबल इंडिया कैंपेन के अंदर, हमें स्मार्ट सिटी चाहिए, स्मार्ट सिटी चाहिए, लेकिन हमारे पास स्मार्ट थिंकिंग ही नहीं है, हमारे पास स्मार्ट सोच ही नहीं है। जब तक आप स्मार्ट सोचोगे नहीं तो आप स्मार्ट सिटी कैसे बनाओगे। क्योंकि एंड इसीलिए विदाउट एक्सेसिबिलिटी ना, पीपल ऑलवेज थिंक कि डिसेबिलिटी कैंट, मतलब हमेशा यही होता है कि वो नहीं कर सकते, वो नहीं कर सकते, बट रियलिटी इज डिसेबिलिटी कैन। क्योंकि अगर आपको इसका यकीन दिलाना है तो आप चले जाइए प्रीवियस ओलंपिक्स, टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स, इसका बेस्ट एग्जांपल, 4 मेडल और 19 मेडल, ओलंपिक इज 4 एंड पैरालंपिक इज 19। तो आई थिंक वी प्रूफ कि हमने कर दिखाया। अगर हमें एक्सेसिबिलिटी मिलेगी, हमें वो माइंडसेट मिलेगा ना, तो हम सब कुछ कर सकते हैं। कहते हैं, एक फ्रेज भी है, मुकम करोति वाचानम पंगुम लंघयते गिरिम, कि मुख को भी वाचा फूट सकती है और एक विकलांग व्यक्ति भी पहाड़ चढ़ सकता है। बस सोसाइटी का सपोर्ट होना और सोसाइटी की मेंटेलिटी हमारी तरफ पॉजिटिव होना बहुत जरूरी है, आई थिंक। एंड thank you so much.
Beautiful, Swarna, beautiful. What a lovely presentation. I just want to highlight one thing that Swarna said about the UK rails. And she said कि वो ramp, I have experienced the same thing. कुछ 5-6 साल पहले शायद UK rails were not that accessible. अब क्या होता है कि when you reach a station, they still have that gap in between the rails. But they are sensitized that as soon as they see a wheelchair approaching, they will pick up their ramp, come there, put it for you. Not only that, they inform the station where you are going to get off, so that as soon as you open, the door opens, they are waiting for you with the ramp, right, Swarna?
Yes, yes.
But one thing which she said very nicely, wo aaya aur wo chala gaya. You know what that is implying? That they have normalized disability. The word normalized is very important. You're not making a big deal out of it. You're not making the person feel as if something where they're asking for a big favor. And you're not being extra helpful or extra patronizing. They know just the right amount of help needed, the right amount of support needed. They do it a matter of fact and they go away. So normalization, I think, is very critical.
And the problem is, I think जून 2017 और 18 में बहुत हाईलाइट हुई थी रेलवे के मुद्दे को लेके। पूरे 2 महीने तक मैं मीडिया में ही रही थी। क्यों? तो गरीब रथ ट्रेन, आई थिंक सबको पता है, उसमें कंसेशन नहीं मिलता और मैंने उस ट्रेन का टिकट ले लिया। मुझे लगा पूरा फुल्ली पैसे देके लिया है, पहली बार बहुत अच्छा। पता गाड़ी में बैठने के बाद पता चला कि अपर बर्थ मिल गया। और द प्रॉब्लम इज उस कोच में 4 ही सीट और द सेकेंड बर्थ ऑल्सो सीनियर सिटीजन, तो मैं उनको भी ऊपर नहीं कर सकती थी क्योंकि वो भी ऊपर नहीं जा सकते थे। तो वो मुद्दा, मुझे पूरी रात ट्रेन के जो नीचे जो जमीन होती है उस पे सो कराना पड़ा। तो उसके बाद मैंने वो रातों रात ट्वीट किया। तो ट्वीट करने के बाद मेरे आई थिंक भोपाल स्टेशन के आसपास 10-12 लोग आए। दे सेड कि मैम प्लीज कुछ भी चाहिए तो हमें बताए। बढ़िया सा बेडिंग देके गए, नीचे बिछा के गए एंड ऑल। लेकिन उनको नहीं पता कि दूसरे दिन क्या होने वाला है। और यकीन मानिए दूसरे दिन मैं ट्रेन में, मतलब स्टेशन पे इतनी सारी मीडिया खड़ी थी और ट्रेन की, मैं उसी बोगी में ट्रेन वो गार्ड जो जहां वॉश होने जाती है वहां चली गई। मुझे तो डर लगा कि मुझे अब मैं कैसे बाहर निकलूंगी इस ट्रेन से। और वो उसके बाद सुरेश प्रभु उस वक्त मिनिस्टर थे, तो उन्होंने मुझसे कहा सुवर्णा 150 साल पुराना रेलवे है, नहीं बदलेगा, थोड़ा सिस्टम बदलने में टाइम लगेगा। तो मैंने उनको कहा 150 साल में सुवर्णा नहीं थी या सुवर्णा के जैसे लोग नहीं थे, लेकिन आज सुवर्णा है और सुवर्णा के जैसे लाखों लोग हैं जो रोज ट्रेन का सफर करते हैं। और मुझे पता है कैसे लड़ना है तो मैंने लड़ लिया। लेकिन जिनको नहीं पता कि एक्सेसिबिलिटी के लिए कैसे लड़ना है वो कैसे आप तक जाएंगे? तो मुझे ये सिस्टम चेंज चाहिए और वो दिन है और आज का दिन है। 50-60% रेलवेज में चेंज आ चुका है और अभी भी हम लोग उसके लिए काम कर रहे हैं और चेंज लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो कहीं ना हमारा इंडियन सिस्टम धक्का देने वाले पे चल रहा है ना चलने दो, चल रहा है ना चलने दो, लेकिन मेंटालिटी चेंज नहीं कर पाता। कहीं ना कहीं वो ये सोचता ही नहीं है। अब मेरा सपना था डॉक्टर बनना, मैं डॉक्टर ही नहीं बन पाई क्योंकि 8th क्लास में जब मुझे लगा कि इंग्लिश, तब पहले 8th क्लास में मीडियम इंग्लिश मीडियम स्टार्ट होता था जब हम पढ़ते थे। तो मुझे लगा इंग्लिश मीडियम लूंगी, बाद में साइंस साइड लूंगी और फिर मैं डॉक्टर बनने के लिए कहीं ना कहीं कोशिश कर सकती हूँ। तो मेरी मम्मी ने कोशिश की थी कि एक नॉर्मल स्कूल में मेरा एडमिशन कराया जाए। स्कूल ने डिनाई कर दिया कि आपकी बेटी को लेके कौन जाएगा, लेके कौन आएगा, वॉशरूम कौन बिठाएगा, कौन लाएगा। और उस वक्त मेरी करियर वहीं पे खराब, मतलब स्टॉप हो गया। तो ये चीज आज भी है। अगर गुजरात का एक गांव है सोडी नाम का, जहां पर मैं ऑडिट करने गई थी, 5 किलोमीटर के अंदर वो गांव है, मुश्किल से 300-400 घर होंगे। उसमें एक घर था जहां पे हस्बैंड एंड वाइफ बोथ आर सीवियर डिसेबल। तो उन्होंने बारिश का पानी इकट्ठा करके रखते हैं वो पूरे साल पीने के लिए। तो वहां पे आज भी एक्सेसिबिलिटी नहीं है कि उनको कहीं ना कहीं वो सहूलियत मिल जाए और वो कहीं ना कहीं उनके लिए पानी हो। तो आज हम क्यों सिर्फ स्मार्ट सिटी के पीछे पड़े हुए? पहले गांवों को, हर चीज को एक्सेसिबल करने का तो सोचिए। कहीं ना कहीं हम पीछे ही है। माइंडसेट आज भी बेचारा बिचारी पे ही अटका हुआ है, वो सोच जा ही नहीं रही है। आज भी कोई भी देखता है हाय बिचारी कितनी सुंदर, भगवान ने ऐसा किया, जब ये हाय बिचारी कितनी सुंदर, शादी कैसे होगी? सबसे बड़ा पॉइंट यही है। तो आई थिंक जब मैं प्रैक्टिस करती हूँ ना तो एक गार्ड अंकल रोज करते थे, अरे सुंदर है, कितना सुंदर है तू, भगवान ने ऐसा कर दिया। तो एक दिन मैंने उनको बोला आपके कितने बच्चे? दे सेठ के 4। मैंने कहा हम भी 4 भाई बहन है, वो सब हाउसवाइफ है और अपना एक नौकरी करते हैं, लेकिन मैं इंटरनेशनल एथलीट हूँ, इंटरनेशनल फिगर हूँ, देश विदेश में घूमती हूँ, लोगों में नाम है। अब आप बताइए बेचारा वो या बेचारी मैं? तो बस आपको माइंडसेट चेंज करना चाहिए।
वेरी ब्यूटीफुल। चलो स्वर्णा, एक आधा क्वेश्चन ले लेते हैं and then we have to move. Time will not permit us to do it more. Anybody question? This one is working.
So in one of my research paper, which is, so my first was on governance, and the second is on strategic importance of microeconomics. And organizations and people form part of microeconomics of any economy and any country. और ये जो हम इतने organizations और हम each and every individual का जो सोच है या everything है, this all form part of microeconomics, and all these organizations and people, they form part of labor economics. तो जो अभी इन्होंने बोला, this all form part of my research paper. And जो हम organizations की बात कर रहे हैं कि organizations are business driven and all these kind of things, but any business which has only made money is a poor business first. Organizations, every organization has made and minted money in any of a pandemic and any of the thing. There have been layoffs, there have been hiring, firing, all the kind of things. When we talk about disability, it is a social venture. It does not come with sympathy. It comes with a lot of empathy. They are our strengths. They are our people, and organizations should be ready to shed their money to make things inclusive in the organizations, in their mindsets. So I just wanted, I couldn't stop myself, resist myself in submitting. I worked with Wells Fargo, Genpact, and a lot of other MNCs. But yeah, my inner calling was to do a lot of research to bring that kind of boost in my economy of my country.
Thank
That's
you,
it.
thank you, thank you.
Just one quick submission. So Varna, आप बहुत ही inspirational है, बहुत ही inspiring है. आपने इतनी simply जो जो भी आपने बोला बहुत ही इंस्पिरेशनल था. So from NatWest, three of us, we would love to partner with you to probably bring in shifts in mindsets, because हम mindsets की बात करते हैं, हम बहुत कुछ कर रहे हैं as an organization, but mindset shift करना continuously, it is an effort. Continuous, sustained, I would say commitment चाहिए होती है to make that movement and to transition. So we would love to partner with.
So I have a
Thank
good
you.
news for you. Swarna has now joined Insights as a consultant. So she is now part of the Ask Insights family.
Thank you.
स्वर्णा जी, आप WhatsApp यूज करती हैं? सभी करते हैं, एवरीबॉडी डज इट. फैमिली ग्रुप होता है आजकल WhatsApp पे बहुत चलन है कि एक प्यारा सा फैमिली ग्रुप बना लेते हैं. मेरी फैमिली ग्रुप का नाम है फैमिली 420. हाउ ओरिजिनल, फनी. सो फॉर सम रीजन इस ग्रुप पर कुछ ना कुछ अजीब पिक्चर्स आती रहती हैं. मेरे मामा जी फोटो भेजते हैं, किसी ना किसी रीजन में उस फोटो में एक घोड़ा होता है, एक पेड़ होता है, एक दिया होता है, और दिए की लौ में सुप्रभात लिखा होता है. मैंने मामा जी को फोन किया, मामा जी, what is this? Why do you keep sending me these pictures? What am I supposed to do with a घोड़ा, with a पेड़, और ये दिए का मैं क्या करूं? प्लीज मत भेजा करो. पर एक दिन उन्होंने एक पिक्चर भेजी, उसमें जो लिखा था मेरे ख्याल से वो आप पर, आपके जज्बे पर और बाकी सभी के लिए बड़ा फिट बैठता है. ध्यान से सुनिएगा. इट रेड कि जीत मिले ना मिले ये अलग बात है. जीत मिले ना मिले ये अलग बात है, पर मैं कोशिश भी ना करूं ये तो गलत बात है. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Miss Swarna Raj. And now I request Dr. Akshay Kumar to kindly join us on the stage to present a small token of appreciation. And I'm delighted to inform you all that Ms. Swarna Raj is a senior accessibility consultant at Ask Insights and is geared to help you accelerate your accessibility drives. Sincerest apologies for the delay. Allow me a moment. The topic at hand for the next panel discussion: power of disability inclusion, identifying and eliminating barriers to people with disabilities. Allow me to welcome our panelist. Please welcome Mr. Muhammad Asif Iqbal, Associate Director, Advisor, PwC. Super easy to clap. You just put them both together. Let's welcome Ms. Dipali Masirkar, IPS, Director, Election Planning, Accessibility and Inclusion Section, and Uttar Pradesh Section, Election Commission of India. Please welcome Dr. Anil Jain, Head and Director, Santokba Durlabji Memorial Hospital. Let's welcome Ms. Aparna Balakrishnan, Co-Chairperson for the APAC Able at Uber. And please welcome Dr. Neeru Kumar. How about I request the audience to give a huge round of applause, and maybe that will get you over here with us. We need you here. The audience has got, audience's demand. I must respect your decision.
Take my name then.
Let's welcome Ms. Manisha Kumari, Front Office, The Lalit. And completing the panel, the moderator, Mr. Talis Rizvi, Director, BW People, BW Business World.
So before starting off, we have our esteemed panel with us, and I would request, because this is something that is very important in terms of breaking barriers, and we are talking about identification of those barriers and how do we overcome that. So I would request Dr. Neeru to just, from there you can open up. Ashish, if you can give the mic. You can just open it for all of us with a bit of understanding, and then we can start with the panel. Just a minute. Thank you, ma'am.
So I think there have been so many conversations since morning that now anybody can open the session. Everybody's mind is working in that direction, and through various speakers, we've understood that different kind of disabilities have different barriers, and many of which we have never really thought of. We have never taken out the time and thought of in this much detail as we have thought of today. Many organizations are well-meaning, but then when they come across challenges like budgets, like infrastructure, like the red tape, like getting it done and passed, the audits, so many things which become a source of discouragement, and then they give up. You know, when we were planning this conference of today, I was very excited. I said, you know, it's all opened up. People are now really talking about disability, and I thought, really, the time has come. But when we got down to it and we started approaching organizations, we saw how much fear that the organizations still hold in terms of getting over the barriers that still exist. And then we made the tagline of this conference as helping organizations launch their disability initiatives, because that was our intent. We wanted to really handhold you, give you some of the best encouragement, best tools, best information to be able to get over that barrier and start doing. You know, sometimes we are also very worried about saying the wrong thing, about, you know, making mistakes. And I would say don't be. Whether it is about disability or any other form of diversity, if we start having a reverse discrimination, that the moment anybody says anything wrong, it could be about the LGBTQ plus conversation. But if we start penalizing the dominant group for saying something's wrong, then that's a big discouragement to them. That becomes again a very big barrier. So I think tolerance is also needed for the dominant group. Patience is also needed for the dominant group. So if we all start taking these baby steps, we've learned a lot today. And if we start taking these baby steps towards making our workplaces accessible, towards changing mindsets, we'll begin the task of dismantling barriers. And we are always there to support you in this journey, this process. Talis, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Neeru. That's wonderful hearing from you, and we've been hearing about a number of issues and the changes that can be brought about, and a lot of organizations have already incorporated changes, and today we'll be honoring them towards the end of the day. So we have our esteemed panelists with us, and we have Aparna from Uber. So I would request her to give quick 30-second intro about her, then I'll get on to the questions after all the intros of our panelists are there.
Sure.
Aparna.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aparna Balakrishnan. I work as a program manager with the university recruiting team, and we have employee resource group at Uber, which helps us navigate through what rightly Dr. Neeru Kumar told, how to navigate through the do's and don'ts of disability. So I am the co-chairperson for the Able at Uber ERG.
Lovely. That's a wonderful initiative by Uber. And we'd also like to thank Uber for partnering with us and make this thing happen.
Thank you.
So we'll move to our next panelist, that's Deepali ji. Deepali ji, can we have a quick interview?
A very good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, thank you so much, Neeru ji, for having me here. It's a great honor to be here amongst all of you. I look after the accessibility and inclusion section of the Election Commission of India. And our motto is to ensure that no voter is left behind and every vote counts. And in that process, we ensure that everybody gets the chance to go to the polling booth and vote. And we try and facilitate that process. So that's the job. And I'm looking forward to having a fruitful discussion.
Wonderful. And that's a mammoth task in itself with the huge population that you're already managing and making it accessible for the people with disability. So we'll have a quick intro of Dr. Anil. Dr. Anil Jain.
I'm Dr. Anil Jain. I'm working as consultant in the field of physical medicine and rehabilitation. And I'm supposed to convert inability to walk into walking ability by fitting Jaipur foot to those who have lost their legs and low weight thermoplastic calipers to those who have lost power in their legs. So this is what I'm supposed to do.
That's wonderful. And I would like to share something with you that whenever I used to come back from my school, back in sometime in 90s, and we used to have programs around Jaipur Foot that were there. And I think that was the initial days of Jaipur Foot that has come into existence. And they were the first people to identify the barrier and found a way to overcome that. So congratulations to you. And
if I may say, the reason I stand in front of you today is because of this department, Dr. P.K. Sethi and Dr. Anil Jain.
Wonderful. And we'll also be discussing a little about Dr. P.K. Sethi with you and your experiences with him a little later. And we are also joined by Manisha Kumari ji from the Lalit Hotel where we are. And she's one of the people who has been included in the Lalit team. And we would like to hear from her as well. So if you can give some insights.
Hello, everyone. So my name is MANISHA, Manisha. This is my sign name, and I'm a deaf person. So, okay, so that was my introduction, and this is the first time, in the front of the audience. I mean, this is the first of my experience, and I'm feeling so great here. Thank you so much for inviting me here at the panel discussion.
Thank you, Manisha. Thanks for being here. And it's an honor for me to be hosting this panel. So now we'll have an intro video of Mr. Asif Iqbal. So after that, we'll have the discussion on with him. Could we have the AV, please?
Muhammad Asif Iqbal, who lost his total eyesight at the age of 60, an associate director with PwC, became the first Asian blind to run 25-kilometer completely blindfolded at Tata Steel ASK 25 Marathon on December 18, 2023. He did not hold on to the elbow of his buddy runner. He did not get attached to the string of his buddy runner, but he ran without any physical assistance, zero touch, only on verbal road directions issued by his buddy runner on right and left who run at the same speed as them. This video captures key highlights of various key milestones of this run while achieving Asian record.
Well, he's coming to us, and but this is wonderful. Go on, take that photograph. I hope she's not taking a selfie because she wants to see her husband coming in there. And come on, there's going to be a big hug waiting for him. There it is. Look at him, look at him. He's jubilant. Look around and see your family. There is his wife, his daughter. And that is a family scene for the ages. We don't always see this. We can just savor these moments. A Notun Alo hero, and I think an inspiration and a hero to many, many people around.
It was awesome, wonderful video, Asif bhai. And we all enjoyed it. And now coming to you, a quick intro, and then we'll come to certain questions. I'll pass on the mic to you.
Thank you very much. By profession, I'm a consultant. I belong to community of solvers. I work for a great company called PwC. And I lost my total eyesight at the age of 16. received my primary, secondary education in the United States, became the first blind commerce graduate in St. Xavier's College, Calcutta, first one to do an MBA in Symbiosis, SMHRD, Pune, and was instrumental in creating reservation quota for persons with disability across Indian universities and colleges in 2000. And of course, by professions, I hope all of you have Aadhaar, because I was also a part of the team Aadhaar who actually designed and implemented Aadhaar inclusions for social marginalized groups, including persons with disability. And of course, Suvarna talked about a lot about smart cities. I was fortunate to be a part of the smart cities, trying to design inclusion into it. And thank you. More from me later on. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Yeah, I think we'll continue with you. So we had a look at your video. It is wonderful, and your experience. You worked for Aadhaar, and you have done a lot of things in your life which are commendable. Having said that, I'm sure that there would have been certain challenges that you would have faced, and you have overcome them, and you rose to the things. So could you just run us through that?
Yeah, I think in 1 minute it'd be very, very difficult, but I'll still try to do it justice. It was never easy when you are fighting battles in many, many fronts. First of all, when you're trying to have a solutions which doesn't work, whether it is a barriers created by the digital, whether it is a barrier created by the physical infrastructure, we may have a solution to all of that. But what is more challenging is the solution to have a mindset. When you know that you are capable, you are good, you can do wonders and you can add great deal of values, but you become a victim of mindset because you think, oh, nahi, isse ho nahi payega. कैसे करेगा ये ट्रैवल और कैसे चलेगा ये असाइनमेंट्स? आपने हमें मौका ही नहीं दिया, बट पहले ही कंक्लूजन बना लिया कि नहीं इससे हो नहीं पाएगा. So I had to come across a series of hurdles, and the biggest hurdles I would say in my life is to win mindsets. And that sadly, this hurdle doesn't stop. I remember, I'm so happy that Aparna ma'am is also part of this panel, because I remember when Uber came to India for the first time, I was extremely excited because it solved two of my problems. One of them is going to the society gate and wait patiently for yellow taxi to arrive and ask him, okay, can I go somewhere? And out of the 10 requests, 9 times he would say no. But Uber actually solved all my problems. Don't have to wait, and it comes in front of my building and go away. But again, this the last week I just discovered that there's a major, when I booked a Uber to go back home, and sadly, I tried to call the driver because he was canceling twice or thrice, and the fourth driver I tried to call, and I couldn't call him. Not because the technology didn't allow, because technology was not digitally accessible. So the barriers are faced immensely at all stages of life. It doesn't go and probably won't end till the time to the grave. But of course, I'm very happy to say that it is on a positive. We are on a highway where destination is a far away, but we're still in the right directions. Thank you.
Thank you, Asif. So now we moving on. So Asif spoke about Uber's work that they've done. At the same time, we had a discussion in the morning that Uber has also have people with disability who are working with them as drivers, and that is a commendable job. And now I would come back to Aparna ji, and I'd like to understand that when you're looking at the hiring processes, and when Uber is looking for people with disabilities for various segments of their organizations, so how do you do it, and how do you look for the people in high visibility positions?
Thanks for this question. So our issue was not to hire people with disabilities. We wanted to hire people in the engineering roles, Uber, obviously, since it's a product company, uh, the every person would dream to be as an engineer. So what we did, we went back to our campus. As I said, I'm from the campus recruiting team. We went back to the campus to ask if we have, like he mentioned, we have quotas for people with disabilities. So we went back and asked. What we found out was not everybody who gets into engineering gets out of engineering. And we had this major issue that we had to resolve. So usually when you look at hiring, the moment you say hiring, the first thing that comes to your mind is you take an experienced person with disability into one of the roles, or you take a fresher into a role which can be accessed, which can be done by everybody. But we didn't want to do that. So what we did, we kind of, like we've been hearing from morning, think out of the box. We kind of thought a little bit out of the box, and we thought, why don't we try and tap into early talent, tap into second year engineering students. So we already have a C++ program where we tap into early talent, second year female engineering students, and we put them through, we call them for a networking event called C++. They come in, they meet all the leaders at Uber. They get a sense of what the culture is at Uber, how Uber works, what are the products that we work. They hear from our leaders. And this year we expanded that to people with disabilities. So what we did, we did go ahead and we invited, we did have screening of assessments. We had assessments that screen people, and we made sure that we will talk about this again during the barriers stage, but we went ahead, we invited people, we put them through interview process, and we have our first cohort of Uber Star interns who are people with disabilities. We wanted to set a process in place where tomorrow, if Aparna is there in the team, not there in the team, the process will run. So C++ will no longer be the same, which was running till last year, but now we are trying to include more, and we want to reimagine, as the brand name goes, we want to reimagine beyond gender diversity, beyond all segments of diversity, and include people with disabilities in this cohort.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Can we have a round of applause for Aparna's initiatives? Thank you, Aparna. So now we'll again move back to Dipali ji. Dipali ji, you have done a wonderful job, and India has the largest electoral in the world. And out of that, a lot of people with disabilities are also the citizens and have right to vote. But it has been noticed in certain cases that maybe, for example, there are police barriers because of which they miss out the pool balls and are not able to reach that. So what we would like to understand is that in such cases, how do you get the information, accumulation of information, and how these things are resolved and you have been resolving, or maybe a larger perspective, if you can give, that will be wonderful.
Yeah. So the thing is, I think this movement started in 2004 after one of the PWD activists filed a case in the Supreme Court. And that is when the Supreme Court had given directions on making polling booths accessible. So that's when we started having ramps for people to enter the polling booth. We started providing wheelchairs and volunteers and braille dummy, the ballot sheets. And now we've also introduced something called the postal ballot facilities for PWDs with the benchmark disability of more than 40%. We are saying that don't come to the polling booth if it is causing inconvenience to you. We will reach to you. We'll go to your homes and we'll take the vote. I mean, that is how we are making, on every election, there is some change that we're bringing in so that we make it as accessible and inclusive as possible. And thanks to PWD icons like Neeru ji and Suvarna ji. So these are people, our stakeholders, who come and tell us what the issues are, and that's how we kind of keep on reinventing and try to provide facilities. But I would see, that is one thing. Providing facilities is one thing, but what actually kind of jolts me is, how many of you remember having a PWD minister? Can you name one PWD, like a persons with disability minister, somebody from the political sphere?
one MP was there who was blind, I think. Dr.
One
Sadan
MP.
Gupta.
Okay, Sadhna Gupta, the lady you're talking about. Okay,
Sadan
Asif has named one. Anybody else? So that's the thing. I think from independence till date, we have had, I think, 6 MPs who are from the PWD, and we have had like maybe 1 or 2 ministers. So there's a lot to be done at in the political sphere. And in the 2019 elections, in the manifesto, I think only 3 parties talked about the PWDs. So that is where there are 2 things to be done. Yes, it's good that corporates are bringing in that change, are hiring people with disabilities. We in the government sector, I mean, thanks to our constitution, we through affirmative action, we are trying to bring in PWDs in government sector. We have Ira Singhal, who's the first, the topper from the IAS. We have the current DM of New Delhi, Patil. She's visually challenged. So we have such cases, but there is a lot more to be done. Firstly, I mean, that is one, participation in the political sphere and change, attitudinal change, the mindset. It is the disability, I think, is mostly caused by the society. We all have heard from the morning, and this is not the first time. We have seen what Asif can do. We've seen what Manisha can do. But it is, the societies which create this barrier. So I think we need to get rid of those barriers and also try and see to it that there is some representation at the political sphere so that change can really be brought in.
Absolutely. And that's beautifully put. What, as far as the representation goes and what you spoke about, as society at large, we are not sensitized at times, and that's the real barrier. If you don't make people realize that there is a barrier, there is no barrier at all. You can fly, you can open your wings and fly. So thanks a lot for that. We'll move to Dr. Anil Jain again. Dr. Jain, you have worked with Dr. P.K. Sethi, and he has literally given, feed to many people. And there are a number of initiatives that are ongoing, and you have your own initiatives which have been taken. And so could you just speak about your experience with Dr. Sethi, plus the current initiatives that you are engaged with?
See, I completed my MD in physical medicine and rehabilitation from SMS Medical College, Jaipur. And after that, I joined to work as senior resident under Dr. P.K. Sethi in Santokwa Dullabji Memorial Hospital, Jaipur itself. And I worked with him for nearly 15 years. And that was the time I not only acquired medical knowledge, I acquired a thought process also. And it made me think wide. Jaipur Foot, you all must have heard, has been fitted in nearly 55 countries. So it is a global product. And you will be surprised to know its cost. It is just 500 to 700 rupees. And in such a little money, you cannot get a Hawaii chappal in the market. So it is a very cost-effective solution to a very complex problem. That even after losing both the legs, the per day cost of walking is just 4 or 5 rupees. And Jaipur Foot became very famous. But apart from this Jaipur Foot, we have one more section that is dealing with calipers for paralytic patients, polio and many other paralytic disorders like cerebral palsy, spinal injuries, nerve injuries, stroke, and myopathies. These are the many areas where we have worked. And this polio caliper work is equally renowned, very well known. But the problem is that this information is not reaching to the places where it is actually required very much. Right now, in one of the persons sitting among us is having polio, he's staying in Delhi since long, but he is not knowing that he can come to Jaipur and get the new design caliper fitted. So the whole idea of coming here and spreading was to spread this information to the persons and the area where it is actually needed. So this is all about.
Thank you, Dr. Jain. And I'm sure we have representation from across the society, and they'll carry your word across to people who actually need it. So I thanks a lot for sharing these details with you. And we'll also try to spread as much as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jain. So we'll come back to Manisha once again. So Manisha, we'd like to understand that after being becoming a part of Lalit Hotels, and you have been handling the front office out here. So what has been your professional journey, and what has been your experience so far?
So in my journey, I would like to share. So when I was 7 years old, I was studying in a government school. So, my teachers, they don't know sign language, and all the students, they are not sure how they can learn when the teacher is not signing. So in 2011, I had to quit from the school because the teacher was not aware how we can get the accessibility, and they need to sign for us to understand the subjects. So later on in 2012, I joined another GM institute in Patna, and after 12th, I joined there. So in 2015, I came to Delhi. I joined a NGO, which is Noida Deaf Society, and I saw there were people, who were signing words, teachers also deaf, and they were also signing. I can easily relate with them that, yeah, being a deaf person, I actually need that environment where all the people are signing, and that was a beautiful space for me. And I was worried at that time that how I will get the job in the future. They were like, don't worry, we will train you and you will definitely get the job in the future. So I in Lalit Hotel, I came here. So I came along with the interpreter, and HR took my interview, and I was praying at that time so that I can get the job. In 2018, I got selected. So it's been a 4 to 5 years, and I have been working in Lalit Hotel. So, at the beginning, I was thinking that it might be difficult to communicate with the staff members, how I will coordinate with them. But yeah, later on, we understood that the other people were also started learning basic sign language, and we are sometimes communicating through writing as well. So now I feel so great when people are signing as well. So I would like to thank Mr. Keshav Suri and also our CMD, because they have helped me through this process, and they actually supported. Being a deaf woman, I felt that I might not be able to get the job, but yeah, they supported me, and this is my first job when I joined here. And also I have few more points to share with you all, that what actually deaf people required. Like, all the colleagues and the staff member, they should learn basic sign language so that they can easily communicate with their deaf staff member. And also, if they have any doubt, in the job, if you have any doubt, so if you would like to ask, you should get connected to a deaf person directly and ask them directly, rather asking other person about them. And we should have a training session as well, where people will get to know about the sign language and about the deaf culture as well. And we have also seen, in public places, and also if we talk about at the police station and the hospitals and all, we need to have the interpreter, because most of the time what happens, that deaf people are getting blamed for doing things, but people are not understanding their language. And also, if you want to go at the hospital, at all the places, we required an interpreter to provide us the accessibility, because that's more important for our life as well. And also, if we see, there are other disability as well. When we talk about the locomotor disability, you are easily understood that they need ramp, right? This is more important for them as well when we talk about other disability too. So if you talk about the learning sign language, just take a few minutes, but when you are signing, you need to show your facial expression as well, because that's the grammatical part of sign language. So you can easily communicate with your deaf staff members, and deaf staff can also feel included in their organization. So, but sometimes there is a conflict, it could be a barrier for a hearing person also, for us also, because we don't know the spoken language and they don't know the sign language. One more thing I would like to add here. So we have 22 official languages here in India. I would like Indian Sign Language to get the 23rd official language, so that deaf children in the schools can get the education, and they can be at par with the hearing children as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manisha. So we'll rotate it back to Dr. Jain. Dr. Jain, you have done wonderful work, and I'm understand that there'll be a lot of achievers out of, the enablement that you have done in past. So what is the message to the community at large that you'd like to share?
See, my message to community is that things has changed. Earlier, it used to be the calipers made by wood, metal, and leather. They used to be very heavy, and all the time you were supposed to use the black shoe which was fixed to that caliper. Now that age has gone. These calipers have been replaced by low-weight thermoplastic calipers, with which you can use the shoes of your choice. The walking is very easy. They are low weight. It allows you to walk like a normal person. You can bend your knee when walking. So there are several advantages, and this message you have to spread to all the concerned NGOs, hospitals, and many other places, so that the person who actually needs it is benefited. Because this message has not reached to the community. So हमने जो काम किया है वो it is become just like जंगल में मोर नाचा किसने देखा. So the whole idea is to spread this message to where it is very much needed.
नहीं, हम उस मोर को बाहर लेकर जाएंगे, और I think we all can pledge that we'll speak about it, and at least from the panel side, I would say that we'll put across a word to everyone.
Right. Thank you so much.
Dipali ji, over to you. So you have personally worked with people with disability, and it would have been a wonderful learning experience, and it would have helped them a lot. So what are your advices for organizations, institutions at large, that what are the initiatives that they should take up for the people with disability?
Firstly, I would like to clarify that it's been less than a year since I'm looking after accessibility, and it's really opened up.
You have taken a year, and there are a number of people who haven't.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that's how it has opened my eyes to a lot of possibilities, and how we, it has not been mainstreamed yet, right? Disability, and that is very important. And as simple as this, like there is an organization which is ready to provide this food almost free of cost, like, which is pretty reasonable. But there's one amongst us who's sitting and who has no idea of certain things. And I'll tell you, even in the ECI, we have something called the Saksham app, which is a disabled-friendly app, wherein we have all the technology which a disabled person can easily access and register himself. But things like that are not spreading out. Somewhere we are lacking in creating that kind of awareness. I mean, all of us, I'm not just talking about ECI, but all of us, be it the government organizations or the private organizations, I think we really need to start making a lot more noise, not just noise surrounding around the PWD day, that or such events, but it should be like mainstream throughout 24/7, so that we can spread this information. And mostly with respect to infrastructure and technology, communication, I think these two things can really do wonders, and we can provide those facilities to them at the doorstep if we just concentrate on these two things.
Wonderful. So again, the diffusion is something that is most important from Dr. Jain's perspective as well as for yours. So we'll move to Aparna ji. Actually, we have run out of time, but I'm stretching it a bit. So Aparna ji, we spoke about the employability, and I'd like to understand when you're looking at a large organization, employee base at Uber. So how do you identify the barriers, and how do you at Uber bring about the changes to make the place more friendly and inclusive?
Okay, so three things I would let me just broadly classify into three things, and in the interest of time, I'll just summarize it. I spoke about the Sheepless Plus program that we created this time. What we did was, and as rightly said, in the previous events as well, it's more important for us to change mindsets. Now, there's usually an apprehension about, are we lowering the hiring bar? Are we accommodating a little more than what it needs to be? And what are we doing different? So what we did was, in this program, since we have the second year engineering students, one, as mentioned by Ira in the morning, that we just need an opportunity. So we have given the students the opportunity, and they know that by the time they complete their fourth year engineering graduation, they have an opportunity to get a job. in engineering. One. The second thing is that we as a company or hiring managers would also get data points across this 2 years or 2 months of the internship that they do in their third year and then their second year and third year. And we have data points to prove, hey, we are not lowering the bar. We've hired the right candidates and they are doing extremely well. The third thing, what I would say in terms of barrier, just before the session started, Dr. Neeru Kumar also mentioned, uh, are we doing the right thing? Am I talking the right language? In this world where hashtag cancelled, hashtag banned is very popular, and we might cause a lot of damage rather than doing the good thing. So what do we do about it? What are the etiquettes? What is the communication? How do I communicate? So when I spoke with this set of people with disabilities in the first cohort, uh, I was very anxious when I did that first call. I didn't know, what do I say? What do I ask? How do I ask? What accommodations you need? Wouldn't be very rude. But end of the day, I thought, I am a human being and I just need to behave like one. And that is when I just picked up the call and I spoke. After the first call, I was very comfortable. And then the calls went on. I kind of found out what accommodations they need. We conducted this event in Hyderabad, and I went up to hotels to see if we have disability friendly rooms. And it was so shocking to me that the 5-star hotels as well had not more than 2 or 3 rooms. And these 2 or 3 rooms also came with a very high cost. I think as a community, only if an organization does or takes initiative, it is not enough. We as a community, as a nation, should make sure that we are uplifting at every part, we are accommodating, and we are being inclusive with respect to infra, with respect to our policies. We are being more accommodative, by which if organizations wants to take baby steps in moving forward, there are no barriers, and we will be able to move forward and become successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Aparna. Thanks a lot. So my last question would be for Mr. Asif Iqbal.
सर मेरा टेक थोड़ा डिफरेंट है एक्चुअली. हमें लगता है कि हाँ, हम मानते हैं कि सोसाइटी क्रिएट्स बैरियर्स, बट यू जस्ट सॉ माय Asia record attempt. It's thanks to the member of the society which actually came forward. I had a good friend of mine who I used to run with. He told me, Bhaiya, tomorrow I'm going to pick you up at 5 o'clock and we're going to go by a huge park. And tomorrow you're going to run by yourself. The moment he said that, I thought, oh, bhai, ye bhi lagta pagal hai. Humse ho gaya hi nahi. I can challenge all of you who can see, just to close your eyes and just walk in your own room or in your own bedroom. It would be a daunting task, I can imagine. Next day I got up, and then thanks to my friend, his name was Devinder Singh, Sardarji, for always daring to do something different. So he told me, भैया ये रोड है, ये 5 किलोमीटर लंबा है और आपको दौड़ना है और आपकी किसी की आवाज को नहीं सुनना है. मैं जो बोलूंगा वही करेंगे, वरना आप मत करेंगे. मैंने दौड़ना तो शुरू किया, बट 5 मीटर के पास ट्रक के हॉर्न की आवाज आई. ऐसा लगा था, हालांकि वो मेन रोड पे थे, हम सर्विस रोड पे थे, लग रहा था कि दैट वाज गोइंग टू बी द एंड ऑफ माय डे. आई एम गोइंग टू बी अल्लाह ताला के प्यारे हो जाएंगे. I stopped. Again my friend yelled at me. He said, no, nothing doing, you have to keep going. And then after about another 50 meters to 100 meters, again I heard some cycle wala going behind me, and he was ringing the bell, and as if he was going to just ram me over. I said, today, आज उस टाइम में हम एक ही दुआ कर रहे थे कि हम एक पीस में वापस चले जाए. And then this continued, and I stopped and stopped. Why? The barrier was within myself. I didn't think that I could do this. I knew that I was safe. I knew that I may get hurt, but the possibilities of getting hurt is remote. But the barrier was within myself. But after 1 kilometer, I started to actually enjoy running by myself. और उसके बाद मैंने 1 किलोमीटर किया और आप यकीन नहीं मानिएगा कि हमने करीब 521 kilometers कर चुके हैं on 125 kilometers, wow. Right? This is the power of mind, and this is the power of barriers. And just to end a statement, because I belong to land of Kolkata and I have 10 seconds. Swami Vivekanand एक बार आराम कर रहे थे, एक उनके disciples आए, बोले कि भाई I have a very very sad news. One of my relatives is diagnosed with a disease and he's going to lose all of his eyesight. He didn't respond to him. He again said it in louder voice, some bad news, Swamiji. Again, he didn't react. The third time, the disciple in the loudest voice possible, he said, Swamiji, aap chinta mein nahi hai. Mere rishtedar, he's going blind. Swamiji smiled at him and he said, he may be losing his eyesight, but he has not lost his inner vision. So friend, let us awaken our inner vision to break all the barriers that we face. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Asif. It was a wonderful interaction and I had a lot of learning. Probably I'll compile it and get it posted.
Manisha would like to add something. Here, Manisha would like to add
please.
something.
Please, Manisha.
So I would like to add, deaf students in India, the deaf children, 90% of the deaf children, parents are hearing and they don't know the sign language. So it's their responsibility to learn the sign language, how they can accommodate the need of their deaf children and they can communicate with their children, you know. If they won't communicate with them, so there would be a big loss for their own parenthood. So that's their responsibility, how they can connect with the child, and they have to visit to the doctors, and doctor has to advise them as well that they need to have a connection with them as well, you know. So if they are going ahead working on the other area, they can work on this area as well. So in India, you know, if a deaf person they are traveling to other places, and we can do a lot of things, but people think that we can't. And also when we see the other disability as well, we can hear their stories. But I would like to ask you, how do you think what accessibility should be provided to a deaf person? You know about the accessibility needs of the other disabilities, but what do you think, what exactly is required by a deaf person at police stations, on television channel, and at the hospitals? So at the interview areas, if you know that there are deaf person over there, then sign language accessibility should be provided to them as well. In the law, we say in RPWD Act 2016, it talks about the deaf people, like where the people who are connected with the people living around them. So what do you think, how we can make a better world for a deaf person in the future? I would like to ask the other panelists who would like to answer.
I think we should all start learning sign language. That's the answer. And we'll do it.
Yes,
at least at the
that's
ECA, we'll
what I
try and
needed.
ensure that some basic sign language is known at the polling booths.
Yes, there are resources available. There are books, there are YouTube channels, and we have 22 official languages. And I would also like Indian Sign Language to become a 23rd official language. And all the deaf people in the community are fighting for their rights. So where are our rights lie, you know? There are other disabilities who are fighting for their own rights. We also want to become at par with other people. We want to get respected. It's just that sign language, that doesn't make them disabled. It's again comes from the society part. It will take just 2 minutes to learn basic sign language. You can learn few words daily and you might be able to then communicate with the deaf people. So I would like everyone to become a great learner. I hope in the next few years you will be able to sign. So yeah, I will hope that everyone will learn sign language in the future as well. So there are other colleagues as well, hearing colleagues, who have learned in just 3 weeks, and I saw that they have the interest. Also, you can also learn and you can start signing. You can easily learn other spoken languages, right? So why not sign language?
Manisha, I'll definitely try to do that.
No, I said, no, absolutely. Me too, yeah, of course. The reason because this morning, just in fact, I needed to go to the reception to check in, but I was escorted by my deaf impaired hearing impaired colleague, and he brought me to this crystal hall. So it was my bad fortune, my bad luck that I couldn't communicate with him in sign language, right? So I must learn.
In fact, we all must try to do it. And with this, we'll come to the conclusion of the panel. And I'd like to thank Manisha, Dr. Anil Jain, Ms. Dipali, Ms. Aparna, and Asif Ji. Thank you. Thanks a lot for being with us. There's a paucity of time. If we can have just one, I think that would be better. You can keep it short.
Good evening. My question to Anil sir. I am a left polio person. I'm using caliper from last 16 to 17 years. Definitely without that, I can't walk. There are couple of organizations who are providing these calipers, but Jaipur Food, who is in India a major in terms of providing that. But when I compare the quality with other foreign product, we are happy to spend some more, but we want such type of qualities from the Jaipur Food also. At the initial stage when I started to using the calipers, there was a lot of difficulties because unsuddenly I started after 10 to 12 years. At that time when I used Jaipur Foods and as compared to the other, I was not that comfortable. So this is my request to your research team. Is it possible for you to provide some advanced level equipments at a affordability price? So that will be a very easy task for us.
Dr.
Thank you
Jain,
so much.
before you answer that, may I say something?
Sure.
I have a different experience. I have been using this for what now? More than 15, 20 years, maybe more. No, 20, 25 years.
20 years.
See, what happened was that when I was a little child and traveled all over the world, I was told that I will lose my mobility at maybe age 40. Because you're aware, the knees goes into hyperrecuperatum. But I actually lost my mobility at age 28 because of childbirth. I then went to Dr. P.K. Sethi. I went all over, nobody could design anything for me. Then I went to Dr. P.K. Sethi, he was alive then. Within seconds, he was brilliant. Within seconds, he said, give this an angle and she'll be able to walk. Till today, I walk with that capo. I can say I have traveled all over the world to the best of centers, but my experience is that the quality, the latest research, the attention, the quick service that I get there, I go, despite living in Delhi, I go for all my repairs, for all new capos to Dr. Jain's department. Now you can.
So I think you got the answer. See, what is happening in this country is that most of the center, I won't say most of, around 95% centers and the top medical colleges of this country are still using the conventional technology, conventional calipers, which we have given up in probably 80, 85. After that, we have not used those designs. We have evolved our own designs with the help of Government of India Science and Department of Science and Technology section. And these calipers are really, I must say, revolutionizing has revolutionized the management of lower locomotor disability. These calipers are very light in weight. You can use the shoes of your choice. They allow you to walk with the free knee, means you are able to bend your knee when walking. Your walking distance improves a lot. Your gait becomes socially more acceptable. So, and your fear of falling is reduced. You walk more confidently. And I don't know for what reasons, very strange to me, that other centers have not taken up this work. They are still sticking to this conventional technology. So probably, I think if you can come to Jaipur and get the consultation done, your problem would be solved.
One more thing I'd like to add, but they are taking it to the masses. And most of the people in our country are not that affluent. So bringing down the cost also is a major thing to make the entire population mobile and, taking it, giving them more, breaking their barriers as we've been talking through the day. So with that, thanks to my panel and thanks for the question as well.
Could I please request our panelists to kindly join us up front for a group picture? And to felicitate our panelists, I request Mr. Thalis Rizvi, Director, BW People and BW Business World, along with Dr. Prem Kumar, Managing Director, Ask Insights, to kindly join us on the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you. तो जनाब का कहना था कि शायद ऑडियंस थक गई है। थक गए हैं आप लोग थोड़ा सा? अच्छा चलिए, अगली जो प्रेजेंटेशन है आप सभी के लिए, वो शायद आपको इस थकावट से बाहर निकालेगी. Ladies and gentlemen, as we head towards the next part of this wonderful celebrated day, I am elated to introduce the next act for you. As you can see, backstage, we have a group of people talented, all ready and set to figuratively set the stage on fire. They are known as We Are One, the dance group. They have been performing for nearly 2 decades and are registered in the Guinness Book of World Records. You must have seen them on your television screens performing on various reality shows. And today, to celebrate this day, they are here with us. With a huge round of applause, please welcome We Are One, the dance group.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि वक्रदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि चतुराय गानप्राणाय गन्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे पूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गीतप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैव क्षेत्रे गुरुधर्म सकाराय गुरुपुत्र गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गुरुधगुरुपाय गीतभक्ताय गिरिजयवरदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि ग्रन्थगीताय ग्रन्थगेयाय ग्रन्थान्तरात्मने गीतलीनाय गीताश्रयाय गीतवाद्यपटवे श्रीयचरिताय गायकवराय गीतकृते गायकाधीन विग्रहाय गाजनगणयजते गौरीधनाय गौरभाय सुताय गौरी प्रणयाय गौरी प्रवणाय सूरभाय सहस्राय उपवर्धनाय गुणाधीशाय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानन्द्रि भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि तदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानन्द्रि भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
How amazing was that? Ladies and gentlemen, a louder round of applause for this very, very amazing dance performance. Well, now I must hand over the mic to Mr. Husnain, who's an integral part of the BKT Media Private Limited and founder and director of We Are One, the dance group.
Thank you so much. I hope you all like the performance. Thank you. एक बहुत खूबसूरत सी बात कही जाती है कि मंजिल उन्हीं को मिलती है जिनके सपनों में जान होती है। मंजिल उन्हीं को मिलती है जिनके सपनों में जान होती है। पंखों से कुछ नहीं होता शायद, ये हौसले हैं शायद जिनसे उड़ान होती है। और आज हम सभी लोग इस मंच पे आज आए हैं। बहुत सारी बातें आज हुई, बहुत सारी चीजें, बहुत चीजों को मैं सुन पाया आज। तो हमने जरूर अपनी जिंदगी में एक चीज सीखी है कि कितने भी बैरियर्स आ जाएं, चाहे वो एबल्ड पर्सन के लिए हो या पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटीज के लिए हो या किसी भी व्यक्ति के लिए हो, हमें कोशिश करनी चाहिए कि हम उस बैरियर्स को तोड़ के अपनी जिंदगी में आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश करें। और आज वी आर वन संस्था और बीकेटी मीडिया की तरफ से मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रगुजार हूँ आप सभी लोगों का कि हमने इतनी खूबसूरत सी अपॉर्चुनिटी आप लोगों ने दी, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत थैंक यू सो मच। नेक्स्ट परफॉर्मेंस जो हम आपके लिए लेकर आ रहे हैं वो है एक बहुत ही पावरफुल और इम्पैक्टफुल परफॉर्मेंस। और उसके साथ एक बात और बताना चाहता हूं, आपकी ये संस्था अभी जापान में भारत देश का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हुए जापान में रिप्रेजेंट कर आई है अपनी इनक्रेडिबल एबिलिटीज को और कलर्स ऑफ एबिलिटीज को इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर आई जापान में। 12 देशों में इंडिया को हमने रिप्रेजेंट करा, जो कि हमारे लिए बहुत ही फख्र और बहुत ही गर्व की बात रही। तो नेक्स्ट परफॉर्मेंस वी आर मूविंग ऑन, विच इज माँ तुझे सलाम। मैं चाहूंगा एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ दोबारा से आमंत्रण कर सभी कलाकारों का। थैंक यू सो मच एवरीवन।
Your music.
तेरे जैसा कोई नहीं है, साथ तुम्हें ना भूलना, ना कहीं तेरे जैसा कोई नहीं है। तेरी याद
Do not shy away from the applause. Let's bring it on.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. आज सबसे पहले मैं उस शक्ति को तहे दिल से शुक्रगुजार करना चाहता हूँ कि जिनकी वजह से इतनी खूबसूरत सी अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल पाई। मैं बीकेटी मीडिया का तहे दिल से शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि हमें अभी से नहीं, आई थिंक 2019 से हमें उनका आशीर्वाद हमेशा मिलता रहा और आज अलग अलग जगहों पे हमने परफॉर्मेंस करी, उसके लिए मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रगुजार हूँ। एक बहुत ही खूबसूरत सी लाइन बोली जाती है कि हम अपनी जान के दुश्मन को जान कहते हैं, हम अपनी जान के दुश्मन को जान कहते हैं, शायद इसी खूबसूरत सी मिट्टी को हम हिंदुस्तान कहते हैं। थैंक यू सो मच। मैं एक बार चाहूंगा क्विकली इंट्रोड्यूस करना अपने सभी परफॉर्मर्स का। गुलशन कुमार, द गिनीज बुक ऑफ वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड होल्डर एंड द कोरियोग्राफर ऑफ VR1, विजय कुमार, मनीष वर्मा, हरबीर सिंह, अर्जुन द लॉजिस्टिक मैनेजिंग, प्रिया कुमारी। एक छोटा सा राज था आप सभी लोगों के लिए, प्लीज अपलॉज लाइक दिस, प्लीज अपलॉज लाइक दिस। They can't hear and speak, but they do professionally. They do professionally Indian classical dance. Thank you so much, everyone. Nisha, the new learner of VR1. Shazia, we are working on inclusive media. Thank you so much. You can applaud. Karuna Sarkar, please applaud like this. Thank you so much. Shelly, thank you so much, everyone. Suman, and thank you so much. Thank you so much for this beautiful and beautiful opportunity. Thank you so much.
आप हमें इतना थैंक यू बोल रहे हैं, we should be the one thanking you for showcasing this absolutely amazing dance performance. And in order to felicitate you, I would like to call Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, PW Business World, and Founder, Exchange for Media Group, and Dr. Neeru Kumar, Founder and CEO, Ask Insights. And we will be delighted to have our chief guest for the day join us on the stage. Please welcome Shri Rajesh Agarwal ji, IAS Secretary, Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities Department, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. We usually do not celebrate happiness with silence. I must encourage you to offer your loudest round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to say that my eyes can't stop pouring tears after looking at this performance, and I'm sure that's the case with many of you.
Respected dignitaries, I'd like to thank you for being such a patient and lovely audience. Kindly allow me a moment before I resume. What a powerful start to a powerful evening. Respected dignitaries, I'm elated, as I'm sure everybody else is, to welcome our chief guest. Let's give him a huge round of applause and welcome Shri Rajesh Agarwalji, IAS Secretary, Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities Department, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. I must request him to kindly join us on the stage and say a few words.
इस परफॉर्मेंस के बाद क्या बोलें? I must say that it is eye-opening for many of us. Luckily, I am seeing this group third or fourth time, and every time one feels emotional, and also we thoroughly enjoy the performance. I joined this department 6 months ago only, and then one realizes that almost 10% of the population has some kind of disabilities. But this is something which we don't sort of talk about too often, and many times this is ignored. In our country, it is estimated that 1/3 of the disabilities of various kinds, they are by birth. And we today list about 21 disabilities in the country as per our act. About 1/3 are acquired during adulthood due to some accident, or you have some infection, you take antibiotics too many and you go deaf and so on. And 1/3 are due to old age. So many of us who have crossed 50, we already start experiencing some issues. So disability is all around us, but sometimes it is not talked about or acknowledged. I was very happy to see Manisha, and I'm very happy that, and when we entered Lalit Hotel, there were at least 10 employees who can't hear or hearing impaired, and the hotel has given them good jobs. And we could see that Manisha was deaf, and she is handling front office. So what is heartening is कि पीछे छुपा के नहीं रखा हुआ back end पे, बिल्कुल सामने लाए हैं up front, and she is basically being allowed to grow to her full potential. But Manisha said that कि जो साइन लैंग्वेज वाला इशू है, so someone told me, actually a parent of a girl who was born deaf 30 years ago. So the guy and his wife, they actually became experts in sign language, and many of you can guess his name. He told me that in childhood, actually the deaf kids are much worse placed than blind kids. I'm using the word deaf and blind, but today more politer words are visually impaired and hearing impaired. He said कि अगर बच्चा blind है, छोटा बच्चा, तो माँ बाप उससे बात कर रहे हैं, वो सुन रहा है, a communication channel is open. With a deaf child, the communication channel with parent is not open. Parents do not know sign language, and the child obviously at birth does not know sign language. Child cannot even tell the parents कि मैं भूखा हूँ, प्यासा हूँ, even at the age of 2 and 3. So last month, and these events keep on happening, so we had a workshop with the parents and siblings of deaf kids. The kids were from class 1 to 10 types. And the kids were very happy that parents and siblings are being exposed to sign language. तो एक बच्ची थी 7वीं 8वीं क्लास की, तो through sign language she told me that she is very happy that her parents are learning at least 100-200 words. She said कि मेरे मम्मी पापा मेरे भाई बहनों से बहुत बात करते हैं, मेरे से तो बात ही नहीं कर पाते. And then she said मेरे बड़े भाई को सिखाने का फायदा नहीं है, वो मेरी बात नहीं सुनने वाला, पर मेरे छोटे भाई को सिखा दो, वो मुझे बहुत प्यार करता है, तो उससे बड़ा मजा आएगा गप्पे मारने में. So these are the ambitions of kids who are deaf and when growing up. And very few deaf kids in our country actually reach their full potential. After class 10, there is a huge dropout, graduation, huge dropout. And actually research shows that if you give opportunities to people, they can sometimes, or majority of them, actually turn out to be more productive than the so-called normal employees. It is said that all of us have about 150 friends with whom we talk at least on weekly basis, physically or through phone calls or whatever. While for persons with disabilities, this close circle can be as low as 15. Very bad for them, but in a sense, good for the organization, that they will be less distracted, more productive employees. And the research shows also that if you keep an employee who has some disabilities, probably the attrition rate in first 7, 10 days, 15 days will be higher. But if they stick around for a month, they will turn out to be more productive employees. People have written books on it calling coolability factor and all this. So when I talk to very successful people who are blind, it's actually very eye-opening for us in the sense that when you learn how productive they can be. I have now a friend, Amar, who is a corporate lawyer who's fully blind. And I learned a lot of new functions on my iPhone from him. For blind persons, a phone can be absolutely lifeline. And the YouTube or podcasts we listen to, many of the blind persons, they actually run it at 3x the speed. So अमर मुझे बोलता है कि सर जो आप 2 घंटे में सुनते हो मैं तो 20 मिनट में सुन लेता हूँ और आपसे अच्छा समझता हूँ. अमर को आप लीगल डॉक्यूमेंट 500 पेज का दे दो पीडीएफ फाइल, वो मोबाइल से या लैपटॉप से सुनेगा, जॉस या एनवीडिया सॉफ्टवेयर यूज करके 3x स्पीड पे सुनेगा. तो नॉर्मल एम्प्लॉय से वो मतलब 1/4 1/5 टाइम पे वो 400 पेज का डॉक्यूमेंट समझ लेता है और डिस्ट्रैक्शंस नहीं है तो ही इज मोर प्रोडक्टिव. So it's very heartening to see companies like Uber and Lalit and so many others actually giving jobs to people with disabilities, not out of charity. अब तो 6 महीने के बाद मैं खुलेआम कहता हूं कि बिल्कुल चैरिटी का जरूरत नहीं है. अब बिल्कुल कॉम्पिटेंस पे लीजिए, प्रोडक्टिव नहीं है, काम नहीं करता, निकाल दीजिए. ऐसा मौका ही नहीं आएगा, बहुत कम आएगा. एक हमारी आईएएस में लड़की है इरा सिंगल, तो कई साल पहले वो आईएएस में आई थी, उसने टॉप किया था. शी हैज मस्कुलर इश्यूज. तो वो मुझसे बात कर रही थी 2-3 महीने पहले. शी सेड सर आपने 4000 जॉब्स को जॉब मैपिंग तो कर दिया है सरकारी जॉब्स का कि इस जॉब के लायक ये डिसेबिलिटी वाले बंदे अलाउड हैं, बट शी टोल्ड मी सर आपका फॉर्मूला ही गलत है। आप हर जॉब के साथ डिसेबिलिटी मैपिंग मत करो, आप एबिलिटी मैपिंग करो कि ये चाहिए हमको बुलाओ, अगर हम वो काम कर पाते रखो, नहीं तो मत रखो। हर जॉब की एबिलिटी मैपिंग करिए, नॉट डिसेबिलिटी। और जो आसिफ ने भी हमें बताया, मैराथन की बात बताई, तो इशू वही है कि डिसेबिलिटी हमारी नजरों में लगता है हमें डिसेबिलिटी है, एक्चुअली इट इज द ह्यूमन स्पिरिट विच इज इनडोमिटेबल। अगर वो डाउन नहीं है तो उसमें सोसाइटी का, पेरेंट्स का, टीचर्स का बहुत बड़ा रोल है कि किसी बच्चे को कोई भी इशू है किसी भी तरह का तो हम सब सपोर्टिव करें। और दूसरा जॉब्स में आ गए, इवन स्कूल्स में, तो जैसे मैंने कहा कि हम चैरिटी मत करें, हम कॉम्पिटेंस में बिल्कुल भी कॉम्प्रोमाइज ना करें, चाहे वो एजुकेशन है चाहे जॉब प्रोफाइल है, बट देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड रीजनेबल अकोमोडेशन। आज सुबह ही, आज वर्ल्ड हीमोफीलिया डे है 17 अप्रैल, तो सुबह मैं उनके इवेंट में था। हीमोफीलिया में क्या होता है कि साल में 5, 6, 10 बार भी ब्लीडिंग हो सकती है, तो आपको बीच बीच में, स्कूल में पढ़ते हो आप, हो सकता है किसी पर्टिकुलर महीना आपका गंदा गुजरा तो आप 10 दिन स्कूल से बाहर हो, 15 दिन बाहर हो। सेम थिंग हैपन्स टू जॉब्स ऑल्सो। तो रीजनेबल अकोमोडेशन मीन्स कि उन दिनों में स्कूल शुड बी सॉर्ट ऑफ अकोमोडेटिव, एम्प्लॉयर शुड बी अकोमोडेटिव कि ठीक है आप 5 दिन छुट्टी लेना तो लीजिए। आजकल तो हम लड़कियों के लिए, लेडीज के लिए बात करते हैं, इवन अगर पेनफुल पीरियड्स आ गए तो 4 दिन छुट्टी लेना है या क्या करना है, सो दैट इज कॉल्ड रीजनेबल अकोमोडेशन। So my request to all the employers present in this room is take people on competence, give them a fair chance, पीछे छुपा के बैक ऑफिस में मत रखिए, बिल्कुल अपफ्रंट रखिए। कुलीग्स को थोड़ा सा सेंसिटाइज कर दीजिए एक बार, रीजनेबल अकोमोडेशन दीजिए। और ये तो कोई कॉस्ट भी नहीं करता, आपकी बिल्डिंग अगर 50 करोड़ की बन रही है, 50,000 की रैंप लगाने में क्या है, या थोड़ी सी टेक्टाइल लगा दिया उसमें क्या है, या आपका फर्नीचर है उसको थोड़ा सा अकोमोडेशन दे दिया तो उसमें क्या फर्क पड़ता है। So a reasonable accommodation in a building will not cost even 1% of the building. It will be actually much lower. And research also shows globally that when you take a person with disabilities as your employee, आसपास के जो employees होते हैं उनका sensitivity level और productivity भी बढ़ जाता है. They become better human beings. और थोड़ा सा मैं भी अभी almost 33 साल की सर्विस के बाद IAS में आया, तो पहले तो कोई ब्लाइंड है, डेफ है, तो ऐसे चलते फिरते 1-2 मिनट का इंटरेक्शन हो जाता था, उससे आपको पूरा ना समस्या समझ में आती है ना कॉम्पिटेंस समझ में आती है। जब मैं 1 घंटा, आधा घंटा किसी अभी विजुअली चैलेंज से या हियरिंग चैलेंज बंदे से बात करता हूं, तब आपको पूरा समझ में आता है कि व्हाट आर द चैलेंजेस दे फेस डिस्पाइट सो मेनी चैलेंजेस, बिकॉज द स्पिरिट वाज इंटैक्ट, द माइंड वाज इंटैक्ट, they actually achieve much better than so-called normal persons. And obviously hats off to all people who despite challenges become very productive members of the society, become very loving children, loving parents, loving husband, wife. And society is made up of basically diversity. Now we talk of diversity more than disability. So it's time that in our country also, rather than that narrative of disability, we start celebrating diversity. We start giving equal opportunities to everyone, regardless of caste, gender, the so-called disabilities, and everyone reaches his or her best potential. Thank you so much, and best wishes.
Sir, I request you to kindly stay back on the stage. Thank you very much for taking out time from your busy schedule and gracing the occasion. A small token of appreciation from us. Please welcome Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and Founder Exchange for Media Group, and Dr. Neeru Kumar, Founder and CEO, Ask Insights.
Shall we come now?
Please give a big round of applause. There's no tax on clapping.
Respected dignitaries, moving forward from the enthralling discussions that we witnessed today to the evening's celebrations, I welcome you to the BW People Ask Insights, a Disability Positive Award Ceremony 2023. I must encourage you to join the celebration of the evening by using the hashtag BWAI Disability Positive. I repeat, hashtag BWAI Disability Positive. I would once again like to thank our partners, co-partner Uber, inclusive community partner Keshav Suri Foundation, event partners Max Life Insurance Company Limited, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, Just Path AI, The Thick Shake Factory, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Weekly Magazine, and Pitch. Gifting partners, Chronocare Cosmetics, FOD, Family of Disabled, and Mother's Kitchen. Could I please request the team BW to kindly play the partner AV?
What Uber means to me is hustle. Uber is my safe haven. What Uber means to me? Kira.
Cheerful vibe.
Uber, flower and fire.
Every morning I wake up with an Uber value in my mind, which is go get it, because every day we have different situations, which is challenging, and this keeps me stay focused and give my 100%. It's amazing to witness how Uber has a barrier-free culture for people with disabilities. Totally received a warm welcome, and everyone made me comfortable in no time.
I don't just work at Uber, I would say I love working at Uber. So my corporate journey started in the year of 2016, but however, I would say my career began in 2018, because that's when I joined Uber. When I joined Uber, it's not just work and earn, but then it was growing and then learning with Uber to grow more.
What is really close to my heart with Uber is how we navigate different problems or challenges that we come across. I do vividly remember the entire COVID situation when everyone was going into a lockdown. The entire world was basically going into a lockdown. And we as a company who want to reimagine the way the world moves for better, we had to ask the world to stay put. Additionally, as employees, even we had to switch to a work from home approach, which was technically a lot different for us. So what really warms me up is how Uber ensured to provide us all the resources that we would need to actually navigate through this change.
Uber is a very value-oriented company, and one of the values that I need to resonate with is great minds don't think alike.
I have a 1-year-old baby, and this company provides me to have a flexible work-life balance. I feel privileged to be a part of this company, which is growing in the right direction and takes care of its employees.
So I'm here to talk about the journey that I had with Uber. So it's been a week when I happened to call this colleague of mine, and the moment I call him, he's like, "Haan, Shalini, boliye." And I'm like, "How do you have my number? It's been such a long time." He's like, "You've trained me. You've trained me like 5 years back." And that reminds me the journey that I had with Uber, from being a trainer to a senior trainer and now a program manager. One culture value that I really, really feel close to my heart is build with heart, because Uber has actually built my career.
Here at Uber, I think the ideas that you have and the ideals that you live up to
Moving forward, I invite a visionary on the stage, a man who prides himself in consuming one book a day. Respected dignitaries, put your hands together as I welcome Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and founder, Exchange for Media.
You know, I'd like to be factual. There was a time I used to read one that was more like 10 years back. It's like 1 or 2 books a week now. These days, I only read emails and texts more than I read anything else. But yes, there was a time 10 years back, I would definitely read 5, 6 books a week, but that was a long time back. Coming back to Disability Positive, it's my honor and privilege on behalf of Ask Insights and BW People and BW Business World to welcome our chief guest for the evening. He spoke beautifully. Shri Rajesh Agarwal ji, thank you so much. I think our keynote in the morning, Shri Raji Kumar ji, and you echoed similar sentiments of being action-oriented for this domain. I said in the morning that the law was passed in 2016, and a lot has been done, but a lot needs to be done. And hearing Shri Raji Kumar ji in the morning and hearing you, I'm sure it will get done. Thanks to Dr. Neeru Kumar, Akshay ji, Dr. Kumar, we've been able to collaborate on this. And I was telling Tali's there that you should bring out a Disability World magazine. You should have a tab on the site which covers this sector. You should build a job portal for disabled professionals for Business World. All that I was telling him and a couple of other things. So I hope this is our first event, thanks to Dr. Neeru Kumar, but hopefully it won't be our first. And hopefully we'll do it in multiple cities. I don't want to stand between you and the awardees. The awards have been done through a jury. You'll see a jury AV. Mr. Pai was the chairman of the jury. Dr. Neeru Kumar and other jury members are here. So they are through an honest process. Anybody who's won has won through a robust process. I want to end by saying, once Mother Teresa was asked, what is can we make him a speaker? The gentleman here, keynote speaker. There's a gentleman behind the stage. Yes. We pay him a lot of money, okay, and lots of love. Okay, but Mother Teresa was asked, what's worse than losing your eyesight? She said, losing your vision. I think each person that I met since the morning definitely have a big vision. And जैसे हमारे दोस्त ने बोला कि हौसलों से उड़ान होती है. People who have big courage, conviction, and are resilient, and I've seen that during the day. So I just want to say that we at BW Business World, and I'm sure Dr. Neeru Kumar is a pioneer. She has had that vision for longer, but she's opened our eyes to it. So we'll be able to do much more in this domain. I wish all the winners good luck. And for those who didn't win but were shortlisted, I keep telling this at our awards that awards are like playing a cricket game. Sometimes Sachin Tendulkar also gets out on 0. That doesn't mean Sachin Tendulkar is not the greatest Indian cricketer. He could be the greatest cricketer of all time, but it's his humility. He says, Sir Donald Bradman is the greatest. So really, if you didn't win, maybe that day you didn't present well, because awards are a process of elimination. And it's an honest awards. So they've been done through a jury process, recorded. So if you haven't won, participate next year. Congratulations, good luck to everyone who's won. We'll also take your stories in BW People and Business World. For us, every award function is an editorial product. It's not just an event. So hopefully we'll take your stories, your impact of your work, and hopefully seeing that some more people will be inspired to follow Ask Insights and Dr. Neeru Kumar's work and make a meaningful contribution in the diversity sector. Thank you. God bless you. Look forward to the awards.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. And now I would like to call on stage Dr. Neeru Kumar, founder and CEO, Ask Insights, to commence the award ceremony with a few words.
Respected Chief Guest Shri Rajesh Agarwalji, my dear friend Anurag Batra, all award winners, all speakers, all delegates, and everyone present here. I think this has been such a meaningful day today. From the very beginning to this point, we have had so many heartfelt, so many deeply exploring discussions, whether it was on intersectionality, a new term which many people learned, meaning when someone has more than one aspect of diversity, like a woman with a disability or a LGBTQ person with a disability. Then we explored concepts of equity and inequity. And then we spoke about allyship. We also spoke about how do you overcome barriers which come across, people with disabilities come across, or organizations come across. And I think one of the barriers that we really broke today was a hearing and speech impaired person on the panel. You would have hardly seen anyone like this before this. And when she came on the panel and participated, there was no delay. It was so smooth. Her enthusiasm, her energy, and the participants, the other panelists' reaction to her, vice versa. I think this really demonstrates that barriers are more in the mind than in actual reality. Just at this point, I would like to speak about two things which I think we need to be mindful of. We really celebrated today, and there was so much focus on disability. When I was going outside, somebody asked me, said, you know, it's really changed. Disability has come into so much of the limelight today. And I said, yes, we're feeling that today because we're here. In this room, there's a lot of focus. When we go outside on the roads, when we go out, is the focus the same? Not really. So we may get carried away by thinking that everything has changed, there's a lot of work being done, everybody's an ally today, all organizations are now in for working on disability. It is not the case. It also brings us to a thought that while we celebrated the people of disability, they got a lot of cheering, they got encouragement, but their challenges are still very real. When they go back home, when they take off their appliances, when they cannot walk up to put on a switch of light or get themselves a bottle of water if somebody has forgotten to put it there. No matter what the celebration, no matter what anything that is happening around them, those challenges are still real. And then it brings me to the point of equity and inequity. You know, when we spoke about equity, we said equity is about taking care of special needs, and it is about making up for the backlog of the past. I see many people shy away from equity. Women and many other people, groups who say, we don't want special treatment. Even today, those discussions happened. Treat us like anybody else. We don't want special treatment. We don't want people to over-sympathize. And this is my message to them. I say, when I was giving my entrance exams of MBBS or UPSC, I was very righteous. And I said, I'm not going to go through any quota. I'm going to go through the general quota. Today, when I address people of disabilities, I say I was foolish. Because the lived experience of a person with disability and the thousands of places where the efforts are so much more extra or where the energy leaks away is tremendous. In school, I could not go to the water cooler to drink water because there used to be a puddle of water and I may slip. Or kids used to push around. So I wouldn't drink water. And that became a habit with me even till now. Last year, I went through severe episodes of urinary tract infections because I don't have a habit of drinking too much water, because going to toilets is a restriction in my mind even now. So those were the challenges which leaked away energy. When other kids were preparing for board exams in 10th and 12th, I was having surgeries done with big plasters on my leg. There were no ACs at that time. The heat used to be killing. Could a child like that concentrate completely on studies? No. Those are the places where there is a backlog of the past. So whether in this room, whoever is sitting now and feels they have any aspect of diversity, whether it is women or people with disabilities, I would urge you that your lived experience has been challenging. If equity is offered to you, embrace it. This year's Women's Day theme was embracing equity. The last thing I will say is this. I was giving a talk in Middlesex University, Dubai. One of the students asked me, ma'am, you are because of what you are because of your story. And I said to him, whenever any group is different, three things can happen. Either they can be completely lost, or they can become bitter and negative. Only 1/3 are on an overdrive like I am, and like many people in this room, or the dance performance that we saw today, like they were. But they're only 1/3 of the population. In the other 2/3, you have lost talented, aspiring people because they could not get that much of a voice, that much of an opportunity, or that much of a courage to really fight the battle the way some of us did. But that doesn't mean that we don't give them the opportunities. If the environment is right, if there are allies, if leaders take up the agenda of sponsoring people who are different and people with disabilities, we will not lose those 2/3 talented, aspiring people. And with that, I congratulate all the winners sitting here. The jury process was tough, but I think the work done by you is commendable. And like Anurag said, those who haven't won, well, that encourages you to do more this year and win next year. Thank you so much for being here and for being such a great audience.
Thank you, ma'am. Before I move forward, we found a misplaced car key. If this belongs to you, kindly contact Mr. Kumar at the registration counter. It has an R keychain attached to it. If it belongs to you, kindly contact Mr. Kumar at the registration counter. We would also like to thank our jury panel who helped us in the process of identifying the winners of today after an intensive jury deliberation. May I request the team to kindly show our audience the jury meet process.
Had the great pleasure of recently participating in the jury for the Business World People Ask Insights Disability Positive Awards. For me, it was an amazing experience to see what different companies and individuals are doing to advance the cause of including people with disabilities in the workforce in India. For me, the quality of the presentations made by the companies and some of the individuals who, through their own personal stories, had such amazing, inspirational examples to give, I was really moved. So I would like to thank each and every one of the companies and the individuals who participated. For me, you're all winners. Thank you.
I want to thank Dr. Anurag Badra, Business World, Jury Chair, Mr. Satish Pai, and all jury members for this amazing jury meet. I have been on many juries, but this one was definitely among the best.
Two things stood out about this jury. The first is, as you can see, we were very diverse in terms of gender, age, ability, and most importantly, sector. And the second is that each jury member is a strong champion of inclusion in their own way. These decisions were very hard. On one hand, the jury wanted to applaud and reward everyone who had nominated. But on the other, we knew that discerning had to be done so that organization nominees can rise up to be authentically inclusive to people with disability. So I congratulate those who won and encourage others to win next time.
It was really nice, enriching, and learning experience working with other jury members and interacting with team Ask Insight. I was really not aware that so much excellent and amazing work has been done by corporate sector in India for awareness and inclusion of persons with disability. The competition was really very tough. I congratulate all the winners.
Participating as a jury member was a great learning experience for me. It was also humbling to see the journey that so many companies have already traveled. The quality of preparation, the passion of the participant really left us touched. I am taking back a lot of learnings and best practices, which I would like to experiment in my own organization. I would like to congratulate all the winners, but would also like to add that there was very little difference between the winners and all the other participants. So for me, each one of you who participated and presented the case was a winner. All the very best.
So it was a wonderful experience being on the jury of the BW and Ask Insights Disability Positive Conference. We had very eminent jury on the panel, and we saw some great nominations coming in. The process of the jury was extremely fair and just. People came in, gave their pitches from different organizations. It was so nice to see the work that is being done in the area of disability. Even though we are still a very long way from reaching the point where we are very sensitive to this cause. But it is also very heartening to see that a lot of organizations are opening up their thought process for this wonderful cause. This cause is not just for people who have disability, but this cause is for the society. This cause is for the business organizations themselves. When we bring in the diverse perspectives of people who have different experiences in their lives, it only contributes to business, and it only contributes to the beauty of diversity in an organization. And it was so nice to see how many organizations, filed in their nominations for this process. And so, of course, we could only select a few organizations who have eventually won the award finally. But it was really nice to see that how many organizations were really enthusiastic about it. I really thank the Business World team, the Ask Insights team, and all our eminent jury members who were there and took out their times from their busy schedules for this important cause. Thank you so much. It was a beautiful experience.
I'm glad I was a part of this the jury process, because I walked away with a lot of learnings and truly inspired by the work that some of the organizations and individuals are doing in this space. Not only is there deep passion, commitment, and really can-do attitude to make a difference, truly make a difference, not a tick mark exercise, but I saw great actions in place, and a 360-degree approach. So not only was there awareness, sensitization programs to make sure that they're breaking barriers and busting those stereotypes, but actual actions, of people being hired and people being trained and developed to make sure that they are set up for success. Also saw a lot of great enablers to make sure that the environment is truly inclusive. What really stood out for me was some of the organizations were not just doing it for their employees, but really reaching out to the larger ecosystem, whether it was consumers that are interacting with us on a daily basis, or it's just the larger community and ecosystem. So truly inspired, and wishing all participating companies and individuals the very best.
Today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and on www.bwpeople.in. Join the celebration of the evening by using the hashtag BWAI Disability Positive. I repeat, hashtag BWAI Disability Positive. I would like to request all the winners to kindly get down from the left side of the stage for the photo for the magazine, and request all the winners to stay till the end for the group photo for the magazine. And now, respected dignitaries, we move towards the award ceremony. And to present the first set of awards, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Dr. Neeru Kumar, and Sri Rajesh Agarwal ji. Once again, requesting all the winners to kindly get down from the left side of the stage for the photo for the magazine, and to kindly stay back till the end of the celebration for a group picture for the magazine. The first category is the Best Organization for PWD Inclusion Award. Respected dignitaries, the BW Ask Inside Disability Positive Award in this category goes to and the winner is the Union Bank of India. Let's welcome Team Union Bank of India. It is every awardee's star moment. I must request you to offer your loudest round of applause. Bring up a very enthusiastic cheer for every awardee. Thank you very much. Heartiest congratulations.
So good evening, everyone. So respected dignitaries and uh, the all the participants present here in this August gathering. So Union Bank of India has a wonderful story of diversity and inclusion. And you know what? Why we have achieved so much? Because Union Bank of India provides an equal opportunity to persons with disabilities to participate in regular activities. To talk about my experience with Union Bank of India since last 11 years, I have got 6 different verticals experience to work in. I was not only confined to making phone calls, rather than I was given an opportunity to work in planning, strategy, conceptualizing new products, and finally, I landed in diversity and inclusion and enhancing banking accessibility to for the persons with disabilities. It is all possible because of the top-down approach. The leadership at Union Bank of India is extremely sensitive, which brings in such changes in the society. Finally, I would like to thank the jury members for selecting us for this award and compliment to each one of you present here. Thank you.
Thank you very much and heartiest congratulations.
So the card which I was talking about is called Union Bank of India Sparsh debit card. It is specifically meant for persons with visual impairment. I'm holding the card in my left hand. This card has a letter U in Braille, which helps me to identify, being visually impaired, that this card is from Union Bank of India. Secondly, this card has a notch that helps me to have the orientation of the card, how to use that card on the POS machine or in the ATM. Our bank has more accessible products like the WhatsApp banking, Alexa-based banking, which are essential for some, however, are useful for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing and heartiest congratulations to you and the team.
We want this to be replicated across the industry and we are support.
Thank you very much. The next category is the best organization for PWD inclusion manufacturing. And the BW people ask Insights Disability Positive Award in this category for special mention goes to heartiest congratulations to Michelin. Let's welcome Team Michelin with a huge round of applause. Heartiest congratulations to Team Michelin.
Merci beaucoup. So good afternoon, everyone. Namaste. Just few words, and after I will give the mic this gentleman on the left. So I'm Laurent, managing HR for Michelin. Just in few words, so Michelin is manufacturing tires. So imagine factory with heavy machines, forklift, things running. I can tell you that just maybe 10 years back, we cannot even imagine having people with disability in the factory because of security, because of safety reasons. There are plenty of reasons why we should not bring such people. But in fact, everything is possible. And we just did it, of course. We have now in the factory several people with various disabilities working. And I will give the mic to Jai Ganesh, who will explain you what we did for that. Thank you very much for all what you have done there. Thank you.
Please give Lauren a big round of applause. And Jai Ganesh, I asked her, what's your name? She said, Amrit. I asked them, what's your name? Jai Ganesh. I said, you have nice policy of selecting people who have interesting names. So all yours, Jai Ganesh.
Thank you, BW and Ask Insights for this recognition you have given to Michelin. It's a great honor for us. And in fact, if you ask me, a slightly emotional also, because when we started this journey in the Chennai factory, we had we couldn't imagine what is the success looks like for us. When people with disability would be working with heavy machineries, operating machines inside the factory, we started to look around what could be best practice. There haven't many organizations who had laid it, a systematic approach to integrate people. So the Michelin Group Foundation helped us actually in starting this program in 2019 with help of an NGO organization called as Handicap International. They helped us to lay the processes, okay, and the fundamentals through which the organization, large organizations like Michelin, which has 120 country presence and 72 factories, we needed to do a very systematic study so that the best practice which we lay out in one factory can be copied and pasted somewhere else also. So that has exactly happened. It took 2.5 years to 3 years journey that we went through, and every day, we had to look very closely what's happening inside the factory on safety point of view, quality point of view, communication point of view, accessibility point of view. So all the aspects that was drawn throughout the program. Of course, on top comes the leadership focus, the sensitization of people with disabilities. A lot of work was done. And today, when we see people really progressing in their career, not just job, now they are polyvalent, now moving on to other job, we feel very proud. Last week, we had the IATF audit, and the auditor took some time to explain. I don't know how you guys did it, but the audit was attended by a person with hearing impaired. Okay, she could explain the entire process, what is happening without an error. So that time we felt, okay, some work we have started. So we welcome you, and the stories what we heard today, I think we can join hands. We can exchange a lot of information and learnings to each other. Thank you once again.
Heartiest congratulations to Team Michelin. With this, we move on to the next category, Breaking New Grounds Award. And the BW People Ask Insights Disability Positive Award in this category goes to Amazon India. Let's welcome Team Amazon India. I must request everyone to kindly offer their loudest round of applause for all our winners.
Good evening, everyone. It's such an honor to be here, and it feels great to see Amazon work with and for people with disabilities, the kind of contributions I think we've made. We've not only broken new grounds, we're definitely going to break the ceiling. That's where we are headed. And I really, really appreciate the work that we are doing in our fulfillment centers, where we have our people with hearing impaired working hand in hand, collaborating, the kind of infrastructure that we have. I got my JAWS-enabled software, laptop, accessible laptop on day one at Amazon. I didn't have to like wait and go through the struggle, make my way, tell them, oh, I need this, I need that. I got all of it. Even in the process of making and drafting the award application, you know that I'm totally blind. It's difficult for me to work on the visuals, to work on the formatting. At Amazon, we have an accessibility partner program. That partner assisted me, handheld me, did the formatting for me. So there's support available. There's true inclusion available at Amazon. I love Amazon. And I love all of you for honoring us, for giving us this encouragement and push to do even better. Thank you.
Heartiest congratulations to Team Amazon India. With this, we move on to the next category, Fast Runners in Disability Award. And the BW People Ask Insights Disability Positive Award in the category goes to heartiest congratulations to Team Indigo. Let's give a huge round of applause to Team Indigo.
Thank you, business world and Ask Insight. It's a wonderful occasion today. In fact, the kind of opportunity that you give to organizations to not just participate in the award, but also to showcase what they have done in their own space. I think this will go a long way in bringing about most of the people to come and work, encourage organizations to create much more conducive environment for persons with disability. At Indigo, I think we believe in equality, and now more often we talk about equity, and that's been the culture at Indigo since the time of its inception. And in fact, persons with disability have been associated with Indigo since the time of its inception. And if you see the ramp, which gives you access to the aircraft, that doesn't have staircase, it has a platform, you know, where you do not, where you can actually go up or with the wheelchair, like the ramp that we have right here. And in fact, we were the airline to start that in this country for the first time. And we also have these Braille safety instruction card in the aircraft, plus the menu, which is in Braille. So since the day of its inception, we have been associated with the persons with disability. And I think this award encourages us much more to go and look for the first category, which was the best organization for persons with disability. So thank you very much, Business World and Ask Insight. Thank you, Dr. Neeru. Thank you very much.
Pleasure, Rakesh, and congratulations once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shri Rajesh Agrawalji. Thank you for joining us on the stage. Thank you. I must offer my sincerest apologies. To join us to present the next set of awards, I would like to invite Ms. Aparna Balakrishnan. Ladies and gentlemen, it's super easy to give an applause to all these lovely people. We do not have a long list of awardees here tonight with us. With this, we move on to the next category, Leading Representation of PWD Employees Award. And the BW People Ask Insights Disability Positive Award in this category goes to and the winner is StarTech Company. Let's welcome Team StarTech.
Thank you, BW, for organizing this event and Ask Inside. I'm sorry for that. Okay. So at StarTech, actually, we have been working towards this cause for since last almost a decade now, more than a decade, in fact. So at StarTech, we have close to 250 PWDs, and our target is to maintain that ratio and to increase that ratio to 2% of our total population. And we also have all our facility are PWD enabled, and every month we run a session called Saksham at all our pan-India sites, wherein we have a focus group discussion with the people with people with special abilities, and we address their concern. We try to hear them if in case they're facing any challenge, or how can we provide them, how can we enable them in a better way. So that's what we do at StarTech. So thank you everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
With this, we move on to the next category, the Best Allyship and ERGs Award. And the BW People Ask Insights Disability Positive Award in the category goes to respected dignitaries. Please put your hands together for the winner, Concentrics. Let's give Team Concentrics a huge round of applause.
Thank you very much. It's great, BW and Ask Insights for this award. The biggest thing that I also want to take this opportunity is to thank everybody sitting in this room, because all of you are literally our clients. The allyship that we've created because you've allowed us to infuse PWDs in the accounts that we service for you. I think that's been a great thing. My only ask to all of you and my desire from being a DEI leader is that may we all go for a campus placement someday to get management trainees of all PWDs. So that's where I focus on, and that's what I feel. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Before we move on to the next category, I would like to thank Ms. Aparna Balakrishnan for joining us. Thank you. And please welcome Mr. Talis Rizvi to present the next set of awards. It's super easy to clap. Lovely. The category of social inclusion with PWDs. And the BW People Ask Insights Disability Positive Award in this category goes to Tech Mahindra. Heartiest congratulations to team Tech Mahindra. And we're elated to have Mr. Harshvinder Soin here with us.
Well, thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. What a privilege to be here. Thank you, BW and Ask Insights. I think it is just a matter of pride that our credo for the organization is to be intentionally diverse and globally inclusive. We do a lot of things. We are the #1 company for women to work in India. We are also big on impact sourcing. We in fact source 6,000 folks. We have a lot of initiatives for differently able. We actually run a vocational training session where we give jobs to about 20,000 a year. And I think we need to continue. We have much to aspire for, but thank you for inspiring us to do more. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving to the next category, well, we are moving on to the individual awards now. And the next category is Corporate PWD Icon. And the BW People Ask Insights Disability Positive Award in the category for special mention goes to Prahlad Jadhav, Associate Director, Library, Ketan and Company, International Corporate Law Firm. We celebrate achievements tonight, and applauses go well with achievements. I must request all the winners to kindly stay back till the end for the group picture. We are only a few awards away.
Thank you so much, all the jury members. I had shared my CV with them. There are a couple of awards, not couple of awards, I guess more than 15 awards. But the way they had conducted, thoroughly professionals. And second thing, I guess in my 20 years lifespan of professional career, somebody with the passion, they come up to give confidence to those people. Such things, nothing happened, never happened, even in the corporates. I'm very frank to you. I'm working with the law firm. Last month only, we had given a draft to government in terms of inclusion of, or diversion and inclusion draft, final draft with the firm experts. And very soon it will be in the public domain. So such things never happens, and it happens only with a big heart. So we must applaud the whole team for taking such decision. एक लास्ट बार बोलना चाहता हूँ, हमें तो नाम मिलता है, हमारे सरनेम से मिलते हैं, बट मेरा जो कुछ है मेरे फर्म ने मुझे दिया है. प्रहलाद के साथ केतन हमेशा जुड़ा है. I am a freelancer speaker. I'm not in an academic, but I am a regular speaker in the university. So it's possible only because they had given me free hands. Prahlad, you do what you want to do because we know. So thank you so much, Ketan and company. Thank you, my family. Thank you, all the jury member. Thank you, BW people, and Ask Insight, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. He's my yes, he's my first boss who guided me.
Heartiest congratulations to Mr. Jadhav. To present the next set of awards, I would like to invite Dr. Anil Jain on the stage. As we near towards the end of the award ceremony, the next category is the Corporate BWD Icon Award. The BW People Ask Inside Disability Positive Award in this category goes to and the name of the winner is no news. Let's welcome Miss Madhubala Sharma, Senior DEI Specialist, Communities Leader, APJCME, Amazon, India. Respected dignitaries, let's bring up a very enthusiastic cheer. Come on, everyone.
Thank you so much. So I'll start with something that a lot of people in the morning loved. So I'll start with that. I wasn't born icon. When I was born, I wasn't, the doctors didn't say, "Badhai ho, icon hui hai." The doctors told my parents, "Mubarak ho, ladki hui hai." And my parents figured, "Oh, ladki to blind bhi hai." I have an elder sister and my younger brother right here, and my husband as well. My supporters, my fantastic family. My son couldn't come. He's in grade 10, so he has his preparing for his exams. He's not here. But these people have made me into an icon, and the jury, the wonderful jury, has made me into an icon. My colleagues, my organization that has supported me has made me an icon. And all I'd like to say is, all of us are icons in a true sense. We need to recognize that potential in us and give that potential the wings. And to do so, what you need to be is be cool. Cool now and forever. What does that really mean? Well, cool is be cool like me, like Dr. Neeru, like the jury, like all of you. You're all amazing, cool people. And cool is an acronym that stands for C for compassion. Go beyond sympathy, beyond empathy, have compassion, compassion to contribute, compassion to do what you do from the heart, selflessly. That's C. O, open, open for opportunities. It knocks on your door, you open the door, embrace the opportunity. Take what comes your way. O, ownership, the second O, right? Ownership, own to be, to belong where you are. And L, love. Love yourself, love everyone around you. Love yourself with the flaws that you think you have, because flaws are flawless. So that's all I'd like to say this evening. Thank you.
Well, the lady certainly excels in the art of oration. The last category for award for the evening is the Emerging HR Leader Award. The BW People Ask Insights a Disability Positive Award in this category goes to Mr. Akshay Tyagi, Head Diversity, Equity and Inclusion, the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group.
Namaskar, everyone. I would actually like to begin saying that congratulations to me, and I am proud of myself, because had it been not my commitment to work and to continue working, probably I would not have been here. Second, I would like to thank all of these people sitting right here from my team, and everybody who are not present here but had really touched my life and came and became family, because this is possible because of them. And I'm learning each and every day. It's not easy, it's challenging, but who wants to lead an easy life? And I would actually like to, not yet. So, but we'll face all of those challenges with the time. So we have to live in the moment. I would actually like to thank the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group, because I'm 27. And when I joined this organization, I was 22. And I have our GM HR sitting right here to upload me. And thanks to her, because she did not even care about my age when she hired me. And when the organization believed in somebody like me to continue and take this journey forward for diversity and inclusion at the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group. So thanks to Mr. Keshav Suri, thanks to our respected chairperson, managing director, Dr. Josna Suri, thanks to the management, and thanks to everybody working down the line, because we are the leaders, we are strategizing, but we are not creating the experience for our team members. So huge thank you to each one in our team working across the levels, because it is because of them putting so much of effort to create an experience for people from each spectrum, which has enabled me to take this on behalf of everybody. So congratulations to each one of you. Congratulations to the entire Lalit Stories Hospitality Group. And congratulations to everybody out there, because in so many ways we are touching each one's life. And thank you for recognizing all of those efforts. Thank you.
Heartiest congratulations. Well, with the same, we come to the end of the awards ceremony. Now, I would like to request all the awardees to kindly join us on the stage with their trophies for a group picture. I request Dr. Prem Kumar and the Ask Insights team to kindly join us on the stage. Requesting all the awardees to kindly join us on the stage for a group picture with their trophies. Just the trophies shall do. Requesting Ask Insights team and BW People team to kindly join us on the stage for a group picture.
Now, can I call upon stage the Ask Insights team, Mridula ji, Radha, Shefali, Jitender.
Requesting the Ask Insights team to kindly join us on the stage for a picture.
Chandan.
And as we conclude today's summit and awards, I would like to thank each and every one of you for taking out time from your schedules and gracing the occasion and being a part of this celebration. A big thank you to our interpreters.
And everybody else who's from the Ask Insights team can come on stage, please.
A big thank you to our interpreters. Could you please stand up? Thank you very much for making it possible for people out there. Thank you. Big thank you to Team Ask Insights and BW People for organizing and very thoughtfully curating this event. With the same, this is your host, Sahib Jeet Kaur, on the behalf of BW People and Ask Insights, saying goodbye. Requesting team BW to kindly join us on the stage for the final picture.
Savarna also. एक photo फिर Thank you so much.